Chapter 146. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to Huanxi Mountain Villa, his life returned to its original trajectory. He thought that since he had been away from the villa for so long, Nie Xiao, and the others would definitely surround him and ask him all sorts of questions. He had already concocted a bunch of lies in his heart to evade them. However, the fact was that when they saw his return, they only showed great surprise in their eyes. They only exchanged simple greetings and showed their concern. They did not delve into the reason, which made Zhang Xiaohua very depressed. He felt like he had punched cotton. At the same time, he secretly admired the quality of this disciple of a big sect. His quality was really high. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to throw away the lies and save his nose, a swarm of flies still made him lose his integrity. Last time, because Zhang Xiaohua was injured, the human-shaped flies in Huanxi Mountain Villa, who were led by Ma Jing, were treated better and left their bullying. They were puzzled for a long time. This time, Zhang Xiaohua disappeared for such a long time. They thought that Zhang Xiaohua had disappeared from the world and they would never see him again. However, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly appeared in their sight. How could they not be surprised? Therefore, they were like flies that smelled blood. They buzzed in front of Zhang Xiaohua all day long, wanting to know the movements of Zhang Xiaohua in the past 2 months. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to pay attention to them, but after all, he was thin-skinned. After a long time, he had to tell them the nonsense that he had prepared to use to fool Nie Xiao, and the others. When Ma Jing and the others' gossipy hearts were satisfied, they suddenly dispersed and no longer paid attention to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua helplessly touched his nose and prayed secretly in his heart, my nose, don't blame me. It's not that I don't care about you, but I have no choice. People living in Jianghu have no choice. In the early morning of this day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that he had been hit on the head by a big pie. He still repeated his 3 articles, practicing boxing, eating, and farming. It seems that these are the mainstream of fantasy now. Zhang Xiaohua accidentally became a hipster. Although Yan had already told him that he could control his own time and did not have to work in the fields, he was used to living in the fields after all. When he had nothing to do, he could not leave the herbal field. Moreover, it was going to be spring soon. A lot of herbs needed to be weeded and watered. Zhang Xiaohua was also willing to help. As he was waving a small hoe to shovel the weeds, he heard someone call his name. When he looked up, there were 2 people standing beside the field. They were He Tianshu and Qiu Tong. He smiled and walked over to greet them. Sister Qiu Tong, why are you here? Qiu Tong smiled and said, Xiaohua, you're really busy. Didn't Miss say that you should control your time? Why are you in such a hurry to farm? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I grew up in the fields, so I'm not used to leaving so suddenly. It's better to come and help. Qiu Tong said, that's great. Captain, he doesn't need to be in a hurry to find more people. Zhang Xiaohua, come up quickly. Miss is looking for you and Captain He. He Tianshu was surprised and said, what about me? What's the matter? Qiu Tong smiled and said, I don't know. Miss is so mysterious and won't say anything. Zhang Xiaohua said, okay, I'll go up right away. With that, Zhang Xiaohua tidied up and followed Qiu Tong and He Tianshu to the inner courtyard. Qiu Tong pointed at the door and said, you guys go in yourselves. Miss is waiting inside. I still have things to do, so I won't accompany you. He Tianshu said, okay, go do what you need to do. It's not our first time here. With that, he led Zhang Xiaohua in. Qiu Tong stopped Zhang Xiaohua and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I'm going to the Lotus Escort Agency now. Do you have anything to do? Or do you have anything to tell your brother? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, it's nothing. Just tell my brother that I'm fine now, and he doesn't need to worry. Qiu Tong nodded and hurried out. Zhang Xiaohua followed He Tianshu to the main hall of the inner courtyard. In the main hall, Yan was sitting on a chair and was a little anxious. When she saw them come in, she smiled and said, you guys are finally here. Why are you so slow? Zhang Xiaohua said embarrassedly, Sister Oh, I was working in the fields, so I came a little late. Sorry for making you wait. When Oh Yan heard this, she was very happy and said with a smile, It's okay. It's rare that you're not arrogant and worked in the fields. How can I blame you? Come, you two follow me to a place. There are some things to take care of. Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu found it strange that Oh Yan did not say anything. They looked at each other and followed Oh Yan out of the main hall. Pingyang City, Lotus Escort Agency. In 4th Master Wen's house, 4th Master Wen and his nephew Yudai were drinking fragrant tea and chatting. At this moment, someone hurried into the small courtyard and came to the door. 4th Master Wen heard the footsteps and looked up. It was escort leader Luo. When 4th Master Wen saw him, he could not help but frown. He then smiled and said, It's escort leader Luo. Come in quickly. Escort leader Luo walked into the house with a smile. They greeted each other and sat down. 4th Master Wen said, Escort leader Luo, it's all thanks to you this time. We've gained a lot. You've worked hard. I'll remember your contribution. When I have the chance, I'll report to head escort leader and ask for your reward. Escort leader Luo quickly stood up and said with a smile, It's nothing. This is my duty. It's what I should do. Besides, it's all thanks to 4th Master's guidance. 4th Master Wen smiled and said, Escort leader Luo, you must be joking. It's you who did well. I'm just talking. Escort leader Luo adjusted his expression and said seriously, 4th Master Wen, you're wrong. Sailing the sea depends on the helmsman. Without your guidance, we wouldn't have a direction to work towards. No matter how much effort we put in, it would be useless. Who knows, we might even go further. The fact that you're willing to meet me means that your contribution is far greater than mine. Yudai looked at 4th Master Wen and said with a smile, 4th Master, you don't have to be humble. Escort leader Luo is right. A good soldier is good, but a good general is good. This escort agency still relies on you for many things. 4th Master Wen was overjoyed when he heard this. He twirled his sparse beard and grinned from ear to ear. After a while, 4th Master Wen asked again, Escort leader Luo, what brings you here today? Escort leader Luo smiled and looked at Yudai, saying, Nothing much. I just wanted to chat with 4th Master about some matters regarding the agency. Yudai saw this and quickly stood up, saying, If that's the case, 4th Master, I'll take my leave first. I'll come visit another day. However, 4th Master Wen waved his hand and said, It's fine. Dai, sit back down for now. I have something to tell you later. Escort leader Luo, if you have something to say, just say it. Dai is my nephew and also someone from the Martial Arts Center. He can be considered a member of the agency. There are some things that we don't have to hide from him. Don't you think so? Escort leader Luo thought for a moment and said, It's fine. These are all matters that the agency deals with openly. Young master you probably knows about it too. Hearing this, Yudai sat down again. Escort leader Luo continued, Actually, it's not a big deal. It's just that the escort mission this time is rather far away and we're even celebrating the new year outside. As time passed, some people in the escort team who aren't loyal to the agency started thinking about getting some benefits from the agency. They clamored for me to double their monthly salary. 4th Master, don't you think this makes sense? You eat and drink at the agency and you even get subsidies for the long escorts. The agency has already treated you well and they can't go against their conscience. That's why I harshly reprimanded them. At this point, escort leader Luo paused and looked at 4th Master Wen's expression. Seeing no change, he continued, but, then, he clenched his teeth as if he had made up his mind and said, But Zhang Xiaohu, the bodyguard of the escort team, thought that you wanted him to be the deputy head of the escort team just because you made him my deputy. Everyone calls him deputy head of escort Zhang, and in order to win over the hearts of the people, he even gathered many bodyguards and escorts to pressure me into giving them a raise. Tell me, can someone like him, who doesn't see the big picture and only knows how to run his own small circle, be a good leader? Fourth Master Wen's expression changed slightly, but then he said nonchalantly, I see. I'll have a good talk with Zhang Xiaohu later and let him be your deputy. The most important thing is for him to cooperate with you and ensure the safety and success of this escort mission. His way of forming cliques is definitely wrong. Escort leader Luo smiled obsequiously and said, Fourth Master Wen is indeed farsighted and can see the essence of the problem. I'm just thinking about the future of the escort agency. Oh right, there's another question. Fourth Master Wen said, It's fine. Feel free to ask if you have any questions. Escort leader Luo then told him about his encounter with Zhang Xiaohua and the small town along the coast and how he made Zhang Xiaohua pay for his room and board. He then said, Fourth Master, don't you think I'm right? This Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother isn't even a member of our escort agency. Why should we let him take advantage of our agency for no reason? Yesterday, I especially went to the accounting office to take a look. That Zhang Xiaohu actually threw my words out of the window. The accounting office didn't receive any money from him at all. Do you think he still treats me as his superior? Does he still put the interests of the escort agency above all else in his heart? Fourth Master Wen thought for a moment and said to Yu Dai, call Zhang Xiaohu over. I'll ask him personally. When escort leader Luo heard this, he quickly waved his hands and said, Fourth Master, there's no need to make such a big fuss. I'm just here to nag you. Fourth Master Wen said to Yu Dai, go call him over. Don't say anything to him. He then turned to escort leader Luo and said, what you've said shows that you have a lot of feelings for the escort agency. When we help the brothers of the agency, we must treat the illness and save the life. We must make things clear. If it's Zhang Xiaohu's fault, I won't side with him in the slightest. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu followed Yu Dai to Fourth Master Wen's room. When he saw escort leader Luo in the room, he was very surprised. He greeted the two of them separately and then sat on the chair by the door as instructed. After Zhang Xiaohu sat down, Fourth Master Wen looked at him and asked, Zhang Xiaohu, you've worked hard as escort leader Luo's assistant this time. You did well. However, I have two things to ask you. You must answer them properly. Zhang Xiaohu nodded and said, yes, Fourth Master. Please ask. Fourth Master Wen nodded slightly and said, is there someone in the escort agency who wants double the monthly salary? Did you do it for us? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned and thought to himself, didn't I already tell you about this when I came back? When he saw escort leader Luo drinking his tea with his head lowered, realization dawned on him. He said, Fourth Master Wen, it's like this. This escort mission is quite far away and we're celebrating the new year in a foreign country. Everyone's emotions are unstable and they're all homesick. Moreover, since it's the new year, the items there are naturally more expensive and everyone's expenses are high. Therefore, not just some people, but everyone, hoped that the escort agency could provide some subsidies, such as double or triple the monthly salary. They were afraid that there would be no precedent for this and would be rejected by escort leader Luo. So they came to me to discuss it first. I thought that since it's not easy for our brothers to travel abroad, we could forget about triple the monthly salary, but double the monthly salary should still be within our consideration. That's why I came to escort leader Luo to discuss it. Escort leader Luo didn't agree at that time and only told me to come back and tell you about it. I was busy when I came back and forgot about it. If you don't tell me today, I'll be letting my brothers down. Fourth Master Wen heard Zhang Xiaohu's words and said with a smile, the brothers of the escort agency must have had a hard time on this long journey. This kind of request is reasonable and human nature. I can understand. However, this matter still needs to be discussed by the higher-ups of the agency. It's not appropriate for me to express my opinion now, but I'll definitely give everyone a satisfactory answer in the future. Escort leader Luo and Zhang Xiaohu both nodded. However, even though they nodded in the same way, their thoughts couldn't be the same. Fourth Master Wen nodded in satisfaction. He hesitated for a moment before continuing, also, Zhang Xiaohu, I've heard escort leader Luo talk about your younger brother accompanying you. He suggested that your younger brother pay a nominal fee. What do you think? Zhang Xiaohu was stunned when he heard this. He said strangely, about that, escort leader Luo wanted my younger brother to pay for his board and lodging, but I thought that my younger brother should be able to squeeze with me, so the lodging fee should be waived. It should be fine to just pay for his meals. I've already paid this fee to the gentleman accompanying the team. If escort leader Luo feels that it's not enough and wants to pay for his accommodation, I'll make up for it. As a member of the agency, following the rules of the agency is my basic duty. What? I just asked the accountant yesterday. You didn't pay at all. Escort leader Luo blurted out. Fourth Master Wen frowned. The reason he hesitated just now was because he didn't want to bring up Zhang Xiaohua's matter. This involved Huanxi Manor, but escort leader Luo was tactless enough to bring up Zhang Xiaohu's bad reputation. If he didn't bring it up, it would seem that he was biased towards Zhang Xiaohu. Now that he heard that Zhang Xiaohu had already paid, he immediately felt that escort leader Luo was being too unreasonable and suspected that he was jealous of Zhang Xiaohu's ability. Compared to Zhang Xiaohu's actions, the difference was like heaven and earth. He found Zhang Xiaohu more pleasing to the eye. Thus, he turned to Yu Dai and said, Nephew Dai, I'll have to trouble you again. Go to the accountant's office and ask the gentleman accompanying the team to come here. Yu Dai smiled and said, It's fine, Fourth Master. I'll go now. Not long after, the accountant who accompanied the team followed Yu Dai to Fourth Master Wen's room. When he saw everyone in the room, he was puzzled. After greeting everyone, he stood to the side and asked, May I know why Fourth Master has asked this subordinate to come here? Fourth Master Wen smiled and asked, I want to verify something with you. You just have to say yes or no. You don't have to care about anyone's face. When the gentleman heard this, he looked at escort leader Luo and Zhang Xiaohu in confusion. He nodded and said yes. Fourth Master Wen said, Zhang Xiaohu said that he has already paid his younger brother's room and board fees to you. Is that true? When the gentleman heard this, he immediately understood and hurriedly answered, Yes, that's true. When escort leader Luo heard this, he was so anxious that he almost stood up. Fourth Master Wen saw this and waved his hand for him to sit down. He then asked, Then why hasn't the accountant's office credited the money? The gentleman smiled and said, It's like this, Fourth Master. Zhang Xiaohu handed the money to me on the morning he returned. However, there were some urgent matters at home and I took a few days off to take care of the house. I was only able to leave and return to the escort agency today. The money has already been credited to the account this morning. Fourth Master can send someone to check the account. When escort leader Luo heard this, his face turned ashen. He was filled with regret and thought to himself, It's fine if your family has some urgent matters. How could I forget about this matter? How unlucky. When Fourth Master Wen heard this, he frowned and said, This is your fault. How could the escort agency's money not credited to the account before returning home? The gentleman repeatedly cried out that he was wronged and said, Fourth Master, it's not that I didn't credit it to the account first. I carefully calculated the money for the escort team and handed it to the accountant before returning home. However, Zhang Xiaohu's younger brother is only a child. His daily meals are limited and the total amount is no more than 1 tael of silver. Since we have to settle the account, this subordinate naturally can't let Zhang Xiaohu suffer a loss. When he finished speaking, he took out a few taels of silver and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu didn't stand on ceremony and reached out to take it. When Fourth Master Wen heard this, his expression changed greatly. Just as he was about to speak, footsteps came from outside the door. When Fourth Master Wen looked at the door, he saw Qiu Tong from Huanxi Manor. Fourth Master Wen quickly stood up and walked quickly to the door to welcome her. He said cheerfully, Miss Qiu Tong, what brings you to our escort agency today? What a rare guest. Qiu Tong smiled and said, Fourth Master Wen is too polite. I'm just a servant in Huanxi Manor. I don't deserve such a welcome from Fourth Master. Fourth Master Wen smiled and said, Miss Qiu Tong is too humble. Who doesn't know that in the inner courtyard of Huanxi Manor, Miss Chiu Tong's words carry enormous weight. Other than the manor lord, everyone listens to his orders. Chiu Tong said, "This is all the manor lord's kindness. Don't take it seriously." Then, fourth master Wen invited Chiu Tong into the house. Chiu Tong walked into the house and saw that there were many people inside. She couldn't help but frown and say, "Fourth master is handling matters? Should I come back later?" Fourth master Wen smiled and said, "It's fine. It's already done. Miss, please take a seat first. I'll send them away first." When Chiu Tong heard this, she didn't stand on ceremony. She looked around at everyone. When she saw Zhang Xiaohu sitting down, her eyes lit up. Then, she found a seat at the head of the table and sat down. When fourth master Wen saw Chiu Tong take a seat, he said to everyone, "The matter of the food and lodging fees has been settled. I still have other matters to attend to here. You can go back first. I'll find you later." When everyone heard this, they stood up and were about to leave. Chiu Tong called out, "Everyone, please wait. Please collect it. Thank you." Chapter 148. Everyone stopped when they heard Chiu Tong ask them to stay and looked at her in confusion. Fourth master Wen knew that things were bad when he saw Chiu Tong ask them to stay. Escort Luo had complained about Zhang Xiaohu without knowing the severity of the situation, and one of the things he had said was related to Zhang Xiaohua. He knew very well who this Zhang Xiaohua was and her relationship with Huanxi Manor. If O Yen knew about the food and lodging expenses, it would be a disaster. What was originally a small matter would become a big matter, and he would be implicated. He hurriedly said, "Miss Chiu Tong, we've finished our discussion with the escort agency. Let them do their own things. Why have you come to the agency this time? Let us hear about it." With that, he waved his hand, indicating for everyone to leave. Chiu Tong smiled and said, "Fourth Master Wen, the matter I'm here to talk about today is related to Zhang Xiaohu. Also, I heard Fourth Master mention something about the food and lodging expenses. I don't know if it has anything to do with what I want to talk about. Why don't everyone stay and listen?" Fourth Master Wen had no choice but to ask everyone to sit down. Chiu Tong looked around and said to Escort Luo, "Is this the famous Escort Luo of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency?" Escort Luo was pleasantly surprised when he heard this. He stood up and said, "That's me." "Miss, you actually know my lowly name?" Chiu Tong smiled, "Of course I know. Even our manor lord knows. You're very good." "Huh, very good." Escort leader Luo was laughing so hard that he couldn't close his mouth. He even forgot to sit down and just stood there foolishly. Chiu Tong looked at Zhang Xiaohu again and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohu, we meet again." Zhang Xiaohu stood up and cupped his fists. "Hello, Miss Chiu Tong." Chiu Tong said, "Sit down. Your brother Zhang Xiaohua told me to see you and tell you that he's doing well. You don't have to worry." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Thank you, Miss Chiu Tong. Xiaohua has caused a lot of trouble for you in the villa. With you here, I'm very relieved." Chiu Tong nodded, then turned to Fourth Master Wen and said, "Actually, I didn't come here for anything important. I'm just here to deliver the money on behalf of our manor lord." After he finished speaking, he took out 10 taels of silver from his purse and threw it on the table in front of Fourth Master Wen. Fourth Master Wen was shocked and asked, "Miss Chiu Tong, what does the manor lord mean by this?" Chiu Tong smiled coldly and said, "It's nothing much. It's just that our manor's Zhang Xiaohua came back with your escort company's carriage. Didn't you want her to pay for her food and lodging? Our manor head said that there's no need to talk about food and lodging, even the carriage fees will be paid to you. Fourth Master Wen, let your escort leader Luo see if these 10 taels of silver are enough. If it's not enough, tell me the amount and I'll pay for it." When Fourth Master Wen heard this, his expression immediately changed. Escort leader Luo, who was standing, turned pale and fell into his chair with a thump. Fourth Master Wen hurriedly smiled and said, "Miss Chiu Tong, is there a need for this? The Lotus Flower Escort Company and Huanxi Manor are one entity. How can one family speak of two different things? This is a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Qiu Tong said, we naturally think of one family, but some people don't think so. Our manor lord was very angry and almost wanted to come here himself. I wanted to be familiar with Fourth Master Wen, so I hurriedly persuaded him and took on this task. Fourth Master, you can do as you see fit. Fourth Master Wen turned to glare at escort leader Luo and said, the one who tied the bell should untie it. Escort leader Luo, what do you think we should do? Escort leader Luo seemed to have lost his mind from fright and muttered, that just now, the accountant already said that there's no need to pay for lodging or carriage fees. It's only about 900 copper coins. There's no need to use so much. When Fourth Master Wen heard this, he cursed inwardly, idiot. Just as he was about to say something, Qiu Tong laughed angrily and said, Fourth Master, so this is the escort leader of the escort company. He really is very talented. Our Huanxi Manor doesn't lack this bit of silver. Just take these 10 taels of silver as Zhang Xiaohua's food expenses. If there's more, just take it as a reward for you, escort leader Luo. Fourth Master Wen, Qiu Tong will take her leave now. The manor lord is still waiting for a reply. After saying this, she stood up and left with a flick of her sleeves. How could Fourth Master Wen let Qiu Tong leave just like that? He hurriedly chased after her and shouted, Miss Qiu Tong, please wait, please wait. Listen to me. Qiu Tong and Fourth Master Wen, one walking and one chasing, arrived at the small courtyard. The people in the room didn't dare to sit any longer. They hurriedly stood up and chased out of the room. At this moment, they suddenly saw the guard Xiao Si leading a disciple from the Misty School into the small courtyard. When he saw Fourth Master Wen, he immediately shouted, Fourth Master, this is a disciple from the Misty School. He said he was looking for Zhang Xiaohu. I heard that he was here with you, so I brought him here. Is Zhang Xiaohu here with you? Hearing Xiao Si's words, everyone stopped in their tracks and looked at Zhang Xiaohu with astonishment. Zhang Xiaohu was also astonished and stood there in a daze. Why was a disciple from the Misty School looking for him? 2 flowers bloomed, each representing one branch. Speaking of which, when Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu followed Yan out of the hall, they didn't go to the outer courtyard. Instead, they went deeper into the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was ignorant and only knew to follow elder sister O. He Tianshu, on the other hand, was alarmed. How could he enter the inner courtyard so easily? He didn't know what kind of medicine Manor Lord O was selling. The 3 people walked through several courtyards and arrived at a small corner door. The wooden door of the corner door was tightly shut. Yan walked in front of the door and pushed it open. She directly walked through the corner door with Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu following behind her. He Tianshu's eyes lit up. Behind the corner door was a lush garden. On both sides of the corner door stood several spirited young disciples. However, these disciples were dressed like the Misty School. He Tianshu couldn't help but stare blankly when he saw this. After thinking for a bit, he came to a conclusion. Sure enough, when the disciples from the Misty School saw Yan push open the door and enter, they hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, Welcome Manor Lord. Yan smiled and waved her hand, saying, You guys have also worked hard. I'll have to trouble you to bring me to the discussion hall. The young disciple at the front also hurriedly stepped forward and said, Manor Lord, please follow me. This disciple will bring you there. After saying that, he led the way. Yan and the other 2 followed behind him and walked towards the discussion hall. As He Tianshu walked, his heart was secretly churning. Every time he returned to the Misty School, he had to go out from the side door of the Huanxi Mountain Villa and then go around to the front door of the Misty Mountain Villa. He thought that Manor Lord O usually did this, but he didn't expect that there was such a shortcut in the inner courtyard. However, after thinking about it, it was normal. The Huanxi Mountain Villa and the Huanxi Mountain Villa were built adjacent to each other. How could there not be adjacent passages? It would be abnormal if there wasn't. But now, Yan unexpectedly didn't avoid him and led him through the shortcut. It must be because of the meritorious service he made in the south. She didn't treat him as an outsider. He didn't expect that he would have such an opportunity after being demoted to the Huanxi mountain villa to plant herbs. It was really a great fortune. However, he immediately thought of Zhang Xiaohua, who made the greatest meritorious service in the south. He immediately knew that compared to Zhang Xiaohua, his meritorious service was like a firefly to the bright moon. He still benefited from Zhang Xiaohua. After all, after Zhang Xiaohua came to the Huanxi mountain villa, all the martial arts she learned were taught by him. Presumably, Yan loved the house and its crow. As for the sword moves that Zhang Xiaohua used to kill people, they were taught by Yu Lao, but he automatically ignored it. Thinking of martial arts, Tianshu's heart moved again. He instantly understood the real purpose of today's visit to the Misty School. Didn't Zhang Xiaohua always want to learn the mental cultivation method of internal strength? Yan brought him and Zhang Xiaohua to the Misty School to ask Master O to allow him to teach Zhang Xiaohua internal strength. Thinking of the huge benefits that Zhang Xiaohua brought to him by only learning the incomplete martial arts, Tianshu was very eager to try. He was looking forward to what inexplicable benefits would fall on him if he taught Zhang Xiaohua internal strength. However, it was just a simple fist technique, and it was already so difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to learn. It gave him a headache. If he were to teach him a profound inner force cultivation method, it would be a challenge for him. Thinking of Zhang Xiaohua's poor aptitude, Tianshu felt a headache. Just as Tianshu was worrying about his gains and losses, the disciple had already led them to the front of the meeting hall. The disciple whispered to Yan, "Master, we've arrived at the meeting hall. This disciple will take his leave first." Yan smiled, "Sorry to trouble you." After the disciple left, she said to Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua, "The two of you, come with me." After saying that, she led them into the meeting hall. Although Tianshu was a disciple of the Misty School, his rank wasn't high enough. He had only heard of the meeting hall, but had never been inside. Even when he was questioned about the attack on the rainy night, he was only questioned in the law enforcement hall. He knew that this was the core area of the Misty School, so he had long been cautious and walked respectfully behind Yan. He was well behaved and didn't dare to cross the line. As for Zhang Xiaohua, although he didn't know much about worldly affairs, he had read a lot of books and had improved a lot in the past 6 months. When he first entered the meeting hall, he still stuck his head out to look around, but the solemn and deep meeting hall immediately made him feel something. Seeing that Tianshu's footsteps were steady, he immediately stopped looking around and became well behaved. Today's meeting hall's discussion was obviously not of a high level. There were many people in the hall. Other than the hall masters and elders sitting on the chairs on both sides, there were also many disciples standing behind them. Everyone seemed to be whispering to each other about something. Seeing the 3 people who walked in without any notice, the crowd immediately stopped. Dozens of gazes fell on the 3 of them. When they saw that it was Yan, everyone suddenly understood. However, when they looked behind them, everyone was confused. Who were these 2 people? There were even 2 people who made a sound, expressing their obvious astonishment in their hearts. When Hall Master Bai Dong of the Alchemy Hall saw that Tianshu actually walked behind Yan and entered the assembly hall, he was very astonished. He let out a soft and thought to himself, why did this kid run into the assembly hall? I don't know why Manor Lord O brought him here. Could it be that he has the intention of promoting him? Why didn't I get any information at all? A series of questions made him confused. The other person who made a sound was Zhang Xiaohua's old acquaintance. It was Wenhai who had saved him in Lu Town. As Peng's disciple, Wenhai was standing behind the hall masters with Xue Qing. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he was very surprised. He felt that this young man was very familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. That was why he made a surprised sound. That's right, the matter of saving him happened a year ago. Zhang Xiaohua was still growing. At this time, he already looked a little different from a year ago. Moreover, when Wenhai saw him a year ago, he was beaten black and blue. It was even more different from now. It was also thanks to Wenhai being the direct disciple of Sect Master O of the Misty School. His aptitude was incomparably outstanding. That was why he was able to find the feeling of the past from the dusty memories. However, he couldn't confirm it. After being surprised, he pulled Xueqing, who was next to him, and whispered a few words in her ear. When Xueqing heard it, her calm face was also full of surprise. She stared at Zhang Xiaohua carefully. After looking for a moment, she shook her head. Of course, Xueqing was wearing a mask. Not only did others look down on her, she also couldn't see others clearly. Moreover, with her cold personality, why would she pay attention to an unrelated child? Naturally, she couldn't recognize him. When Wenhai saw that Xueqing wasn't sure and didn't say anything else. When Peng saw Yen bringing people in, his face revealed a smile. He pointed to the chair beside him and said, Yen, come and sit here. When Yen heard this, she quickly walked over. Yen left, but Tianshu didn't dare to leave. He hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Zhang Xiaohua, who was behind him, didn't know. Seeing that Yen didn't tell him to stop, he naturally followed suit. When Tianshu suddenly stopped, he was caught off guard. When he saw that Tianshu couldn't stop in time, he bumped into Tianshu's back. Zhang Xiaohua reflexively pushed him away. Although it was a casual push, Zhang Xiaohua's hand weighed more than 1,000 pounds. Tianshu was caught off guard and immediately fell forward. Fortunately, Tianshu's martial arts were good. He immediately held onto a pole and steadied himself. However, this caused him to stagger half a step. Then, Zhang Xiaohua's low complaint sounded behind him, Captain why did you suddenly stop? Tianshu really wanted to turn around and pinch Zhang Xiaohua's neck to explain to him. However, this was the meeting hall. He didn't dare to say half a word. He gritted his teeth and didn't move his body. He took 2 steps back and happened to be parallel to Zhang Xiaohua. All of this happened in a flash. When everyone came to their senses and roared with laughter, Tianshu was already standing beside Zhang Xiaohua. Taking advantage of everyone's laughter, Tianshu used his right hand to knock Zhang Xiaohua's arm and whispered, "Don't talk. Just stand here." When Zhang Xiaohua heard the laughter of the crowd, he was not very happy. What was the big deal? It was just an accident. Although Tianshu's face was a little red, he knew that everyone in the hall was a prominent figure in the sect. He could not afford to offend any of them. Naturally, he did not dare to complain a single word. When Peng saw this scene, he couldn't help but laugh. It had been a long time since such an interesting thing happened in the meeting hall. The only one who didn't know the details was Yen, who had her back to them. When she sat down on the chair, she looked at the blushing Tianshu and Zhang Xiaohua with a face full of doubt. She was very puzzled. When everyone's laughter died down, Peng asked, Yen, this young man is the Zhang Xiaohua you mentioned, right? Yen smiled and said, Yes, big brother. He is the Zhang Xiaohua I mentioned to you. Peng smiled and said, This Zhang Xiaohua is very interesting. Yen asked curiously, Is that so? Why didn't I notice? Big brother's eyes are as sharp as torches. Peng smiled and didn't say anything. He said to Zhang Xiaohua, come here. Hearing the 3 words Zhang Xiaohua, Xueqing and Wenhai looked at each other and confirmed Zhang Xiaohua's identity. They had some impression of this name. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Tianshu hesitantly. Tianshu quickly nodded and motioned for him to go over. Zhang Xiaohua then walked in front of Peng. Peng looked at him gently and said, My name is Peng. I am the elder brother of your master and also the leader of the Misty School. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was overjoyed and said, So you are the famous leader of the Misty School. It seems that you, Zhang Xiaohua wanted to say something but stopped. Peng asked curiously, What about me? Zhang Xiaohua murmured, you look very young, and you are also very handsome. It's not like what I imagined. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar. This bootlicking was really effective. Oh Peng was also very happy and said, "What do you think I look like?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, 10 feet tall, thick eyebrows, big eyes, powerful without being angry, hands like palm leaf fans, and arms thicker than my legs. Oh Peng blushed and sweated. Wasn't this a giant stone cow? Then he asked, "Are you very disappointed?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "How could I be? It's very approachable and friendly. It's better than what I imagined." When everyone heard this, they all fell down. It was rare for Oh Peng to have a smile on his face in the meeting hall. Every time everyone saw his stern face, they would shudder in fear and be extremely careful. Today, it was only because Oh Yen was present that he was so approachable. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of it. When Oh Peng heard this, he smiled and said, "As the saying goes, time will reveal a person's heart. You may not be able to recognize me the first time you meet me. In the future, it will be the same in Jianghu. You can't be confused by other people's appearances. You have to observe more. The human heart is the most complicated thing in the world." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, his expression turned cold and he bowed and said, "Thank you for your teachings. I will remember it." Oh Peng nodded and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I called you here today because I have something to tell you. You risked your life to save my sister during this trip to the south and I will remember this favor. Initially, I thought that you had already lost your life and we were going to repay you with a generous pension. Now that you have returned safely and rejected the pension, as the sect leader of the ethereal sect, I will naturally distinguish between gratitude and grudges. A few days ago, Yen came to me and wanted me to help fulfill your wish and I agreed to it. Therefore, tell me your request today. As long as I can agree to it, I will definitely fulfill it." Hearing this, He Tianshu's heart was clear. He knew why Oh Yen brought him to the hall. He originally thought that he was only going to teach Zhang Xiaohua the internal strength cultivation method. Now, it seemed that Oh Yen wanted to give Zhang Xiaohua a big meat pie. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Oh Peng's words, she was overjoyed and asked in a trembling voice, "Leader Oh, really? Please collect it, thank you." Chapter 149. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was so happy that she was a bit silly, Oh Yen smiled and said, "Yes, Zhang Xiaohua, my big brother has always been a man of his word. As long as you say it, he will definitely agree." Zhang Xiaohua looked at Oh Yen, then looked at Oh Peng and asked, "Then, I'll say it." Oh Peng nodded and said, "Say it, I will definitely agree." Zhang Xiaohua asked without hesitation, "Then I'll have to ask Boss O to promise me one thing. Can you let my second brother, Zhang Xiaohua, enter the Misty School and become a disciple of the Misty School?" Ah. Oh Peng was very surprised. Oh Yen was also surprised. Wah. Everyone was also in an uproar. Bang! He Tianshu fell to the ground. Zhang Xiaohua saw Oh Peng's surprise and quickly explained, "My second brother's aptitude is very good. Although he's a bit old, he's really strong. He's now a bodyguard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. In the past, he practiced the Six Harmonies Fist and was stronger than the other escort agencies. Now that he's learned internal strength, he's definitely stronger. Gang leader Oh, please do me a favor and accept my second brother." Oh Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohua was acting shamelessly and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, "Have you never thought of entering the Misty School? You should think carefully. If I let your second brother become a disciple of the Misty School, you won't have this opportunity." Zhang Xiaohua still said without hesitation, "I've thought about it, but I think second brother is more suitable. Moreover, second brother is a bodyguard outside every day and his life is in danger at any time. It's not good if he doesn't have powerful martial arts. Therefore, although I really want to become a disciple of the Misty School, I'm still willing to give this opportunity to second brother." When Oh Peng heard this, his complexion changed a little. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he turned his head to look at Oh Yen. Oh Yan's face was also full of emotion and surprise. Wasn't this situation similar to what Oh Peng had said when he had become master's disciple? The only difference was that Oh Peng was replaced by the current Zhang Xiaohua and Oh Yen was replaced by the current Zhang Xiaohu. Oh Yen and Oh Peng looked at each other and exchanged glances. Oh Yen nodded. Oh Peng smiled and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Since I've already said it, as long as your request isn't outrageous, I'll agree to it." "Qingyu, I'll agree to your request." Beside him, Zhang Qingyue hurriedly said, "Your disciple is here." Oh Peng ordered, "Send someone to call Zhang Xiaohu over." Qingyue turned around and left. Zhang Xiaohua saw this and let out a long sigh. Sect leader Oh was indeed a man of his word. Oh Peng saw this and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, don't worry. I said that I'll accept your second brother as a disciple of the Misty School, so I'll definitely do it. In a moment, when your second brother comes, I'll find him a master." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and quickly saluted. "Many thanks for sect leader Oh's help." Oh Peng said apologetically, "I've already given this opportunity to your second brother, so I can't help you." Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "Thank you for your kindness, sect leader. I know that my aptitude is very poor. If I enter the Misty School, I'll just be a burden to you. I'm more suited to grow herbs." At this time, Oh Yen interrupted and said with a smile, "Zhang Xiaohua, since you gave this opportunity to your second brother, then I'll consider it as returning the favor of saving my life. However, do you still remember the promise I made to you before the moon?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her eyes lit up and she said in disbelief, "Really? Big sister Oh, that still counts?" In a hurry, she actually called Oh Yen, "Big sister Oh Yen," in the hall. It had to be said that Zhang Xiaohua was really overjoyed. Then, Oh Yen said to Oh Peng, "Big brother, do you still remember what I told you? I saw Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts very hard, so I promised to ask you to allow her to practice the internal strength cultivation method of the Misty School." You see, Oh Peng naturally knew about this matter. At that time, he didn't want to repay Zhang Xiaohua for saving his life, so he changed the promise to the Misty School. Now that Oh Yen mentioned it again, of course it was for the sake of the promise, but more importantly, it was to help Zhang Xiaohua. How could Oh Peng not know? He glanced at He Tianshu who was standing in the hall and rolled his eyes. He smiled and said, "Since Yen has this intention, then we might as well be a bit more generous." He turned his head and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Since we made this promise, how about this? Zhang Xiaohua, today I'll be generous again. You go to the library and pick an internal strength cultivation method. I'll let a disciple teach it to you. How about that?" A big meat pie was smashed right onto Zhang Xiaohua's head. Zhang Xiaohua was a bit dizzy from the hit. He stared blankly at Oh Peng and foolishly asked again, Is this real?" Oh Peng smiled and said, "It's real, how could it not be real?" Then he waved his hand and said to the eldest disciple Zhang Qingyue who had just returned, "Qingyue, bring Zhang Xiaohua to the library and let him pick an internal strength cultivation method." Zhang Qingyue accepted the order and brought Zhang Xiaohua who was still doubting that he was still in a dream out. The library was very close to the meeting hall and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the door. Since the library was called library, it was naturally a building. Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Qingyue to this 3-story high and heavily guarded building. He looked at the black plaque with golden words hanging in front of the building and his heart was filled with emotions. The wish that he had yearned for day and night was about to come true. Zhang Qingyue looked at the extremely excited Zhang Xiaohua and kindly said, "Zhang Xiaohua, this is the library. It is divided into 3 stories. The first story contains fist techniques, leg techniques, sword techniques, and internal strength cultivation methods that are popular in Jianghu. The second story contains things that are unique to our Misty School. The third story contains our Misty Schools and other top-secret martial arts manuals from Jianghu. Since the sect leader has allowed you to choose any internal strength cultivation method, he probably didn't limit you to the first or second story. You can go to the third story to take a look. However, I suggest that you choose from the second story. The martial arts on the third story can only be practiced by those with outstanding talent in Jianghu. I heard from Manor Head that your talent is limited. If you choose a top internal strength cultivation method, it will be difficult to learn and you will waste your time. Don't look at the cultivation methods on the third story either. The sect leader has instructed the disciples in the sect to teach you so that you can practice our Misty School's unique cultivation methods. This is also his love for you and I hope you don't disappoint him. Alright, I won't be going in. Once you're done choosing, just take out the ancient books. The ancient books here are all copied. You just need to take the ancient books and let the disciples at the entrance register them. Then, they will naturally replace the ancient books that you took. After he finished speaking, he stood at the door and motioned for Zhang Xiaohua to go in. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the library's door and then looked at Zhang Qingyue. She hesitantly said, "Then I'll go in." Zhang Qingyue looked at Zhang Xiaohua and smiled, saying, "Quickly go in. I'll wait for you here." Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and quickly ran in. Only Zhang Qingyue was left standing in front of the building with a smile. As soon as Zhang Xiaohua entered the library, she saw that behind the door was a small room. Inside, there was a rather old disciple sitting there with his head down. There was a table in front of him with a brush, ink, paper, inkstone, and other things on the table. He must be a registered disciple. Zhang Xiaohua slowed her footsteps. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she then quickly walked in. Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look and saw that the bookshelves were labeled with different labels such as fist arts, sword arts, nigong, etc. He walked to the bookshelves labeled with nigong and took a quick look. He could not help but gasp. There were thousands of books on the bookshelves, maybe even tens of thousands. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He had gone through so much trouble to find these nigong manuals outside, but in the ethereal sect's library, these nigong manuals that were rarely seen outside were placed there like cabbages for people to choose from. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but want to take a look, but he immediately thought of Zhang Qingyue's words. These nigong manuals were just ordinary goods in the Jianghu. It was not easy for him to enter a treasure mountain, so how could he return empty-handed and pick up a piece of trash? Zhang Xiaohua could not help but want to take a look, but then he remembered Zhang Qingyue's words. These nigong manuals were just ordinary goods in the Jianghu. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua recomposed herself and looked around. She saw a wooden staircase beside a wall in the distance that led to the upper floor. Zhang Xiaohua looked straight ahead and walked through the dazzling collection of nigong books. She walked straight to the front of the stairs and walked up. When she reached the second floor, Zhang Xiaohua found that the hall was obviously much smaller than the first floor. The bookshelves were also much lower. However, the quality of the bookshelves was obviously much higher than the first floor. The nigong books were also placed in a different way. They were all carefully placed flat. There was not a trace of dust on the bookshelves and nigong books. It was obvious that they were often cleaned. There were still labels on the bookshelves. Zhang Xiaohua strolled and searched. Finally, she found the bookshelf with nigong skills in the innermost part. This bookshelf was as tall as a person. It was divided into 3 floors, but it was very long. Looking carefully, there were thousands of nigong skills used by the Misty School. In the face of such a treasure, Zhang Xiaohua also had a headache. Which one should she take? Zhang Xiaohua started reading the books carefully from one end of the bookshelf. He looked at the names one by one. Of course, he had never seen what an inner force cultivation method looked like. Naturally, he could only look at the names. In fact, this person was also right. If there was only one nigong skill in front of Zhang Xiaohua, he certainly would not be picky. It did not matter if it was the nigong skill of the Misty School or the nigong skill of other gangs in Jianghu. As long as he could learn it, it was fine. Now that he had the opportunity to choose, he was naturally dazzled. Which one should he choose? He kept asking himself. Right now, he had lost his usual calmness. Luckily, his brain was enlightened by the Shuo Wenjie Zi. After looking at thousands of Nigong skills, he only felt a little dizzy. Zhang Xiaohua, who could not make up his mind, was about to turn back and look again when he suddenly thought, what kind of mistake am I making? Any Nigong skill in Jianghu would be snatched by people who would break their heads to get it. Why am I being so picky? I'll just take any one. Immediately, he laughed self-deprecatingly and was about to pick up the book closest to him. But just as his hand touched the book, he saw the stairs to the 3rd floor from the corner of his eye. He could not help but have a thought. If the 2nd floor already contained the Nigong skills of the Misty School, then what would the top Nigong skills books in Jianghu be like on the 3rd floor? Curiosity killed the cat. With this thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer control his footsteps and involuntarily followed the stairs to the 3rd floor. Needless to say, the 3rd floor was even smaller, and there were fewer bookshelves. Each bookshelf only had one layer, and there were different types of books on it. Some of them were made of ordinary paper, while others were made of fur. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but stare at them. There were not many books on the 3rd floor, so Zhang Xiaohua did not pay attention to the labels on the bookshelves. He looked at the names of the books one by one. The names of these martial arts, some were mysterious, some were ordinary. If they were placed in Jianghu, they would definitely cause a huge uproar. Unfortunately, the person watching was Zhang Xiaohua, so he could only play the lute to a cow. Zhang Xiaohua had his fill of looking at the books on the 3rd floor, but he also knew that none of these martial arts were suitable for him. Of course, he still remembered Zhang Xiaohua's words clearly. He was only looking at them to increase his experience. Greed was insatiable, like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Zhang Xiaohua remembered this illusion by heart. After he had his fill, he walked along the bookshelves. Suddenly, his eyes landed on the square table beside the bookshelves. There was a very ordinary small square box sitting quietly on the table. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What was this? He looked around and did not see any other similar boxes. Was it the Nigong skills inside? Or was it a sword manual? Zhang Xiaohua picked it up naturally. At this moment, in Pingyang City, Lotus Flower Escort Agency. When the crowd heard that a Misty School disciple had come to the escort agency to look for Zhang Xiaohu, they were all shocked. They all looked at Zhang Xiaohu, who was standing there in a daze. When the Misty School disciple in martial attire walked in front of Zhang Xiaohu, as if he had just woken up from a dream, he hurriedly bowed and said, I am Zhang Xiaohu. May I know why you are here? The Misty School disciple was cultured and refined. He smiled and said, I don't know the details. I am only here on eldest senior brother's orders to invite you over. I heard that our sect leader O is looking for you personally. When the confused Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. He did not know who this eldest senior brother was, but how could he not know who sect leader O was? This was a character that he could not even dream of. Why would he suddenly look for him? Seeing that the dumbstruck Zhang Xiaohu was still hesitating, Qiu Tong, who was standing in front, became anxious. She walked forward and said, Zhang Xiaohu, no matter what the matter is, since sect leader O is looking for you, you had better hurry over. Won't you know everything once you get there? The Misty School disciple seemed to know Qiu Tong. He smiled and said, Sister Qiu Tong is right. Zhang Xiaohu, you had better hurry over with me. If you make sect leader wait anxiously, you and I will not be able to bear the consequences. As if he had just woken up from a dream, Zhang Xiaohu nodded his head like a chick pecking at rice. He followed the disciple and quickly walked out of the small courtyard. He swung the stirrups and mounted his horse, galloping away. When the two were far away, the crowd finally regained their senses. Fourth Master Wen smiled apologetically and said to Qiu Tong, Miss Qiu Tong, we have known each other for many years. This Lotus Flower Escort Agency and Huanxi Manor are one entity. What you did really put me in a difficult position. Qiu Tong smiled and said, Fourth Master need not feel guilty. Our Huanxi Manor has always dealt with matters and not people. Our young miss is indeed angry. I definitely cannot take back these 10 taels of silver. You can just watch and see. Our friendship is still the same. You don't need to think too much. After she finished speaking, she took her leave without saying another word. Fourth Master Wen looked at Xiao Tong's departing figure and was unable to chase after her. He could only stomp his feet and throw the 10 taels of silver to escort leader Luo. He scolded angrily, "This is all your fault." Escort leader Luo, whose face had long turned pale from the torment of what he had seen and heard today, still agilely caught the silver. He said innocently, "Fourth Master, I was just trying to increase income and reduce expenditure. Who knew that I would run into such a hard nail?" Fourth Master Wen was so angry that his face turned green. He pointed at escort leader Luo and said, "Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Isn't it because Zhang Xiaohu is your assistant and does a better job than you? He is only an escort now. If he becomes an escort leader in the future, he will definitely threaten your position and development." Escort leader Luo blushed and said, "Fourth Master, isn't this a sign of my competitive spirit? It is also the result of your nurturing." Bah! Fourth Master Wen spat a mouthful of phlegm on the ground and said, "You still have the nerve to say that. All right, when Zhang Xiaohu returns, you'd better quickly apologize to him. If he can forgive you, then everything will be fine. If not, then do as you see fit." After he finished speaking, he no longer paid any attention to him and turned to return to his room. The remaining people watched the show end and also waved their sleeves and returned to their rooms. Only the main character, escort leader Luo, was left standing there with a red and blue face. No one knew what he was thinking. For the time being, Zhang Xiaohu followed the Misty Mountain Villa's disciples and rushed all the way to the Misty Mountain Villa's conference hall. Zhang Xiaohua in the library picked up the inconspicuous little box and wanted to open it. The box didn't open as he expected. Instead, it didn't move at all in his hand. Zhang Xiaohua increased his strength, but still couldn't open it. Thus, he changed his angle and used all his strength, but the box still lay quietly in his hand without any signs of opening. Zhang Xiaohua looked left and right and became angrier. He shouted in his heart, "I just want to see what is inside. I just want to see the name. Why is it so difficult?" Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he took out his beloved little sword and used the tip of the sword to pry at the center of the box. However, the box didn't seem to have any gaps. The tip of the sword actually slid on the box. No matter how hard Zhang Xiaohua tried to pry, it didn't have any effect. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much patience to begin with. He swung his left arm and used all his strength to stab at the little box. This was also the reason why Zhang Xiaohua was diligent in practicing his sword moves. This simple movement unconsciously displayed one of the variations. The angle and speed were all shockingly consistent. Thus, a warm current instantly appeared from somewhere in his left arm and traveled up his left arm. When the little sword stabbed into the little box, the warm current also reached the little sword at the same time. A pop sound was heard. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. "This is bad. Why did I pierce this little box in a hurry? What should I do? I've caused a disaster." Chapter 150. He heard a soft pop sound, as if a needle had popped a bubble. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly woke up, sweating profusely. What happened to him? He lost his patience so easily and broke the small box. How was he going to explain to the Misty School? After he took a closer look at the box, he was finally able to relax. Zhang Xiaohua had not left a huge hole in the box. Instead, there was a gap in the middle of the box. The originally sealed box had turned into a small box with a lid. However, the texture was still normal, and he couldn't see anything special about it. Zhang Xiaohua put the small sword back into his pocket and calmed himself down. Then, he gently opened the lid. The lid opened easily without any trouble. When Zhang Xiaohua took a closer look, there was a small booklet in the box. He reached out and took the booklet out. On the sky blue cover, there were 4 big words, Carefree Heart Sutra. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned. This name was so familiar. After thinking for a bit, wasn't it the name of the inner strength mantra that he had seen in a corner of a book on the second floor? Why was there another one here? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel angry. Curiosity killed the cat. Why did you put a book on the third floor when there were already books on the second floor? Even if you put it there, you didn't have to put it in such a strange box. It aroused his curiosity, and he almost poked a big hole in the small box. Zhang Xiaohua suppressed his curiosity and threw the booklet back into the box. Just as he was about to close the lid, Zhang Xiaohua heard a voice coming from behind him. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Could it be that this small box was placed here for some special purpose? Since he had seen this Carefree Heart Sutra twice, and it was on the second and third floor, could it be that it was fated to be with him? Anyway, there were as many inner strength mantras downstairs. He didn't know which one to take, so he just used this to make up the numbers. Although Zhang Qingyue said that he would only allow him to use the cultivation method on the second floor, this cultivation method was also available on the second floor. He did not seem to have any intention of going against Zhang Qingyue's will. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Her left hand involuntarily reached for the Carefree Heart Sutra. She put it in her bosom and closed the box. Then she looked around and was about to go downstairs when she changed her mind. The third floor of the book collection pavilion was not a place where anyone could come. It was a pity that she did not know how to practice the mental cultivation method of internal strength. Otherwise, she could memorize a few secret manuals and go back. But even so, she had to satisfy her craving. Even if she could not understand the contents, she could at least read the names of the secret manuals again. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did what she thought. She walked around the bookshelf again and read the names of the secret manuals one by one. Finally, she reluctantly walked down the stairs to the third floor. Poor Zhang Xiaohua felt a sense of loss, as if she had entered a mountain of treasures but returned empty-handed. There were so many secret manuals there, but she could not practice them. The only thing she could do was to memorize their names. How sad, how lamentable. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was belittling herself and sighing, the small box on the square table next to the bookshelf on the third floor suddenly flashed with a colorful light. A colorless cover appeared from the corner of the box and slowly spread to every part of the box. Finally, it disappeared at the bottom of the box. Following that, the lid of the box also disappeared, and it returned to being an ordinary, small box with no gaps. If Zhang Xiaohua was beside him, her jaw would definitely drop to the ground and she would be unable to close her mouth. Unfortunately, this fellow was doing the shady business of waving his hand and not taking away a single piece of paper on the second floor stairs. Carrying a dissatisfied mood, Zhang Xiaohua went down to the first floor. At this time, she no longer had the determination she had when she first came in. When she left the bookshelf, she looked back with some reluctance and secretly said, "How good would it be if I could read these books often? People's hearts can never be satisfied. There is no best, only better." When Zhang Xiaohua's feet moved to the entrance of the library, the old disciple who was looking down immediately opened his eyes. A glint flashed across his eyes as he stared sternly at Zhang Xiaohua and asked, "You have already chosen?" Zhang Xiaohua felt her hair stand on end from being stared at. She secretly said, "Not good, could it be that he knows about me breaking open the box on the third floor?" Looking at that person's dead face, Zhang Xiaohua said uneasily, "Yes, I've chosen." That person still said coldly, "Take it out and let me register it." Zhang Xiaohua's heart relaxed. She reached out and took out the small booklet. At this time, that person asked again, "What secret book are you taking out?" Zhang Xiaohua casually said, "Carefree Heart Sutra." Carefree Heart Sutra. That person cried out in surprise. His face actually had a strange expression of disbelief. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" That person immediately returned to his dead face and said, "Nothing, let me take a look." Zhang Xiaohua had already taken out the small booklet and handed it to that person. That person looked at the cover. On it was written, Carefree Heart Sutra. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly retracted his hand and waved his hand. He said, "All right, you're really lucky. You can go." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua happily said, "Is it really good luck?" "Huh, my luck has always been good." That person curled his lips and didn't say anything else. Zhang Xiaohua saw that that person's expression was still as calm as water. She could only retract her hand and put the small booklet back into her bosom. After bowing to him, she then left the library. That person waited for Zhang Xiaohua to leave before picking up a pen and writing on the paper in front of him. After that, he still sat down with his eyes down and his nose down. He secretly thought, sigh, this qi deviation is really annoying. If the meridians are blocked, then so be it. Why did it have to be blocked on the face? Even if I want to smile, it's difficult. I don't know when it will be better. Zhang Qingyue was still waiting at the door. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come out, he smiled and said, "You've finally chosen?" Hearing the word, finally, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said apologetically, "Zhang. That big brother, I'm really sorry for making you wait. To tell you the truth, I thought I'd just go up there and pick one book. I didn't expect there to be so many secret manuals. I was dazzled by the selection and that's why I was delayed." Although Zhang Qingyue was already impatient, hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, he smiled knowingly and said, "Haha, that's understandable. Anyone would be dazzled when they go in." "That's right, what secret manual did you pick?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "The Carefree Heart Sutra. Do you want to take a look?" After saying this, she was about to take it out from her bosom. Hearing these 4 words, Zhang Qingyue was also stunned. The situation in front of him was very strange. He repeatedly waved his hand and said, "No need, no need. Let's hurry up and go. I'm sure the gang leader is waiting anxiously." Hearing Zhang Qingyue say this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart also trembled. Gang leader O was still sitting in the main hall. It was really inappropriate for her to be doing something like breaking open a box in the library pavilion. Her footsteps immediately quickened. When Zhang Xiaohua followed Zhang Qingyue back to the main hall, she discovered that they were discussing other matters. Oh Peng's expression was also normal. From time to time, he would laugh and talk with Oh Yen. How could he be waiting for her and be in an awkward silence? Moreover, what kind of person was gang leader Oh? He usually didn't show his happiness on his face. If he showed an impatient expression, that would be abnormal. When Oh Peng saw Zhang Qingyue and Zhang Xiaohua return, he smiled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, what kind of internal cultivation method did you pick? Tell me about it. I'll have a disciple who cultivates this internal cultivation method give you some pointers." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was overjoyed. Just as she was about to go up and answer, another disciple walked in and reported that Zhang Xiaohu had arrived and was waiting at the door of the main hall. When Oh Peng heard this, he nodded and said, "Let him come in." When Zhang Xiaohua heard that her second brother had arrived, she didn't say anything else. She quietly stood to the side and turned her head to look at the door, waiting for a familiar face to appear. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohu, who was wearing the uniform of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency's guards, quickly walked into the main hall. When Zhang Xiaohu walked into the main hall, he glanced around. Ignoring the others for the time being, the first thing he saw was Zhang Xiaohua standing in front of the hall. He suddenly realized that gang leader O must have called him over because of his younger brother. Although this was the first time that Zhang Xiaohu had come to the main hall, he had after all been a leader of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency for nearly a year and knew some of the rules. When he saw Oh Peng sitting on the only chair in the hall, he already knew. He didn't pay attention to Zhang Xiaohua and instead hurriedly walked forward and saluted Oh Peng, "Greetings to gang leader O. This one is Zhang Xiaohu, a guard of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." When Oh Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohu was in high spirits and that he understood the rules, he was also happy. He smiled and said, "No need to be so polite. Zhang Xiaohu, I heard that you're doing quite well in the Lotus Flower Escort Agency." Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly said modestly, it's nothing much. I'm just following the escort leader's instructions and doing some things that are part of my job. I wouldn't dare take credit for it. Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohu's reply was cautious and didn't find it strange. He asked, I presume that you still don't know why I called you here. Zhang Xiaohu respectfully replied, yes, please enlighten me, gang leader O. Peng pointed to O Yan who was sitting below him and said, this is my younger sister and also the owner of Huanxi Mountain Villa. Zhang Xiaohu hurriedly saluted O Yan and said, greetings to Manor Lord O. O Yan smiled and returned the salute. Peng continued, your younger brother Zhang Xiaohua risked his own life to save my younger sister. You can say that we owe your brother a favor. Just now, I agreed to Zhang Xiaohua's request and prepared to accept you as a disciple of the Misty School. I don't know if you're willing. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, the expression on his face was very shocked. On his way here, he had thought of many possibilities, but he had never thought that Peng would let him join the Misty School. This was something that he had never dreamed of even in his wildest dreams. However, he immediately shook his head and said, gang leader to be honest, I really hope to join the Misty School. This is something that I would never dream of, but this credit belongs to my younger brother. This opportunity should be given to him. Although his aptitude isn't good, he still knows how to work hard and put his heart into it. In terms of martial arts, he may have a bright future. And now that I'm in the Lotus Escort Agency, I can also learn martial arts and internal strength in the Martial Arts Center. I'm much stronger than Xiaohua. At the very least, Xiaohua still hasn't seen an internal strength cultivation method yet. Zhang Xiaohua was anxious when he heard this from behind. He walked forward and said, second brother, don't decline. It wasn't easy for me to get gang leader O to agree. You can't waste this opportunity. Zhang Xiaohu turned around and glared at him, saying, who told you not to tell me first? You risked your life for this opportunity, so how can second brother accept it? Your injuries haven't healed yet, but there may be a day when they'll be healed in the Misty School. Moreover, staying in the Misty School will allow you to practice the internal strength that you've been yearning for day and night. Second brother has his own plans for this matter. Zhang Xiaohua said, but the business of an escort agency is very dangerous. With the martial arts of your martial arts center, it may not be able to guarantee your safety. If something were to happen to you, how am I going to explain it to my parents back home? Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, Xiaohua, I should be the one to say this to you. Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, I was afraid that you would say it, so I said it first. I don't even come out of the Huanxi Mountain Villa, so what big matter could happen? It's better for you to join the Misty School. Peng saw that the two of them were arguing, so he looked at Yan and said to Zhang Xiaohu with a smile, Zhang Xiaohu, you don't have to say anything to Zhang Xiaohua. I promised Zhang Xiaohua this matter, so what you say doesn't count. Moreover, I've already given Zhang Xiaohua other compensation, so you don't have to say anything more. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Peng had spoken, so he didn't dare to say anything more. He glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and also didn't say anything. Peng saw that Zhang Xiaohu didn't have any objections, so he pointed at He Tianshu. Just as he was about to instruct him, he suddenly remembered that He Tianshu was the master that he had appointed for Zhang Xiaohua. Both of them were in the Huanxi Mountain Villa, so it was very suitable for them to plant herbs together. However, it would be inappropriate for Zhang Xiaohu to acknowledge him as his master. However, since he had already agreed to let Zhang Xiaohu enter the Misty School, the rest was a small matter that he didn't need to worry about. Thus, he waved his hand and was about to call out to Zhang Xiaohu when someone beside him said, Master, I'm willing to accept Zhang Xiaohu as my disciple. Peng was stunned. When he looked closely, it was Wenhai who stepped out from the crowd. Peng felt strange and asked, Hi, why did you suddenly want to accept Zhang Xiaohu as your disciple? Wenhai respectfully replied, last year, disciple and junior sister Shui went out to do some errands and happened to meet Zhang Xiaohu and Zhang Xiaohua's family. They were righteous and saved people. Now that I think about it, I have a lot of fate with him. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohu is loyal and righteous, so I want to accept him as my disciple. Peng suddenly understood. The matter of Wen Wenhai and Xue Qing saving people had been reported to him. Xue Qing had even left his token with them. Thinking about how Zhang Xiaohu and Xue Qing were able to save people before they learned martial arts, Peng couldn't help but look at Zhang Xiaohu in a new light. In his heart, he had already acquiesced. However, he was still worried and asked, hi, you haven't accepted a disciple yet. This Zhang Xiaohu is already very old and can't be compared to the children that we usually select in our sect. You have to be fully prepared. Wen Wenhai smiled and said, Master, Zhang Xiaohu is a disciple. It doesn't matter who accepts him. If you force him to be someone else, he might not be happy. Zhang Xiaohu may not be able to learn anything under that person's tutelage. Perhaps there will be a barrier between them, which will delay their future. Disciple and Zhang Xiaohu are old acquaintances, so it can be considered fate. Even if his future in martial arts is bleak, at worst, I will treat him as a brother. Peng scolded, what nonsense are you talking about? A disciple is a disciple. How can he be a brother? Wen Wenhai said happily, disciple knows his mistake. Does this mean that master has agreed? Peng smiled and said, you accept a disciple yourself. It's a matter of mutual consent. Why should I interfere? Besides, Zhang Xiaohu may not be willing. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he was immediately enlightened. He knelt down in front of Wen Wenhai and said, disciple Zhang Xiaohu greets master. This bow was very unusual. It was obvious that if it was an ordinary disciple, He Tianshu would have accepted Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohu was just an ordinary disciple who did not stand out. But who was Wen Wenhai? Ethereal sect Master O's personal disciple. Even though his martial arts were not high, his status was still there. Zhang Xiaohu had become his disciple, and his status had risen to the sky. He could also be considered Peng's direct disciple. Perhaps he would not be treated well in the future, but at least he would not be bullied by others. Even He Tianshu, who was at the back, was filled with admiration. Why is Zhang Xiaohu so lucky? Why didn't I encounter such a good thing when I entered the school? I really hope that I'm the one who is kowtowing now. When Wen Wenhai saw Zhang Xiaohu kneel down, he didn't immediately help him up. Instead, he firmly accepted Zhang Xiaohu's 3 kowtows before allowing him to stand up. The people around also came over to congratulate Wen Wenhai for accepting a disciple. Peng smiled and said, all right, this is the meeting hall. Everyone, please calm down. We'll make up for the apprenticeship ceremony later and officially let Zhang Xiaohu enter our Misty School. When everyone heard this, they said, that's how it should be. Then they returned to their seats. When everyone was seated, Peng looked at Zhang Xiaohua again and asked gently, Zhang Xiaohua, I don't think I know what internal strength cultivation method you took. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and took out the sky blue booklet from her chest. She said, I picked the Carefree Heart Sutra. Do you want to take a look? When he heard this, Peng made a sound of surprise. A strange expression appeared on his face. Not only that, but most of the people in the meeting hall also shut their mouths and stopped talking. They all had strange expressions on their faces. Peng looked at Zhang Xiaohua's outstretched hand and waved it. He said, no need. There are so many internal strength cultivation methods in the Sutra Depository. I have to say that you're lucky to be able to pick this one. Sai, you choosing this internal strength cultivation method makes things difficult for me. None of the Misty School's disciples have practiced this Carefree Heart Sutra. Even if I wanted to find someone to give you some pointers, it would be very difficult. However, if you practice this internal strength cultivation method alone without someone to guide you, it would be very easy for you to go astray. Oh, right, I forgot that you might not be able to practice this Carefree Heart Sutra in the future. Chapter 151. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She had already chosen the Carefree Heart Sutra, so why didn't she cultivate it? Could it be that he was afraid of her cultivation going berserk? Just as she was about to ask, she heard Peng continue, "You choosing this internal strength cultivation method is making things difficult for me. AI, forget it." After he finished speaking, he beckoned Zhang Qingyue over and lowered his head to give him a few instructions. Zhang Qingyue's face was filled with astonishment as he listened. He couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xiaohua several times. After Peng finished giving his instructions, Zhang Qingyue hurriedly left. Peng continued, "Zhang Xiaohua, your second brother entered the Misty School and became a disciple. You also obtained the internal strength cultivation method. Our Misty School has always been clear about gratitude and grudges. Your kindness can be considered to have ended. Are you satisfied?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully saluted. "Sect Leader O's words are incorrect. We brothers have received such great kindness from you and are very grateful. Many thanks to Sect Leader O for granting us our wish." Peng turned to look at Yen and said with a smile, "Yen, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Yen chuckled and said, "Many thanks for big brother's good intentions. Little sister is very satisfied." Peng laughed and said, all right. We're family." Yen stood up and said, "Big brother, I've wasted so much of your time. I won't disturb your discussion of the sect's affairs any longer. Little sister will take her leave now." Peng said, "All right. Quickly go back and rest. In the future, take care of your body." Yen said, "I know, big brother." After she finished speaking, Yen called Zhang Xiaohua and He Tianshu, who had been watching the show for half a day, and together they left the meeting hall. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother, who had deeply buried his joy and was looking at her with gratitude. She smiled and nodded. She patted her chest, indicating that she hadn't come out empty-handed. Only then did she follow behind He Tianshu, who seemed to have lost his soul, out of the meeting hall. The three of them had just passed through several courtyards and were about to enter the garden when they heard someone call out from behind, "Manor Lord O, please wait." Yen and the others stopped when they heard the voice. When they turned around, they saw someone chasing after them from afar. When they got a closer look, they saw that it was Peng's eldest disciple, Zhang Qingyue. As they approached, Yen asked, "Qingyu, is there anything else your master needs?" Zhang Qingyue bowed and said, "Manor Lord, please wait for a moment. Master has something to give to Zhang Xiaohua." Hearing this, Yen and the others were puzzled. Zhang Qingyue saw that they didn't understand and didn't explain. He smiled and took out a few thin sheets of paper from his chest and solemnly handed them to Zhang Xiaohua. He said seriously, "Zhang Xiaohua, this is the first 3 levels of the ethereal steps cultivation technique that I obtained from the library under my master's orders. I'm giving it to you now. The first 3 levels of the ethereal steps cultivation technique doesn't have a high requirement for internal energy. I reckon that you will be able to cultivate it. However, you must remember that the ethereal steps cultivation technique, as well as the Carefree Heart Sutra, can only be cultivated by you. Without the consent of the Misty School, you cannot pass it on to anyone else. You also cannot lose this cultivation technique. Otherwise, my Misty School will punish you according to the severity of the case, or even abolish your martial arts." Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "What kind of cultivation technique is this ethereal steps? Why are the requirements so high? I don't know any internal energy and have never learned any footwork techniques. How should I cultivate it?" When Zhang Qingyue heard this, he continued to smile and said, "Master has said that if you have any problems cultivating this ethereal steps, you can ask He Tianshu of the pharmacy hall." Then, he turned to He Tianshu and said, "He Tianshu, you heard what I said to Zhang Xiaohua just now, right?" He Tianshu nodded his head reflexively. This guy was still jealous of Zhang Xiaohu's luck and naturally didn't hear it clearly. However, he still said, "I heard." Zhang Qingyue continued, "What I said just now also applies to you. Do you understand?" He Tianshu was still at a loss and said, "All right, I understand." Before he finished speaking, He Tianshu suddenly came to a realization and was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed to Zhang Qingyue and said, "He Tianshu of the pharmacy hall understands. May senior apprentice brother Zhang convey this disciple's gratitude to the grand sect master for his grace." Zhang Qingyue nodded and said, "I will definitely convey your gratitude. This is what you deserve." "All right, Manor Lord, this disciple will take his leave." After he finished speaking, he bowed to Yen and left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the side, saw He Tianshu's grateful appearance and couldn't understand. She tugged on his sleeve and pulled him back from looking at Zhang Qingyue's departing figure. The gratitude in his eyes didn't diminish and she asked in confusion, "Team leader he has already gone far. Don't be so grateful. He can't see it." He Tianshu turned back. His heart was still surging and his eyes were wet. He said to Yen, "Manor Lord, I didn't protect you well last time and caused you to be injured. I thought that I was already being lenient by not being punished. But now, I have been bestowed with such an opportunity. This is something that I would never have dreamed of." Yen smiled and comforted him. "Your sect master has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Your contribution in the ambush last time wasn't small. If it weren't for you, the situation would have been very different. Perhaps your sect master hasn't thought of how to reward you. Now that you have an opportunity, you can cultivate with Zhang Xiaohua." He Tianshu repeatedly said modestly, not daring to claim credit. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She poked her head out and asked, "Team leader what's so good about this footwork? Is it very powerful? How is it compared to the Carefree Heart Sutra?" When He Tianshu heard this, he smacked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said sternly, "One of the 3 divine techniques of the Misty School. Do you think it's powerful or not? I don't know how good your Carefree Heart Sutra is, but looking at the expressions and reactions of the people in the meeting hall, I reckon it's just a trash technique." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was instantly discouraged. She said dejectedly, "But this is also a mental cultivation technique from the 2nd floor. It's better than those ordinary ones from the 1st floor." Of course, there was one more thing that he didn't dare to say. Moreover, this book was taken from the 3rd floor. He Tianshu said, "If it was a good mental cultivation technique, would our sect master still need to ask eldest senior brother to give you this ethereal steps?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood what Peng was talking about. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, "Then I can only cultivate this trash technique." However, she immediately mocked herself. It's still better than the ordinary mental cultivation techniques in the pugilistic world. When Yen heard this, she comforted her, "Don't think too much. I'll ask big sister Qin and the others later." Subsequently, the 3 of them passed through the small door and returned to Huanxi Manor. After hearing 4th Master Wen's words, escort leader Luo of the Lotus Escort Agency was very upset. His expression was gloomy and uncertain. However, he had no choice but to go to Zhang Xiaohu's small courtyard and wait at the door of his house. As he paced back and forth, he regretted it. He didn't regret speaking ill of others behind their backs. Instead, he regretted that he didn't expect Huanxi Manor to stand up for Zhang Xiaohua. In his opinion, Zhang Xiaohu and his brother were just country bumpkins who had come to Pingyang City less than a year ago. Zhang Xiaohu was lucky enough to exchange Zhang Xiaohua's injury for an opportunity to cultivate internal strength in the martial arts school. He also received some private promises from 4th Master Wen. On the other hand, despite Zhang Xiaohua's injury, he didn't see any loss to Yudai. Huanxi Manor also didn't stand up for Zhang Xiaohua. Therefore, escort leader Luo thought that Zhang Xiaohua was just a pushover. In principle, it was reasonable for him to ask Zhang Xiaohua to pay for the meal. If Zhang Xiaohu paid for it, it would naturally make them feel uncomfortable. If he didn't pay, of course, he could make irresponsible remarks in front of 4th Master Wen. Even if 4th Master Wen wanted to protect Zhang Xiaohu, he couldn't do anything about it. Things developed according to his own track. 4th Master Wen had no choice but to call Zhang Xiaohu to confront him and urge him to pay the meal. However, there was a fly in the ointment. Zhang Xiaohu actually paid the meal first, which made 4th Master Wen seem like a petty person. However, these flaws couldn't obscure the beauty of Jade. It was just that the final outcome was out of his control. Huanxi Manor actually stood up for Zhang Xiaohua for such a small matter. Even the manor lord of Huanxi Manor was angry for less than a tael of silver. Although escort leader Luo didn't know the specific reason, he still felt that there were some risks involved in backstabbing people. It was better for him to do less in the future. As for obtaining Zhang Xiaohu's forgiveness, he was still very confident. He was an old man of the Lotus Escort Agency, and an escort leader at that. Zhang Xiaohu was just an escort. If he wanted to continue working in the Lotus Escort Agency, he would definitely accept escort leader Luo's apology. Unfortunately, escort leader Luo paced back and forth in the small courtyard countless times. The sun was already high up in the sky, but there was still no sign of Zhang Xiaohu. Escort leader Luo lost his patience and told the escort who was peeking at him to ask Zhang Xiaohu to come to his place when he returned. He then walked away with his hands behind his back, muttering as he walked, "Isn't he just an escort?" However, even though it was already dusk, Zhang Xiaohu still didn't come to look for escort leader Luo. Escort leader Luo was a little angry. This Zhang Xiaohu was really putting on airs. Did he really want him, the escort leader, to apologize to him? Just as he was thinking, he saw an escort run over in a panic. He entered the door and shouted, "Escort leader, it's bad, it's bad." Escort leader Luo saw this and scolded, "What's bad? Why are you so flustered? Is the sky falling down?" The escort smiled and said, "It's not that serious. Escort leader, it's just that Zhang Xiaohu has returned." Escort leader Luo's frown deepened. He said, "Didn't you tell him that I asked him to come over?" The escort said, "I told him that. That's why I said something bad happened." "Then why?" Escort leader Luo asked curiously. The executioner replied, "Just now, I saw Zhang Xiaohu return to the small courtyard. I quickly told him that you had been waiting for him all morning, but he didn't appear. When you left in the afternoon, you instructed him to quickly come to your residence to look for you when he returned." Escort leader Luo spat and scolded, "Why can't you speak properly? Why did you say that I waited for him all morning? Just tell him to come find me. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" The escort continued, "Yes, this lowly one deserves to die. I don't know how to speak well." However, Zhang Xiaohu ignored him and entered the room with a smile. This lowly one found it strange. I walked to the door and saw Zhang Xiaohu packing his things. I asked him what he was doing. "What do you think he said?" Escort leader Luo said, "How would I know why he's packing? It can't be that he's quitting the escort agency, right?" The escort called out in surprise, "You're so smart, escort leader. No wonder you're the escort leader." That's what he said. "That's why I hurried over to report it to you." "What? He quit?" Escort leader Luo cried out in surprise and stood up from his chair. He pushed the escort away and rushed out of the door. The escort leader watched escort leader Luo's figure disappear quickly and said self-deprecatingly, "This escort leader's lightness technique is quite impressive. However, the sky hasn't fallen yet. There's no need for him to quit so quickly." By the time escort leader Luo arrived at Zhang Xiaohu's room, Zhang Xiaohu had already finished packing. Escort leader Luo entered the room and immediately asked, "Zhang Xiaohu, I heard that you don't want to work at the escort agency anymore?" Zhang Xiaohu saw that it was escort leader Luo and smiled, "Yes, escort leader. I've already completed the transaction with 4th Master Wen at the accounts office. I came back to pack up and prepare to leave." Escort leader Luo frowned, "You've completed the transaction with the accounts office? Don't leave any loose ends." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Don't worry, escort leader. I've already completed the transaction a few days ago. I've only collected my monthly salary today. We're even now." Escort leader Luo said, "Actually, I'm just stating facts about your younger brother's matter. You know that I've always been considerate of the escort agency, not just you." Zhang Xiaohu interrupted escort Luo and said, "I know what you're thinking, escort Luo. This matter is already in the past, so let him go. Escort leader Luo said happily, "So, Zhang Xiaohu, you've forgiven me?" As he spoke, he took out the 10 taels of silver and handed it to Zhang Xiaohu, saying, "Then take this back." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and looked at escort leader Luo. He pushed his hand back and said, "Escort leader Luo is wholeheartedly devoted to the public, so this one must fulfill your wish and act according to the rules. This one will naturally listen to escort leader Luo. As for whether or not you've forgiven me, I'm sure escort leader Luo is overthinking things. How can this one complain about the rules? I've already paid my younger brother's food expenses to the accounts office. Now that I've completed the transaction, there's no reason for me to take it back. These 10 taels of silver were given by Huanxi Manor. What does it have to do with me? If escort leader Luo wants to take it back, you should look for Huanxi Manor. It's not right for you to look for me." Escort leader Luo didn't seem to hear him and kept pushing back. In the end, Zhang Xiaohu had no choice but to put the silver on the table, saying, "Escort leader Luo, why do you have to make things difficult for this one? Just leave the silver here." Escort leader Luo said helplessly, "Fourth Master Wen said earlier that I must obtain your understanding no matter what." Zhang Xiaohu smiled, "Didn't I say just now? This one has no complaints about the rules that are beneficial to the escort agency. There's no need to talk about understanding. Moreover, Fourth Master Wen didn't mention this when I bid farewell to him. There's no need for escort leader Luo to take it to heart." Escort leader Luo's heart leaped when he heard this. He said with a smile, "In that case, I'll take it as your understanding. Actually, Zhang Xiaohu, you're doing well in the escort agency. Why did you suddenly resign?" "I was thinking of waiting for you to work well for a few more years before suggesting to Fourth Master Wen to let you become an escort. We'll work well together in the future and let you continue to be my assistant. I'll train you well. With your departure, the escort agency will lose a good person. What a pity." Zhang Xiaohu smiled and cupped his hands. "Thank you for your kind intentions, escort leader Luo. It's a pity that this one doesn't have the fortune to enjoy it." Escort leader Luo patted Zhang Xiaohu's shoulder. "It's all right, Zhang Xiaohu. You'll always be my best assistant. I'll always keep the door open for you. If you're not doing well outside, you can come to me anytime. I'll definitely put in a good word for you to the head escort." Zhang Xiaohu cupped his hands again. "All right, I'll remember your words, escort leader Luo. This one will take his leave now. If there comes a day when this one doesn't do well in the Misty School, I'll definitely come back to look for you. I hope escort leader Luo can give this one some food to eat when the time comes." After that, he picked up his bag and went out without looking back. Escort leader Luo smiled as he looked at Zhang Xiaohu's back. "No problem, Zhang Xiaohu. If you don't do well in the Misty School in the future, feel free to look for me." "What? Misty School?" Escort leader Luo finally realized what was going on. At this moment, the escort from before slipped in and said to escort leader Luo, "Escort leader Luo, I just received news from Yu Dai and Yu Luan from the martial arts dojo that Zhang Xiaohu got lucky and was accepted as a disciple of the Misty School. Yu Dai and Yu Luan both went to drink to drown their sorrows." Slap. Escort leader Luo slapped the escort's face and said sternly, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Didn't I just find out and come to tell you?" The escort covered his face and said with grievance, "You." Escort leader Luo stomped his foot and pointed at the man. He didn't know what to say. He picked up the silver on the table and ran out of the room as if he wanted to chase after Zhang Xiaohu. However, Zhang Xiaohu had already mounted his horse and ran off with the other disciples of the Misty School. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua of the Huanxi Manor was sitting in her room. A sky-blue booklet was spread out on the table, and beside it were a few thin pages of paper filled with writing. Needless to say, it was the Carefree Heart Sutra and the first 3 levels of the ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua first picked up the Carefree Heart Sutra and skimmed through it. She had never seen an ordinary inner force cultivation method before and didn't know what it was like. However, although she didn't read through the contents of the Carefree Heart Sutra, She could understand that it was divided into 18 levels and each level had a specific chant and taboo for cultivation. It didn't look like there was anything wrong with it, but she didn't understand why Peng said that he didn't know how to cultivate it. Could it be that this was an incomplete cultivation technique? Or was it a cultivation method that could easily lead to cultivation deviation? Just as she was thinking, someone knocked on the door. The business trip will be from May 27th to June 4th. In the beginning, my notebook was intact and I could upload it, so I posted it as I wrote. Later on, there was a problem and I wrote a note for leave. As long as everyone is happy reading it, it doesn't matter if it's hard for me. If you have time, please come to the book review and comment on it. Here, thank you. 2 Butterflies in the Summer, Baby Girl, Brother Xin 2010, Love Loves Tong Li 520. Hurry up and get up, Geyser and the rest of the readers. Please bookmark it, thank you. Chapter 152. Zhang Xiaohua tidied up the table and opened the door to find Xiu Tong standing at the door. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly invited Xiu Tong into the room. Xiu Tong smiled and said, "There's no need. Zhang Xiaohua, Miss told me to call you. She's still waiting." Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the room and asked, "Big sister Xiu Tong, it's almost time for dinner. Why did the manor head suddenly call me? Is there anything good to eat?" A strange look flashed across Xiu Tong's face. The smile in her eyes deepened. She said, "There's nothing delicious, but there's something very interesting I want to tell you. Come with me quickly." Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued when she heard that there was something interesting. She followed Xiu Tong into the inner courtyard. Just as she approached the lobby of the inner court, she heard the clear and melodious voice of a woman. Zhang Xiaohua already knew that Mistress Qin of the ethereal sect had come. She recalled that Yan had mentioned earlier that she wanted to find Mistress Qin to ask about the Carefree Heart Sutra. Thinking that there must be a solution, she was overjoyed and quickened her steps. Only Yan and Aunt Qin were sitting in the great hall. They were talking to each other. When they heard footsteps and saw a familiar figure enter, they looked at each other and smiled. Zhang Xiaohua walked into the great hall. She bowed to the two of them and sat down on a chair. She looked at Yan and asked, "Did Big Sister O call me over because of the Carefree Heart Sutra?" Yan looked at her teasingly and smiled. She said, "That's right. I've already asked Big Sister Qin about it. You'd better listen to her for the details." "Huh, you're really lucky." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and looked at Aunt Qin. She asked, "Big Sister Qin, what's going on? Hurry up and tell me. I'm worried sick." Aunt Qin looked at the anxious Zhang Xiaohua and said unhurriedly, "This matter is very simple. It is said that our Misty sect has been passed down for thousands of years. In these thousands of years, countless heroes have emerged. Many of them were extremely talented and in the process of practicing martial arts, they inevitably had their own insights and experiences. There were even many grandmasters who were able to create their own martial arts. The second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion not only stores the martial arts manuals passed down from the Misty School, but also some martial arts manuals created later on. The Carefree Heart Sutra is an internal strength cultivation method created by a senior from the Misty School hundreds of years ago." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua let out a sigh of relief. She said, "Since it's an internal strength cultivation method, that's good. I don't want to pick some top-notch internal strength. It's fine as long as I can practice it." When Aunt Qin heard this, she wanted to say something, but with a pft, she laughed out loud. She waited until she drank some water before saying, "Although this Carefree Heart Sutra is an internal energy cultivation method, it's actually a self-hypnosis technique." Hypnosis? Method? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand. She asked, "What does this have to do with an internal strength cultivation method?" Aunt Qin continued, "The senior who created the Carefree Heart Sutra was said to be extremely intelligent. The second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion has other internal strength cultivation methods and palm techniques that he created. However, this senior had a problem. Perhaps he used his brain too much, but he often couldn't sleep at night, which is commonly known as insomnia. In order to treat this insomnia, he sought out many doctors from the sect and the Jianghu, but none of them were effective. Later on, he felt that it was better to rely on himself than to rely on others. When he got older and had accumulated internal strength, he began to think of a way to treat his insomnia. After 10 years of painstaking research, he finally created the Carefree Heart Sutra. Carefree means to have no worries. In his opinion, being able to have a good night's sleep was the most beautiful and worry-free thing in the world. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She said in shock, This senior is too extravagant. He created an internal strength cultivation method just to let himself have a good night's sleep? Even if that's the case, he didn't have to put this little book on the second floor of the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. Aunt Qin covered her mouth and laughed. There's no helping it. This senior has truly contributed a lot to the Misty School. Many of his martial arts secret manuals and experiences were collected in the Hidden Scriptures Pavilion. This Carefree Heart Sutra is naturally no exception. However, this story is known by the entire upper class of the Misty School. Therefore, when they choose an internal strength cultivation method for their disciples, they won't pick this book. This is already an open secret of the Misty School. I reckon that other than its creator, no one else has seen this Carefree Heart Sutra. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's heart moved. She probed, Big Sister Qin, why don't you help me take a look and see how to cultivate this Carefree Heart Sutra? Or see if this is the Carefree Heart Sutra? Aunt Qin hurriedly waved her hands and said, I've never seen this Carefree Heart Sutra before, so I can't tell if it's real or fake. Moreover, without the sect master's permission, I wouldn't dare to look at this Carefree Heart Sutra on my own. Even if it's not a real internal strength cultivation method, I'm sure the sect master has already told you about this. You have to be careful not to let a second person see the contents inside. This is not allowed by the sect's rules. I'm going to faint. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, this sect's rules are too harsh. This way, I won't be able to know if this Carefree Heart Sutra is the real Carefree Heart Sutra. However, there was still a trace of excitement and expectation in his heart. Perhaps the one he took from the third floor really wasn't the Carefree Heart Sutra that they were talking about. However, if this Carefree Heart Sutra was really the one they were talking about, then his luck was really unusual. There were many internal strength secret manuals on the second floor. Even if he randomly took one, he might not be able to get this Carefree Heart Sutra. Instead, he went to the third floor to take it. Thinking about the small box on the square table and not on the bookshelf, Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped again. Perhaps they treated it specially because it wasn't a real internal strength cultivation method. Alas. Zhang Xiaohua sighed bitterly and said, My hands are really smelly. Yan, who was beside her, laughed and said, Your luck is really good. Why are you unhappy? Zhang Xiaohua bitterly smiled and said, I'm the only one who has good luck with this Carefree Heart Sutra. This thing might be useful to others, but I never have insomnia. I sleep well. As long as I fall asleep, I won't wake up even if someone calls me. How can I use this Carefree Heart Sutra? Pfft, the three people in the hall laughed. They had all heard the story of Zhang Xiaohua following He Tianshu in the small town. They never thought that there would be someone who would sleep on the road while walking. In that case, this Carefree Heart Sutra was trash to Zhang Xiaohua. However, Yan still advised, I'm not saying that your luck is good here, but on the ethereal steps. That Aunt Qin also said, that's right. This ethereal steps is placed on the third floor of the book collection pavilion. It's not something that ordinary people can cultivate. If you went to take it yourself, you might not be able to choose it. Today, you effortlessly obtained the first 3 levels of this cultivation technique. If this isn't good luck, what else can it be? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua's gloomy mood turned for the better when he saw how Aunt Qin held the ethereal steps in high esteem. He asked curiously, this ethereal steps is a movement technique, right? What is its use? Aunt Qin laughed and said, it's really scary to have no knowledge. Let me help you clear your ignorance. This Misty School has 3 great divine techniques: the Ethereal 7 Swords, the Ethereal Divine Technique, and the Ethereal Steps. The Ethereal 7 Swords is naturally a sword technique. When used, it can shock the heavens and make ghosts and gods weep. It's incomparably powerful. The Ethereal Divine Technique is our Misty School's core internal technique. It's said that it's also incomparably powerful. As for the Ethereal Steps, it's a type of light body technique. Light body technique? Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. This was the martial technique that she had been admiring for a long time. That's right. The Ethereal Steps is the so-called light body technique when used at high altitudes. However, it also has other precious aspects. If used in battle, it can be combined with your fist techniques, sword techniques, and so on. It will become a peerless movement technique, increasing the might of your other martial techniques by 30%. Aunt Qin explained. Ah, so powerful. Then didn't I strike it rich? Zhang Xiaohua was grinning from ear to ear. Aunt Qin continued, that's right. Otherwise, how could it be called one of the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques? You have indeed struck it rich. Zhang Xiaohua nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he Tianshu was overjoyed when he heard that he could also cultivate the Ethereal Steps. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua so happy, Aunt Qin struck a blow to her. However, this Ethereal Steps has a total of 9 levels. You have only obtained the first 3 levels, so you don't know if it's a close combat movement technique or a light body technique for high altitudes? Zhang Xiaohua was a little carried away as she reached her hand into her bosom and said, won't I know if I take a look? Seeing this, Yan sternly said, Zhang Xiaohua. When Zhang Xiaohua heard Yan's reprimand, she immediately understood what was going on. Her face flushed red as she blushed and said, Sister O. Seeing that she understood, Yan's tone relaxed and she said, Zhang Xiaohua, the Misty School's sect rules are not to be trifled with. Everything that was said in the discussion hall and Zhang Qingyue's words, you must remember them in your heart. If you violate them, no one will let you off just because of your young age. Actually, you might not know this, but there are many disciples younger than you in the sect who are diligently cultivating and constantly memorizing the sect rules. You were just lucky to have some opportunities, so you must not let your guard down. Zhang Xiaohua carefully said, I understand, Manor Lord O. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Aunt Qin also sternly said, an ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. There are some things that must be buried deep in your heart and must not be told to anyone. If anyone knows that you have the Ethereal Steps technique, I reckon that you won't be able to live in peace. Even your life will be in danger. An ordinary man's wealth is his own ruin. This was the second time that Zhang Xiaohua heard someone advise her like this. Thinking about herself, it was true that she relied on her young age to say and do some childish things. But if it was noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't think of her. After seeing her, she would have to be more careful. Aunt Qin continued, actually, even if you took out the Ethereal Steps technique, I still wouldn't dare to look at it. Without the sect leader's permission, I have no right to practice any of the sect's martial arts, not to mention the 3 divine techniques. Only then did Zhang Xiaohua deeply understand that if it wasn't for O Peng's care for his biological sister, if she hadn't sacrificed herself to save O Yan, how could she have obtained such a technique? Not to mention that her second brother had also benefited from joining the Misty School. This black-clothed old man's palm strike was truly not unjust. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat absent-minded, O Yan said, Zhang Xiaohua, you must remember that this Ethereal Steps, if you don't know it, you can ask He Tianshu. He has the sect leader's permission. Others, including your brother Zhang Xiaohu, are also not allowed to practice it. As for that Carefree Heart Sutra, you can keep it as a memento, but you can't let others see it nor can you lose it. If you feel unsafe, you can burn it. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then how about I return it to sect leader O? O Yan proudly said, how can the Misty School take back something that was given out? If that was the case, when Zhang Qingyue gave you the technique, he would have already taken it back. Would you still need to think about it now? Zhang Xiaohua came to a sudden realization. The rules of this large sect were really not ordinary. She could only say, I understand, big sister O. Yen saw that she had taught her enough and said, all right, it's about time. You should go back early. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she hurriedly stood up to leave. As she walked, she thought, I've already lectured her for half a day, but she didn't give me any benefits. Leaving a meal would be good. Zhang Xiaohua pondered as he returned to his room. To be honest, he was still skeptical of Aunt Qin's words. Even if the senior from the ethereal sect was a genius, there was no way he could create 18 levels of hypnotism. That would be too much of a joke. If that was the case, then wouldn't the other works of the senior be at a level that would shock the ancient and dazzle the modern? And the most important thing in his heart was that he didn't really, randomly, take this book from the second floor. He still had a trace of hope in his heart. But Yan's warning completely shattered his little calculations. Of these two books, other than the ethereal steps, he could cultivate with He Tianshu. The Carefree Heart Sutra could only be enjoyed by him alone. It could be said that there was an ancient, but there was no successor. The Carefree Heart Sutra had a huge hat on its head that could cure insomnia. No matter who went to the library to choose a secret manual, even if they suffered from insomnia and forgetfulness, they still wouldn't choose this book. Who would be as stupid as Zhang Xiaohua to not take a good martial arts secret manual? Of course, if there was a martial arts novice in the future, there was no guarantee that he wouldn't casually take this trash. But since there was an example of Zhang Xiaohua in the discussion hall today, there would definitely be people who would spread this story through the ages and become the teacher of others. No one would do such a stupid thing again. Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but howl to the sky like a hungry wolf under the moonlight. As the ancient people said, information is the most valuable thing. After the meal, Zhang Xiaohua still practiced the Fist of the North Star and the sword in her left hand at the place where she usually practiced martial arts. Now, the Fist of the North Star could be used for ordinary fighting, while the sword in her left hand was a life-saving move. Unless there was no other choice, Zhang Xiaohua wouldn't dare to use it. Thinking about the ethereal steps that she was about to cultivate, Zhang Xiaohua's heart itched. After learning the footwork in Qigong, her martial arts could be considered to have some foundation. Other than the internal strength cultivation method, she could also be considered as a martial artist. In the Jianghu, she would have half a place. Didn't this mean that she had fulfilled her wish when she first left the Guizhuang house? After walking out of the forest, Zhang Xiaohua still had a trace of doubt. Where did this He Tianshu run off to? Seeing his wild joy in the afternoon, could it be that he was so happy that he went crazy? If it was her, she definitely wouldn't be so calm. When she came back, she would have asked for the cultivation method. Anyway, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to cultivate, so everything was taught by He Tianshu. It was reasonable for her to let He Tianshu see it first. But she didn't see him for the entire afternoon. Where did he go? When Zhang Xiaohua walked back to the small courtyard, he saw that the light in He Tianshu's room was still on. He walked over and knocked on the door. Sure enough, He Tianshu's voice came from the door, "Come in." Zhang Xiaohua pushed the door open and asked with concern, "Captain He, are you all right?" He Tianshu was stunned, "Pretty good." "What's wrong?" "Zhang Xiaohua, do you see that I'm not in good spirits?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "No, your face looks very smooth and bright. Your complexion is very good. What I mean is, why didn't you come looking for me in the afternoon?" Hearing this, He Tianshu's expression changed. He said, "You still have the nerve to say that. Zhang Xiaohua, at the very least, I've taught you a set of fist techniques. Why don't you remember how good I am?" Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Captain He, what's the meaning of this? You are my martial arts teacher who initiated me. How can I not remember how good you are?" He Tianshu blurted out, "Since you know that I'm your first teacher, why didn't you come looking for me earlier?" Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Sigh, she had thought wrongly. It wasn't that he Tianshu wasn't anxious to see the ethereal steps. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to ask for it in person. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she said with a tranquil face, Captain don't be angry. I don't know the ways of the world either. I'm still waiting for you to take it. He Tianshu's expression was slightly restrained as he said, it's not that I don't want to take it. But this ethereal steps was given to you by sect master. I'm only giving you guidance when you don't know. How can I ask for it from you directly? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, keep pretending. If it was me a year ago, I might have believed it. But now, there's no way you can lie to me. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua took out the Ethereal Steps Cultivation Technique Manual and handed it to He Tianshu, saying, then, Captain please take a look and point me in the right direction. He Tianshu smiled. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly thought of something and asked, have you seen it? Is there no problem at all? Zhang Xiaohua said, I haven't seen it yet. You can take a look first. When He Tianshu heard this, he stretched out his hand and wanted to retract it. He really couldn't resist the temptation of the secret manual. If he didn't accept it, what should he do when he thought of Zhang Qingyue's instructions and his guidance? Please collect it. Thank you. Chapter 153. When Zhang Xiaohua saw He Tianshu's hesitant look, she found it funny, but more than that, she admired him. This Misty School was indeed a famous sect in the Jianghu. The way they passed down orders and the way they obeyed was not just a little strict. He Tianshu didn't dare to practice it first just because the sect leader gave some instructions and didn't directly ask him to teach. This kind of execution made Zhang Xiaohua secretly praise him. This Misty School had stood tall in the Jianghu for many years and didn't have an undeserved reputation. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned and she said very seriously to He Tianshu, team leader I think there is a very serious problem with this ethereal steps. I need you to help me solve it. He Tianshu's eyes lit up and he said, tell me about it first. Zhang Xiaohua waved the few pages in front of him and said, I've been looking at it all afternoon, but I can't understand what's written here. I'm really confused. I think it's better to ask team leader to look at it properly and roughly tell me how to practice it. Once I've gotten the hang of it, I'll have more specific questions to ask. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu again and handed over the few pages that had suppressed He Tianshu's emotions. She said, what do you think? He Tianshu thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. He said, what you say makes sense. This is a good question. If I wait until you understand it, the sun will have risen from the west. I'll prepare to answer your first question first. Let's talk about it after you've roughly looked through the steps. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu accepted it, she clapped her hands together as if to dust them off. She said with a smile, then I'll have to trouble team leader However, there's one thing. When you teach me the steps in the future, you must be patient. Don't teach it like a fist technique. He Tianshu first smiled and then glared at Zhang Xiaohua. He said, you know your own situation. I hope you won't disappoint the sect leader's painstaking efforts. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and said helplessly, all right, I admit that my talent is limited, but I'm still willing to use 100% of my strength to practice this escaping step technique. Fleeing? Footwork? When He Tianshu heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, the 3 divine skills of the Misty School, you actually said that it's used to escape. Forget it, you should go back. It's getting late, don't sleep in my room anymore. I'll tell you when I have a rough understanding of it. After saying that, he chased the guy who looked down on his divine power out of the house. As Zhang Xiaohua walked, she was still unconvinced and said, isn't Qinggong used to escape? My fist technique is average and I don't know any internal energy. If I can't beat him, why don't I rely on this footwork to escape? He Tianshu closed the door, and began to study the ethereal footwork. When Zhang Xiaohua returned to her room, she casually picked up a book on herbs and started flipping through it. But no matter how she looked at it, she was unable to calm her heart. Involuntarily, she still took out the sky blue Carefree Heart Sutra. Flipping to the preface on the first page, she first skimmed through it, but she didn't find the word ethereal, nor the words insomnia and forgetfulness. After she read it carefully, she had a plan in her heart. It turned out that this preface said that there was a spirit in heaven and earth. Heaven and earth Yuan Qi was the essence of this world. If she could draw this Yuan Qi into her body, she would be able to change her meridians and cleanse her marrow. Not only would it strengthen the body, it would also multiply her magical powers. If she succeeded, she might even be able to extend her life. This Carefree Heart Sutra was a technique for drawing Yuan Qi into the human body. It also taught the method of changing meridians and cleansing meridians. Zhang Xiaohua closed the secret book and was secretly happy. She had searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Wasn't this the martial arts secret manual that he had been yearning for day and night? Wasn't the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi the same as his inner strength? Wasn't this divine ability the power of inner strength? That was something that was even more powerful than his pure strength. Naturally, it was incomparably powerful. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that her second brother had once told her that when practicing Nigong, she had to turn her palms to the sky and imagine that Nigong would enter through her forehead. He wondered if the Carefree Heart Sutra was also practiced in the same way. Thinking of this, he hurriedly opened the secret manual and flipped to the first level of the cultivation method. Sure enough, the first level of the cultivation method was written as follows. To attract the Nigong into one's body, one had to first sense the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi. Then, one had to use a special breathing method to open all the pores in one's body and attract the Nigong into one's body. After that, it explained in detail how to sense the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi, how to breathe, and how to open the pores. This way, the Nigong would follow a special route to cleanse the meridians and finally store it in the middle dantian of one's body. At the end, it explained that if one could sense the heaven and earth's Yuan Qi and was able to accumulate a certain amount of Nigong in the middle dantian, it would mean that the first level of the cultivation method had been mastered. Then, one could proceed to the second level of cultivation. Reading up to this point, Zhang Xiaohua stopped flipping through the pages. He knew that the process seemed very simple, but with Zhang Xiaohu's aptitude, he still had to practice for a long time. As for himself, he would increase his strength by 3 times first. As for the second level, he would talk about it later. Just based on this point, Zhang Xiaohua was praiseworthy. Not only was he hard-working, but he was also willing to progress step by step and not do useless work. Of course, knowing one's own limitations was even more praiseworthy. After Zhang Xiaohua finished reading, he carefully savored it in his mind. Only then did he flip open the secret manual and read it again. When he realized that there was no mistake in his memory, he closed the manual and put it back into his clothes. Zhang Xiaohua sat upright on the Kong bed with a hesitant expression. Zhang Xiaohu had repeatedly warned him about the cultivation of this inner force cultivation method. If he did not have a master to guide him, he must not take the risk and try it himself. It was extremely easy for him to go berserk. However, Zhang Xiaohua was the only one who could read this Carefree Heart Sutra. There were so many people in the Misty School, but not a single one of them had learned this inner force cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohua could not possibly go to O Peng and ask him to take the time out of his busy schedule to give him pointers. Thinking about how this delicacy was in his hands, he could not even open his mouth. The taste of it was simply unbearable. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. As the saying went, wealth comes from danger. If he only wanted to be safe and secure, he could just stay in the Guozhuang house. Why did he have to come all the way to Pingyang City? Besides, Zhang Xiaohua could vaguely feel that this cultivation method was extraordinary. Even if Tianshu really wanted to teach him other inner force cultivation methods now, Zhang Xiaohua might not be willing. Moreover, this cultivation method had 18 levels. It should not be too dangerous for the most basic cultivation method. Since he had made up his mind, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer suppress his impulses. He sat cross-legged on the Kong bed and looked at his nose, then his heart. Following the method in the Heart Sutra, he tried the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method. Yes, that was right. It was the special breathing method of the 9 shallow and 1 deep. According to the records in the Heart Sutra, Zhang Xiaohua first breathed slightly hurriedly for 3 times, then paused for a moment. Then, he breathed rapidly for 6 times in a row. Finally, he inhaled deeply and made a short exhalation. Although the Heart Sutra described these steps in detail, to be honest, the interval between each breath and the length of the breath could be discussed. If there was not a master beside him to give him pointers, who would know which was the correct one? As such, Zhang Xiaohua could not follow the Heart Sutra's instructions even after breathing for a long time. He could not sense the qi of heaven and earth around him. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but laugh at himself. If this is the way to cultivate inner strength, how could I possibly suffer from qi deviation? However, when he thought about it, other people poured their inner strength into their forehead, while he poured it into his pores. The method was different, so perhaps the result would be different. At worst, he would go wrong and burn his skin and fur. Since there were distracting thoughts in his mind, the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method was naturally disrupted. Zhang Xiaohua quickly gathered his thoughts and wholeheartedly focused on the 9 shallow and 1 deep method. It had to be said that there was one good thing about Zhang Xiaohua, and that was that he was very single-minded when doing things. Not long after, it was as if he had really entered the state and was immersed in the special breathing rhythm. However, he did not feel any qi of heaven and earth from beginning to end. Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation was good, but in his excitement, he forgot about his own characteristics. Just as he closed his eyes and practiced the breathing technique he had just learned, midnight arrived. Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep. Just like that, he fell asleep with his 5 hearts facing the sky. He fell asleep with 9 shallow breaths and 1 deep breath. In Zhang Xiaohua's sleep, which was filled with flickering lights, the flickering lights seemed to be breathing as well. They had different frequencies, and correspondingly, these frequencies also affected Zhang Xiaohua. His special breathing method slowly mutated. With the flickering lights, he constantly adjusted the speed and length of his breathing. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's breathing method was completely different from Zhang Xiaohua's own. It seemed to correspond with the flickering breathing method, forming a brand new 9 shallow and 1 deep method. At the moment when Zhang Xiaohua's unique breathing method was formed, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have suddenly blended into an environment with flickering and frequency. In an instant, from the distant starry sky, countless stars seemed to be attracted by Zhang Xiaohua's frequency, or perhaps they were attracted by his breathing. The starlight passed through the endless starry sky, ignoring the roofs and other objects, and shone on Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged. And the starlight, although it was light, was too thin to be seen when it reached Zhang Xiaohua's side. Although it was dense, it could not illuminate Zhang Xiaohua's figure like it usually could at night. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was still hidden in the darkness, and under the special breathing and flickering lights, his figure seemed to be faintly blurred. It was also at this moment that all the pores on Zhang Xiaohua's body opened up in an instant. They were like small mouths that greedily sucked in the surrounding starlight. The barely visible starlight swarmed over like tired birds returning to their nests. The starlight entered Zhang Xiaohua's pores and stopped moving forward. After a while, more and more starlight entered his pores, and the amount of starlight outside his body was sucked and decreased. At this moment, the starlight all over his body suddenly moved. It was according to the method Zhang Xiaohua had seen in the Carefree Heart Sutra, guiding the starlight to follow a specific path in his body. In an instant, the starlight in his pores was swept clean, and the starlight outside his body could be rapidly sucked in again. The starlight that entered his body followed the circulation path in the Heart Sutra for a cycle. It did not enter Zhang Xiaohua's middle dantian, but continued to circulate. However, as it continued to circulate, the pores all over his body had an endless stream of starlight converging into it. Logically speaking, although the starlight was barely visible, with endless starlight entering his body, there should be more and more starlight in his body. However, something strange happened. As the starlight that circulated in his body increased in quantity, it did not become thicker. Instead, it underwent a qualitative change in his body, forming something else. This thing was clearly purer than the starlight, and much smaller in size. It was the chi of heaven and earth mentioned in the Heart Sutra. Not only that, although the pure chi of heaven and earth should have increased under the mutation of the endless starlight, under the constant flashing in Zhang Xiaohua's body, the chi of heaven and earth seemed to be refined, becoming increasingly scarce. It was actually reduced by 70 to 80%. In this way, although there was a lot of starlight around Zhang Xiaohua and it was constantly being absorbed into his pores, the amount that was converted into refined chi of heaven and earth through his circulation was still inaudible. While Zhang Xiaohua was still in a daze, the night passed. When the morning sun in the east leaped over the horizon, Zhang Xiaohua opened his sleeping eyes. The flashing in his eyes was still as fleeting as before. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up and saw that he was still in the same state, he could not help but smile bitterly. Had he been sitting like this for the entire night? However, when he jumped off the Kong bed, he did not feel any soreness in his limbs. On the contrary, he felt refreshed. It was more comfortable than lying on the Kong bed. This caught Zhang Xiaohua off guard. He thought to himself, why don't I just sit and sleep like this in the future? The early bird gets the worm. Zhang Xiaohua diligently practiced his life-saving sword moves and the defensive fist of the Big Dipper in the forest. Today was destined to be an amazing day. Zhang Xiaohua, who woke up early, had just practiced his beloved fist of the Big Dipper to the 8th time when that familiar flow came unexpectedly. This made Zhang Xiaohua's self-esteem, which had suffered a blow last night, feel a little comforted. Could this be the reward for practicing so hard for so long? Had the fist of the Big Dipper advanced? Sure enough, in Zhang Xiaohua's anticipation, he practiced the second 8 times. The flow still appeared on the 8th time. Zhang Xiaohua could finally confirm that his fist of the Big Dipper had indeed improved. However, if that was the case, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but look forward to it even more. Would the flow appear on time every time he practiced the fist of the Big Dipper when he practiced it to the end? Thinking of the 18th level of the Carefree Heart Sutra last night, Zhang Xiaohua also took the initiative to divide his fist of the Big Dipper into 9 levels. Of course, the one that appeared once after 9 times was the first level, and the one that appeared once after each time was the 9th level. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile. This was really a good day. Smelling the clear and fresh air, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had an idea. Last night, his 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing method did not work. Was it because the air at night was not fresh enough? Would it have a different effect in the morning when everything woke up? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua immediately sat down in the forest. He thought of the breathing method last night and practiced the 9 shallow and 1 deep method. Speaking of which, it was strange. Now, Zhang Xiaohua said that he was thinking of the breathing method before he fell asleep last night. However, when he actually breathed, he was using the adjusted rhythm in his sleep. In fact, although these 2 rhythms were very different, with Zhang Xiaohua's level, he could not feel any difference. Even if you told him now, he might not believe it. Speaking of which, it was also unusual. Generally speaking, this kind of breathing method that was passed down orally could not be described in words. One could only slowly figure out the secret under the guidance of the master. Normally, a talented and intelligent person would have to try countless times just to get the beginner's breathing method. Some would even need a few days to remember and truly master it. However, this Zhang Xiaohua was extremely proficient in it in just a few breaths. He could not help but sigh. The protagonist was invincible. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know if his breathing method was correct, he faintly felt that his entire body suddenly had a clear feeling. It was as if there was an indescribable communication between his body and the outside. He was somewhat enlightened. Perhaps this was the opening of his pores? However, he followed the method in the Heart Sutra to sense the chi of heaven and earth in the outside world. It was still a blank. He did not discover a trace of it. What was going on? After a long while, there was still no progress. Zhang Xiaohua stood up resentfully. He patted the dust off his body and walked out of the forest. Although he felt a little regretful at this time, he was not troubled or impatient. Nonsense. When Zhang Xiaohu practiced the inner force cultivation method, he had told him that the sense of qi was not something that ordinary people could have. It would take a very long time for there to be progress. Zhang Xiaohu himself had spent a considerable amount of time to find the sense of qi. Zhang Xiaohua was clear about his own aptitude. If he could find the qi of heaven and earth today, Zhang Xiaohua would not dare to believe it. Moreover, didn't he already eat the worm today? The progress of the Big Dipper magical fist had pointed out a path for him. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua had a new idea. In the past, after practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 81 times, practicing it again would not have any effect. However, he did not know if there would be any surprises left for him now. Unfortunately, he was not in the small house in the mountains right now. He still had things to do. It was already late. He Tianshu and the others wouldn't have finished breakfast, right? Of course, he Tianshu and the others were not as gluttonous as Zhang Xiaohua. The breakfast on the table was not finished. However, he Tianshu's eyes were bloodshot. His absent-minded action of stuffing food into his mouth gave Zhang Xiaohua a big fright. Seeing He Tianshu's excited expression, Zhang Xiaohua carefully asked, "Captain He, where did you go last night?" "Oh, where did I go? I didn't. I just stayed in the house," He Tianshu said unconsciously. Zhang Xiaohua said with concern, "It's good that you didn't go anywhere. I thought you would go out with Ma Jing." "Go out with Ma Jing?" He Tianshu came to his senses and said, What are you talking about?" When he focused his eyes and saw that it was Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, why are you only here now? Did you go practice your fist techniques again? I say, can you be a little more promising and stop practicing those unorthodox fist techniques?" Chapter 154. Zhang Xiaohua was aghast. How could there be such a person? Not advising others to learn well and not even allowing them to practice fist techniques, then what was she supposed to do? He Tianshu saw Zhang Xiaohua's puzzled look and whispered, "Do you know what I did last night?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Since you didn't go to Intoxicated Fragrance House, you naturally stayed in the house. Could it be that you watched that for the entire night?" Zhang Xiaohua used metaphors towards the end. He Tianshu laughed, "Yes, didn't you see my two bloodshot eyes? I watched it for the entire night. It's really the best. I have lived for so long and have never felt so good. To be able to see it, my life was not in vain." Zhang Xiaohua beamed and said, "Is it really that good? Then I have to take a good look." He Tianshu glared at her and said, "You're still young. Don't be in a hurry to look. Wait till I'm done with it and then I'll show it to you. We agreed that once you're done, you'll immediately show it to me." Zhang Xiaohua still did not let him off. He Tianshu looked around and said, "All right, there are too many people here. It's not convenient to talk about it. Hurry up and eat. After you're done, go to my room. I'll show it to you and let you have a good time." Under He Tianshu's urging, Zhang Xiaohua ate the fastest breakfast she had since entering Huanxi Mountain Villa. Then, the two of them hurriedly left under the puzzled gazes of Nie Xiao, and the rest. When the two of them returned to He Tianshu's house, He Tianshu carefully looked behind him. After confirming that no one was following them, he closed the door and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Zhang Xiaohua, you don't know. There's no need to be afraid of not knowing the goods, but to be afraid of comparing the goods. I can be considered a direct disciple of Misty School. In the past, I always felt that what I learned was the essence of Misty School. Last night, I saw the ethereal steps and only then did I know that those were all dregs and rubbish. Compared to this ethereal steps, it's not even worthy of carrying its shoes." Sigh, It's indeed worthy of being one of the 3 divine arts of Misty School. Zhang Xiaohua was confused and asked, Captain He, what do you mean? Wasn't ethereal steps a type of footwork? Why is it so magical? He Tianshu curled his lips and said, I knew it would be like playing the lute to a cow. You don't have my realm, so you wouldn't understand even if I told you. Zhang Xiaohua said, Captain He, don't forget. Regarding the ethereal steps, Chief O was the one who spoke. You must answer. Hearing this, He Tianshu reluctantly said, this ethereal steps is a type of footwork, which is why it's called magical. Look at the first 3 levels. The first level is the beginning of Qigong. Ethereal steps is different from other Qigong, as it doesn't require too much internal energy to support it. It relies more on the surrounding environment and the user's inertia, so it's especially suitable for people like you who don't have any internal energy. Look at the second level, it's a type of footwork. It's a footwork that can be used in a narrow space. According to this, if you master it, when facing an enemy, you can let the enemy slash you with a saber. As long as you use your footwork, the saber won't be able to touch you at all. Ah! Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide and said, it's that magical? Yes, I couldn't believe it when I saw it yesterday. He Tianshu said excitedly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately asked, then, when can I learn it? Wait for me to take a look. After I've completely figured it out, I'll teach you. How about that? He Tianshu said awkwardly. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, the corner of her mouth revealed a slight smile. She thought to herself, hee, usually people say that my aptitude is bad, but look at yourself. Didn't you have this day too? Presumably, this footwork is very complicated and won't be learned in a short period of time. Zhang Xiaohua's guess wasn't wrong. Compared to Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu's aptitude was much better. But in the Misty School filled with talents, to be honest, it wasn't outstanding. What was this ethereal steps? It was known as the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques. It wasn't something that anyone could learn easily. Even a genius like O Peng had to rely on the help of medicine to reach the large success stage. It was simply wishful thinking for He Tianshu to think that he could learn most of it in just a short period of time. However, since O Peng was willing to teach this footwork to him, he naturally had his own plans. The first 3 levels of the technique were only the foundation of the divine technique. The requirements weren't as high as the 4th level and above. The 4th level and above were the true essence of the ethereal steps. That was the Misty School's secret technique that wasn't passed on. If it wasn't a direct disciple, it would definitely not be taught. Therefore, O Peng also knew that with Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude and without guidance, it was impossible for her to successfully learn it. This was why he pulled He Tianshu, who hadn't received any rewards, into this. It had to be said that this was an opportunity for He Tianshu. After Zhang Xiaohua finished sharing her joy, He Tianshu chased her out and said, today, I will stay in the house to study your martial arts future. Let Nye Xiao'er help me take care of the medicine field first. Don't be lazy. Go over there and take a look. Pay attention. You can only learn it after I learn it. Don't drag me down. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. During this period of time, she went to the medicine field every day. She didn't have any intention of being lazy. Manor Master O had promised her that if she wanted to go, she would go. It didn't matter if she didn't go. When Zhang Xiaohua came to the medicine field with a head full of black lines, she saw Nye Xiao'er and the others huddled together and whispering. When they saw Zhang Xiaohua coming over, they scattered like birds and beasts. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. She hadn't been to the medicine field for 2 days. Why did she feel so unfamiliar? When they were eating breakfast, weren't they still talking? Thus, Zhang Xiaohua saw Nye Xiao'er not far away and walked over. Nye Xiao'er saw Zhang Xiaohua approaching and squinted his eyes at Zhang Xiaohua. His expression was very ambiguous. Zhang Xiaohua looked at him and was even more puzzled. She asked, Brother Xiao'er, what were you guys talking about just now? Nie Xiao'er said, nothing much. Just chatting a little. Zhang Xiaohua asked, then you guys can continue chatting. Why did you guys stop chatting when I came? Nie Xiao'er sighed and said, what's there to chat about? It's useless. Drunken Fragrance House is good to chat about. Besides, we don't have any Chun Gong to look at. We're just casually chatting. Drunken Fragrance House. Chun Gong. Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand something. However, she didn't want to explain anything. She smiled and prepared to walk to the other side. But Nie Xiao'er wasn't having it. He grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's wrist and asked, where did you get Chun Gong? You let Captain He see it. Why are you still hiding in the house? You don't even come to the medicine field? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nie Xiao'er seriously and said, Brother Xiao'er, when did you find out about this? Nie Xiao'er pursed his lips and said, didn't you guys talk about it during breakfast? Do you think we're all idiots and can't tell? Zhang Xiaohua asked helplessly, then have you seen Captain He look at these things before? Not really. Nie Xiao'er thought for a moment and replied, but that doesn't mean he won't look at them now. Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, Brother Xiao'er, it's wrong to measure the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick. Captain He is one of the 3 most ambitious, and confident disciples in your Misty School. He is a role model for all of you to learn from. You can't arbitrarily judge others based on just a few words. If Captain He finds out, he will definitely report you to your hall master for slander. Nie Xiao'er was anxious and asked, but if you guys aren't looking at those things, why are you being so secretive? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, the corners of her mouth curled into a smile. She raised a finger and shook it, saying, I can't say. Then, she left the confused Nie Xiao'er and went down to the medicine field. The medicinal herbs in the medicine field were still the same. Those that had not sprouted were still bare on the ground. Those that had already sprouted were still sprouted, and some that had already grown into plants were standing upright in the breeze. Although it was already spring, the time when everything was recovering and full of vitality, the medicine field was a different scene. Zhang Xiaohua had been reading books for a long time and had gained a lot of knowledge. She knew that the growth of medicinal herbs was dependent on age. If they were harvested after a year, they would not be called medicinal herbs, but crops. The older the medicinal herbs were, the more valuable they were, and the greater the medicinal value. However, the weeds in the field did not care whether they were expensive medicinal herbs or cheap crops. They were the most vigorous in the spring and had already grown crazily. Normally, Tian Chongxi, Ma Jing, and the others could do the work of weeding, but why did they have to use people from the Misty School's pharmaceutical hall? Zhang Xiaohua did not quite understand. Without the meaning of confidentiality, it could only be said that the Misty School was rich and had a lot of talents. They sent a few disciples who knew internal strength to weed and show the school's face. During the lunch break, Zhang Xiaohua went to the woods and practiced the Fist of the North Star 8 times. The boiling hot flow came as expected and flowed throughout her body with the moves. Zhang Xiaohua was really convinced that she had really reached the 2nd level of the Fist of the North Star. Now, what needed to be verified was whether she could break through the limit of 9 times a day. If so, she could increase it with every level, but how many times could the 2nd level appear in a day? Under Zhang Xiaohua's tireless pursuit, Zhang Xiaohua simply stayed in the woods to practice martial arts in the afternoon. Anyway, Yan had already said that she could do whatever she wanted. With this instruction, why should she not use it? In the end, when the warm flow appeared 9 times, Zhang Xiaohua looked forward to the 10th time. Sure enough, when the 80th time of the Fist of the North Star began, the warm flow began to flow throughout her body. After finishing the practice, Zhang Xiaohua realized that the sun above her head was setting in the west. The horizon was inlaid with endless rosy clouds. Dusk was coming. Thinking that she could still practice martial arts at night, Zhang Xiaohua gave up on trying the 11th time. Compared to the improvement of her fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua was more depressed about her Carefree Heart Sutra internal energy. Although she was mentally prepared, she couldn't help but feel depressed when faced with the cruel reality. Seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and began practicing the unique cultivation method of the Heart Sutra. Only when the sky was completely dark and her stomach was rumbling did Zhang Xiaohua slowly walk out of the woods. Her calm face didn't show any joy or anger. Setbacks made people improve. Amidst the endless failures, Zhang Xiaohua didn't seem to be without gains. He Tianshu actually didn't go for dinner. This was what Zhang Xiaohua found inconceivable. In Zhang Xiaohua's heart, there was nothing more important than eating. Food was the most important thing for the people. He remembered that when Zhang Xiaohua saw this sentence in a book, he couldn't help but clap his hands. He felt quite a bit of sorrow in his heart. It really hit the bottom of his heart. And He Tianshu's behavior of not eating puzzled him. Wasn't it just a mystical footwork? There was no need to be so focused on it that he forgot to eat and sleep. Of course, as He Tianshu's close companion and part-time disciple, Zhang Xiaohua didn't lack in bringing back food for He Tianshu. Even Nie Xiao'er was a bit doubtful whether he was bringing back dinner for He Tianshu or supper for himself. When Zhang Xiaohua excitedly brought his concern to He Tianshu's hut and pushed open the door to enter, the scene in front of him made him pull back his foot. The hut was pitch black and there was no light. He could vaguely see a figure leaning over the table, snoring evenly. Zhang Xiaohua immediately understood that He Tianshu was so tired that he fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua pulled back his foot and gently closed the door. He walked back to his hut and looked at the snacks and other things in his hands. He was secretly delighted. There would be a rich supper tonight. After a short rest, Zhang Xiaohua ran into the woods to practice his fist technique. He really wanted to know if he could make the 11th flow appear. Unfortunately, after he finished practicing the Big Dipper magical fist 8 times, the flow didn't appear. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care. He first practiced the sword in his left hand for a while, then sat down cross-legged and practiced 9 shallow and 1 deep. In the spring night, the cool breeze blew gently. Many of the plants were green and the world was full of vitality. Zhang Xiaohua sat calmly. In the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing, he quickly entered a very peaceful state. It was a state of indifference without joy or sorrow. It had to be said that this special breathing technique was very effective. After adjusting his state, Zhang Xiaohua began to search for the yuan qi of heaven and earth scattered around him. Maybe the method was wrong, or maybe Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude was not good enough, or maybe there was no yuan qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. In short, after a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't find any trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. Moreover, even if Zhang Xiaohua opened all the pores on his body early on, the endless starlight in the vast night sky didn't swarm into Zhang Xiaohua's body like last night. After busying himself for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua still couldn't find the flow of yuan qi. He stood up, not dispirited in the slightest. Although he was still a youth, after practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra for so long, it seemed to have a trace of influence on Zhang Xiaohua's state of mind. It seemed to have such a flavor. When he passed by He Tianshu's small house, there was still no light. Presumably, this cheap master was still dreaming. After reading for a while, Zhang Xiaohua sat on the Kong bed with his mind in the air like yesterday. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep. Soon, the endless starlight lingered around Zhang Xiaohua like moths to a flame. Compared to the forest, Zhang Xiaohua's 9 shallow and 1 deep didn't change. His pores were also open. The only difference was perhaps the flickering in his dream. Perhaps Twinkle had given life to Zhang Xiaohua's breathing and made it resonate with the stars in the sky, which was why it attracted the starlight. Perhaps. Or perhaps. Was it certain? No one could say for sure. However, the flow of yuan qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body was real. The yuan qi that was dormant in the middle of his dantian during the day came out alive, happily absorbing the addition of the starlight. Under the flickering, it was constantly merging, changing, and compressing. If one observed carefully, one could still see that the yuan qi in the body was strengthened after one cycle. However, the increase was very small. Compared to the addition of the starlight, it was insignificant. Very quickly, after 9 days of cultivation, the yuan qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body increased by a lot. However, this was the beginning of the qualitative change to quantitative change. The yuan qi was still very little. Even if Zhang Xiaohua used his power to move it, he still couldn't feel it. He could only sigh and feel inferior. Where is the yuan qi of heaven and earth? Why can't I find it at all? After cultivating like this for a few days, there was still no movement from He Tianshu's side. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, he was still looking for the feeling of qi. Without internal energy, how could qigong be called qigong? Even if He Tianshu taught him, he wouldn't be able to use it. However, accidents often happen. One morning, just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to go out to the forest to practice martial arts, he saw a black shadow jump over the wall of the small courtyard. It fell from the sky, giving Zhang Xiaohua a fright. When he looked closely, it was He Tianshu with 2 large dark circles under his eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu in shock and said, "Captain He, not sleeping will affect your beauty. Although we men don't need to pay too much attention, we still need to pay a little attention. If your face is seen by the hall master of the pharmacy, he might ask for overtime pay from our manor master O." He Tianshu seemed to be in a good mood and didn't mind Zhang Xiaohua's witty words. He said, "Let's go, Zhang Xiaohua. Let's go to the forest where you practice your fist. I'll first explain the basics of ethereal steps to you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he happily said, "Captain He, you've mastered the first level?" He Tianshu proudly said, "Is there a need to say?" No matter what, Captain He is still considered an outstanding figure in Misty School. He, is that so? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. He Tianshu frowned and said, "Don't waste time. Let's go. After I teach you, I still need to look at the contents." When Zhang Xiaohua followed He Tianshu to the forest, He Tianshu explained to Zhang Xiaohua what he had learned from the past few days in detail. As it turned out, ethereal steps qigong was different from other qigong techniques. It was only a kind of technique, a kind of footwork in the application of internal energy. The reason why He Tianshu used such a long time to cultivate was not only to learn the techniques of ethereal steps, but more importantly, to change his previous qigong techniques, adding his understanding of ethereal steps into his current techniques. After He Tianshu finished explaining, Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a long time. Just as she was about to speak, He Tianshu beat her to it and said, "You don't understand, right? It's okay, I'll explain it to you again." After saying that, he was about to explain it a second time. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "No, Captain He, I understand. I just want you to demonstrate it to me." He Tianshu didn't dare to believe his ears and asked again, "Really? You really understood it? This is something that I've been thinking about for a few days. You understood it all at once?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "Yes, Captain He, I think I really understand it. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 155. He Tianshu still had the awareness of a master. He confirmed again and again in a responsible manner, "Do you really understand it?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head vigorously, "Captain He, I'm sure, definitely. I really understand it. I'm just waiting for you to demonstrate it to me." He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was so certain, but he was still doubtful. He demonstrated the first level of ethereal steps to Zhang Xiaohua in the forest and taught her the incantation to use her inner strength. After Zhang Xiaohua saw it, she naturally couldn't use the incantation to use her inner strength, but she could imitate the movement. She imitated it right in front of He Tianshu. He Tianshu, who had once taught Zhang Xiaohua fist techniques, naturally had a direct understanding of Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts aptitude. He never thought that he would be able to teach Zhang Xiaohua in a single morning. He had already made sufficient mental preparations. But the reality before his eyes made He Tianshu's jaw drop. Although the movement that Zhang Xiaohua imitated for the first time was clumsy and unfamiliar, her posture, angle, and footwork were all correct. He Tianshu even suspected that Zhang Xiaohua had secretly practiced the ethereal steps before teaching him. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, He Tianshu was speechless. Her movement was very correct and incomparably precise. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhang Xiaohua didn't have any inner strength, he would have been able to fly high. Seeing He Tianshu looking at her with hidden bitterness, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly had goosebumps. She carefully asked, "Captain He, what's wrong?" "I was wrong, right? Please demonstrate again." "I'm sorry." He Tianshu blinked and said, "There's no need." Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly went up and considerately said, "Captain He, you must be tired. Take a rest first. Do you want me to pour you some water? After you've rested, you can demonstrate again?" He Tianshu waved his hand unhappily and said, "There's no need. You've practiced very well. Really, practice a few more times." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't believe his ears. "Really? Am I practicing it correctly?" Seeing He Tianshu nod his head, Zhang Xiaohua was ecstatic. This was the first time since she started practicing martial arts that she had learned it so quickly. Could it be that she had become smarter? Striking while the iron was hot, Zhang Xiaohua practiced a few more times and became even more proficient. Moreover, her body became even lighter, as though she was about to float and fly. Zhang Xiaohua became excited from practicing and actually dashed into the depths of the forest. He Tianshu was even more dumbstruck. Could it be that the ethereal steps was tailor-made for Zhang Xiaohua? He didn't even have a foundation in internal energy yet, but he was able to perform it so well. There was a hint of qigong between his steps. How long had it been since he started practicing? He knew Zhang Xiaohua's foundation. It must be her first time coming into contact with qigong. Just as he was lost in thought, he heard a scream from the forest. "Ouch, I can't stop myself. Team leader He, save me." He Tianshu's heart turned cold. Moving his feet, he executed ethereal steps and dashed into the depths of the forest. The scene in front of him made him laugh heartily. Zhang Xiaohua was stuck to a tree like a dead fish as she slowly slid down. He Tianshu walked forward lightly and helped Zhang Xiaohua up before asking her in detail. It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua's qigong practice was so exciting that she was shuttling through the forest. Her steps were light and quick, as though she was flying on the grass. However, due to the lack of internal energy, she was unable to push her body into the air. But the technique of using inertia in ethereal steps was extraordinary. Zhang Xiaohua's speed was getting faster and faster. She had never experienced such speed before, and not long after, she lost control of her steps and body. Seeing that she was about to crash into a tree not far away, she had no choice but to cry for help. Unfortunately, He Tianshu was deep in thought and didn't pay attention to her. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua could only make the closest physical contact with the tree in front of her. Hearing this, He Tianshu found it funny. Thinking back to when he had just started practicing qigong, wasn't it the same? He had even fallen from a tree before. He Tianshu helped Zhang Xiaohua wipe off the mud on her body before explaining in detail the things she needed to take note of when using qigong, as well as some necessary techniques. Zhang Xiaohua naturally listened attentively to her pain. He Tianshu, who was speaking with assurance, had unconsciously neglected the fact that Zhang Xiaohua was actually able to crash into the tree's height without internal energy. After a few days, Zhang Xiaohua's qigong had become proficient. This was something He Tianshu had not expected. For him to be able to learn such miraculous qigong, he was naturally grateful to Zhang Xiaohua. As mentioned earlier, he had prepared himself with great courage to face Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude. However, the truth had greatly exceeded his expectations. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua learn and comprehend the ethereal steps he had imparted, even the qigong techniques that he had imparted, Zhang Xiaohua was able to grasp them in one go. She was even able to comprehend them by analogy. This really left He Tianshu scratching his head. Could it be that this brat was born to run? Thinking back to the hardships he had suffered in order to learn Qinggong, He Tianshu was almost doubting who had the worst aptitude. He Tianshu now really wanted to teach Zhang Xiaohua some internal cultivation techniques. He wanted to see how Qinggong would be like after she learned internal energy. Would she be able to reach the level of 10,000 miles seeking plum blossom? Of course, there was another thing that left He Tianshu astonished. Zhang Xiaohua's lightness when she executed her movement techniques, as well as some inexplicable trajectories, had given He Tianshu some inspiration. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua had casually executed, and not something that He Tianshu had imparted to her. These inspirations had helped He Tianshu gain a deeper understanding of ethereal steps. He had originally thought that he had already mastered the first level of ethereal steps, but when he saw the highlights in Zhang Xiaohua's footwork, he realized that there were still many things that could be studied. Hence, He Tianshu delayed his cultivation progress and did not immediately begin cultivating the second level of ethereal steps. On one hand, it was the rapid improvement of ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. On the other hand, it was the cultivation of the Heart Sutra. She did not take a single step forward. Sigh, it was truly a combination of ice and fire. On this day, Zhang Xiaohua had finished practicing her fist and sword techniques in the forest. After playing around with her Qinggong for a while, she slowly walked back to the small courtyard. Before she reached the small round gate, she saw two people who looked like guards standing at the entrance of the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. Guards rarely came here. Could it be that something had happened? When she reached the small round gate, she saw the two guards standing there. On the small stone bench in the courtyard, there was another person sitting there. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Jinfeng, Li Dashu. Li Jinfeng was sitting on the stone bench and was bored from waiting. When he heard footsteps, he turned around and saw Zhang Xiaohua. He smiled and stood up. Zhang Xiaohua was also pleasantly surprised. The last time she saw Li Jinfeng was a year ago. In the blink of an eye, a few months had passed. She happily ran forward and pulled Li Jinfeng's hand. She said, "Brother Li, why are you here? It's been a long time." Li Jinfeng was also happy. He looked at his cheap initiate disciple. After not seeing him for a few months, he had grown a lot. His eyes were clearer, without the confusion and curiosity of the first time they met. He could not help touching Zhang Xiaohua's head and said, "Why didn't you go to the academy to see me?" "I didn't want to miss you, so I took the time to come out." Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng were familiar with each other, the two guards next to the courtyard gate walked forward. After carefully asking about Zhang Xiaohua's identity and even what was written on the pen, they nodded and left with ease. When the two guards walked away, Zhang Xiaohua quickly pulled Li Jinfeng into the room. She poured a cup of water for him and then chatted with him. Li Jinfeng asked curiously, "Xiaohua, what's going on with your Huanqi manor?" "After the new year, I went to the Lotus Escort Agency to find Zhang Xiaohu. I heard that he went on a long journey and couldn't find him. I guessed that you must be in the manor, so I came to find you. However, the number of guards in your manor is much more than before. I told them many times that I've been here before and that I'm familiar with you. I also said that I know Captain He, but they didn't let me in. I was almost anxious with them. I wanted them to tell you that even if I didn't go in, it's fine to let you out, but they didn't let me in. Don't you think it's infuriating?" What could Zhang Xiaohua say? She just smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just the new year, so the manor has tightened the security. I'm afraid that something will happen." Li Jinfeng was still puzzled and said, "But they didn't have to let you see me. It's really outrageous. As the saying goes, a scholar can't reason with a soldier. Even if I had 10 mouths, I still wouldn't be able to win against them." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and didn't say anything. She thought that great scholar Li must have been angry because he was not allowed to enter the manor last time. She heard him continue to nag, "That's right, today is the same. Why did they suddenly let two people follow me? Last time when I came with your second brother, we just registered and came in alone. This time, I have to see them in person." No matter what Li Jinfeng said, Zhang Xiaohua only said perfunctorily, "This tight security is just for our safety. If it wasn't tight, wouldn't it be terrible if a thief came in? And that's reasonable. The day before yesterday, our academy lost a lot of books." Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, "You say, of all the things to steal, why not? Why did they have to steal books? Although scholars stealing books can't be called stealing, it's still a disgrace to the educated." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "If scholars stealing books can't be called stealing, then what can it be called?" "Stealing books." Li Jinfeng seemed to be ashamed of Zhang Xiaohua's ignorance. Pfft! Zhang Xiaohua spat out the tea that she had just drunk, almost spitting it on Li Jinfeng. She asked in confusion, What's the difference?" "Educated. This is the educated's elegance and dignity," Li Jinfeng said righteously. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Li Jinfeng took a sip of tea and remembered something. He asked, "That's right, Xiaohua, I went to the escort agency to look for your second brother. I heard that he's no longer working there. When I asked the guard called Xiao Si, he was so secretive and didn't tell me anything. He just said that he's looking for a better job. I found it strange. Why can't he tell me where he's going? Do you know where Zhang Xiaohu went? If it's not possible, I'll go look for the teachers in the academy and see if they can find a better place for him." Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. It was an honor for the Lotus Flower Escort Agency that Zhang Xiaohu could be a disciple of the Misty School. She didn't know why the guard was so tight-lipped about it. However, Li Jinfeng seemed to have misunderstood the guard's intentions. He thought that something had happened to Zhang Xiaohu and that he had been chased out by the escort agency. Hearing that Li Jinfeng was so concerned about finding a job for her second brother, Zhang Xiaohua felt warmth in her heart. She had to admit that this young master Li Jinfeng was a warm-hearted person. She and her brother were not related to him at all. They were just traveling together on the way to Pingyang City. Not only did he visit them frequently, he even taught them how to read and write. He was truly their first teacher. On the other hand, Shang Guanyun and Yu Luan from the Lotus Escort Agency had also arrived at Pingyang City in the same carriage. Their attitudes were completely different from his. With this comparison, it was obvious who was better. Could Zhang Xiaohua not feel close to them? At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua said, "Brother Li, don't worry. My second brother is doing very well now. He's just gone to a place to practice martial arts. He's very happy." "Oh yes, can you guess where he went?" Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua did not look nervous, Li Jinfeng guessed that she was not worried about Zhang Xiaohu. He thought for a while and said, "How would I know about you martial arts practitioners? I think I heard you mention before that he was going to the martial arts center of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency. Why did he change to another place?" "I can't guess. He can't possibly be going to that Misty School that you mentioned." Zhang Xiaohua laughed even more when she heard this. She said, "Brother Li is really a smart person. You guessed it so quickly." Li Jinfeng was a little surprised. He continued, Congratulations. I really didn't expect your second brother to have such a fortuitous encounter. I heard from you that it's very difficult to enter that school. Moreover, when I returned to the academy, I also asked the local students. They said that the school only accepts children around 5 years old. Your second brother is definitely not 15 years old." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and explained, "It's also because of fate that second brother met an old friend. That person saw that second brother's aptitude was very good and took pity on him. That's why he accepted him into the school." "Good aptitude?" Li Jinfeng said in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua, I remember that your aptitude is even more extraordinary. Why didn't they choose you?" Zhang Xiaohua pouted and said, "I can read and write, but once I practice martial arts, I'll become a completely different person. Just like before, there's no other way. Haha. Li Jinfeng also knew about the embarrassing incident of Zhang Xiaohua practicing martial arts. He smiled and did not ask further. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, "Brother Li, where did you spend the new year? Don't tell me you also stayed in Pingyang City?" Hearing this, Li Jinfeng smiled mysteriously and said, "Although I went to the escort agency and Lai Mountain Villa to look for you after the new year, I spent the new year in Lu Town." "You're back home, Brother Li." Zhang Xiaohua was very excited to hear news of her hometown. She continued to ask, "Is everyone at home well?" And although Zhang Xiaohua did not finish her sentence, Li Jinfeng knew what she meant. He smiled and said, "My family is very good." "Your family is also very good." "Really?" Zhang Xiaohua could not believe her ears. It had been more than a year since she left the Guizhuang house. Usually, when she saw him practicing martial arts and reading, he did not seem to be homesick. However, he was still a teenager after all. How could he not be homesick just because he wanted to? She remembered that when she went to the Lotus Escort Agency last year, she wanted second brother to bring his monthly allowance home. After that, she encountered so many things and forgot about the money. She vaguely remembered that second brother seemed to have said that he wanted Li Jinfeng to help him bring a message and money back when he went back for the new year. Second brother had already left the Lotus Escort Agency before the new year, so he probably did not fulfill this request. At the thought of this, Zhang Xiaohua quickly took out the money pouch in her arms and said, "Brother Li, I have some money here. Why don't you take it first and help me bring it back the next time you go back?" Hearing this, Li Jinfeng quickly stopped her and said, "Don't, Zhang Xiaohua, put it away first. It's still too early for me to go back home. I don't even know when the next time I go back will be. Who knows, maybe you will go back before me." "Oh, so it's like that." Zhang Xiaohua helplessly took back the money pouch and said, "If Brother Li has a chance to come back, you must let us know first, okay?" Li Jinfeng said, "That's for sure. Didn't I go back before the new year to find you first? However, your second brother went out to run the Lotus Escort Agency, so I didn't see him. Luckily, your second brother was careful and left the money that should be brought back. I already gave it to your parents the last time I went back." "Is that so? That's great. Oh right, Brother Li, quickly tell me about my family." Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat impatient to hear news about her family. "Well, I heard from your parents that there didn't seem to be any changes when they left with you." Hee hee. Li Jinfeng was obviously not a very good descriptor. Zhang Xiaohua did not give up and said, "Then just say whatever you want." Li Jinfeng thought about it and said, "That's right, your father and mother look very young. I think my father and mother should be about the same age as your father and mother. Why do they look 10 years younger than my father and mother?" "Is that so? That can't be. I remember that when I was born, my parents also looked very normal." Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled, but then he understood and asked, "Then, what else?" "Oh right, your sister-in-law is also very beautiful. I really can't tell that your brother has such good luck to be able to find such a good wife." Li Jinfeng said with some envy. "My brother is like me, extremely handsome. Naturally, he can find a woman as beautiful as my sister-in-law." Zhang Xiaohua said narcissistically. "You're bragging." Li Jinfeng laughed and said, "To be honest, although the three of you brothers are not ugly, you really can't be said to be handsome. You don't have the slightest touch of chic." Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then told the story of his brother and sister-in-law. Li Jinfeng sighed and clapped his hands. "It's so touching. A beauty accompanying a hero. It's only right. However, Zhang Xiaohua, I really can't tell. That evil tyrant is the wolf of Lu Town. He has been harming Lu Town for a long time, and you actually dared to go up. I can only say that I admire you. Everything else is nonsense. Don't talk about other things. Brother Li, let's talk about my family. How's the farming at home now? I've also farmed the land on the south slope. Oh right, how's my father's health? How about my mother? Also, did my brother have a child? Oh right, doesn't Mr. Lu also live at our place? How is he? Also, is my grandmother's grave tidy? Zhang Xiaohua asked a bunch of questions in one breath. In the end, he thought of his beloved grandmother and his eyes instantly turned red. Please collect it, thank you. Chapter 156. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's sad appearance, Li Jinfeng immediately acted like a child who had made a mistake. He rubbed his hands in embarrassment and said, "This, Xiaohua, really, how do I say this? I don't know where your grandmother's grave is and I haven't paid my respects." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, brother Li. I was too impatient. I suddenly heard news about my family and wanted to know more." Then she said sadly, "Grandmother has already been gone for a year. Thinking about it, that day seems like yesterday. Brother Li is a guest from afar and isn't very familiar with our family. Father and mother naturally wouldn't tell you these things. If they really did ask you to pay your respects, it would definitely be neglectful." Li Jinfeng scratched his head and said, "Yes, I don't think I saw anything black and white at home, so I didn't think in that direction. If I had met you two when I returned home before the new year and you two reminded me, I might have been able to help you take a look." Then he said, "Your eldest brother seems to know what's on your mind. He told me to tell you that you don't have to worry about the land on the hillside. He helped you look after it well. That land seems to be very fertile and has already been harvested. The harvest is a bit higher than other lands." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was slightly happy and said, "Really? I opened up that land bit by bit. It's not a waste of my hard work to have such a good harvest." "That's right. Also, your family's harvest last year was very good. It's enough for this year's consumption. Your father went to Lu Town to sell a lot before the new year and really made a lot of money." He he. When Zhang Xiaohua heard about her family's wealth, she was naturally happy. Li Jinfeng thought for a moment and then said, "As for your eldest brother's child, I haven't seen him. Looking at your sister-in-law, she doesn't seem to be pregnant either. The two of them have been married for a year. Why don't they work harder?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a little indignant when she thought of hugging her little nephew. Li Jinfeng was amused when he heard this. He flicked Zhang Xiaohua's head and said with a smile, "Why are you in such a hurry? I see that your brother and sister-in-law have a good relationship. It's only a matter of time before they have a child in the family." Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her aching head and said with grievance, "I'm also concerned about the next generation of the Zhang family. Learning martial arts should start from a young age. I can't let my little nephew lose at the starting line. I also have to plan for a rainy day." "Don't, you should practice your martial arts first." Li Jinfeng was a bit speechless and said, "How can you be in charge of educating children? Moreover, don't you have old Master Lu in your family? He's a man of great knowledge. Under his influence, I reckon that your future in literature will be better than your half-baked martial arts." "That's right, this old Master Lu is really amazing. As the ancients say, there are sages in the world who live in seclusion in the mountains. I didn't think so. This time I went to your family and talked with this old Master Lu. Only then did I know that this saying was true. Old Mr. Lu's knowledge isn't any worse than the old pedants of our academy. I really admire you." "Is that so? I just found out." Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, "My sister-in-law's father is naturally amazing. Moreover, my sister-in-law's knowledge is also very good. In the past, I didn't spend much time with her and didn't realize it. But in that short period of time, my sister-in-law gave me a lot of advice. I firmly remembered many of her words in my heart. Now that I've read books and compared them with what she said, I found that those words were penetrating insights." Li Jinfeng felt a wave of yearning and said sadly, "Like father, like daughter. It's probably like that. It's a pity that I didn't talk much with your sister-in-law and didn't experience her elegance." "That's right, does your sister-in-law have a younger sister? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, she doesn't have a direct younger sister. But, she has a younger cousin. Is that so? Li Jinfeng's eyes lit up and asked, what's her name? Does she have an engagement? Zhang Xiaohua said, her name is Lu Yeye. She lives in Bali Valley. As for an engagement, how would I know? Next time when you go back, you can ask around. But, I have to tell you in advance. Li Jinfeng said blankly, what are you trying to say? Zhang Xiaohua smiled strangely and said, Sister Yeye doesn't seem to be as beautiful as Sister Qiutong. Also, Mr. Lu's younger brother is a butcher who slaughters pigs. He's very fierce to people. When Li Jinfeng heard this, he looked around and said seriously, Xiaohua, you misunderstood me. I'm just concerned about you and want to know more about your living environment. Whether or not Miss Lu Yeye is beautiful, what does it have to do with me? Don't you think so? Oh yes, your sister-in-law is so beautiful. There's no reason that her younger cousin can't even compare to Qiutong. It's really strange. Looking at Li Jinfeng's expression, Zhang Xiaohua was a little amused. She continued to ask, Brother Li, don't think about other things. Tell me more about your family. Li Jinfeng continued, that's right, the money that your second brother gave me, I gave it all to your parents. When they received the money, they were so happy that tears fell from their eyes. They only kept saying, child has grown up, child has grown up. I knew that there was also your monthly allowance in it, so I told them. But I didn't know that it was better if I didn't say it. They cried even more when they heard it. Zhang Xiaohua also felt a little sad. I saw that they missed you, so I told them about the interesting stories of you practicing martial arts and learning how to read and write. Only then did they feel more at ease. Oh right, I didn't tell them about your injuries. I thought that if I told them, they would definitely rush to Pingyang City overnight to drag you back. Huh, how's your right hand now? Don't let them see any clues when you go back. Zhang Xiaohua raised her right hand and made a few flexing and stretching movements nimbly. She said, it's already fine. I should be able to recover after some time. I believe that father and mother won't be able to tell. Li Jinfeng nodded and said, Old Master Lu was also very happy to hear that you were enlightened. They even asked why you didn't write a letter home since you could read and write now. I could only say that I left in a hurry and didn't meet with you. At this point, Li Jinfeng took out a letter from his chest and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. He said, your sister-in-law wrote this for you. Zhang Xiaohua snatched it over and scolded, Brother Li, why did you only take it out now? Li Jinfeng chuckled and said, good things only appear at the most crucial time. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to open the unsealed letter. There were several pages full of beautiful handwriting. When Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully, it was written in the tone of her parents. It must be the result of a collaboration between the family. The letter contained trivial matters of the family and the village. More importantly, it contained her parents' reminders and longing for the two of them. Zhang Xiaohua's heart warmed when she read it. As the saying goes, a letter from home is worth 10,000 pieces of gold. It was true. Zhang Xiaohua finished reading it carefully and kept it carefully in her chest. Just when she was about to speak, Li Jinfeng spoke and said solemnly, also, Zhang Xiaohua, your parents asked me to pass a message to you and your second brother. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, what message can't they say in a letter? Li Jinfeng nodded and said, your parents asked me to personally tell you that if you don't mix well in the city and get bullied, go back to the Guizhuang house. Your parents will always be at home waiting for you to come back. Hearing such simple words, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes immediately blurred. He nodded desperately and said, I know, Brother Li. Thank you. When Zhang Xiaohua's mood calmed down a little, he cheerfully said, let's go, Brother Li. Let's go find my second brother. He must also want to know about the family. However, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua ran out of the hut, she stopped. She had been to the Misty School once, but it was taken by Yan through the inner courtyard of the Huanxi villa. She knew that it must be Yan's special passage, and she might not be able to use it. But if she and Li Jinfeng directly went in through the front door of the Misty Mountain Villa, would the guards let her in? This was really a problem. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua patted the back of her head and smiled. There was a disciple of the Misty School next to her. She could just open her mouth and ask. Zhang Xiaohua moved to the door of He Tianshu's room. The door was not closed and was half open. He Tianshu in the room held his chin with one hand and seemed to be thinking. Zhang Xiaohua went to the door and knocked on the door frame, but it didn't arouse He Tianshu's attention. She had no choice but to go in directly. Only when she was in front of He Tianshu did he wake up. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Captain He, is this the awareness of a martial arts expert? Isn't it said that after practicing martial arts to a certain extent, one's eyes and ears will be alert? I'm already in front of you, and you only noticed it now?" He Tianshu still looked dispirited as he replied, "There is such a saying. It is to be able to sense movements within a certain range. However, I am still far from reaching that level. Moreover, you see, this footwork is really hard to understand. I have practiced it many times, but it has no effect." With that said, he wanted to pass the ethereal steps cultivation technique to him. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Captain He, I'll leave this kind of profound research to you. Once you've comprehended it, you can teach me." When He Tianshu heard this, he took back the technique and asked in puzzlement, "Then why did you run away?" Zhang Xiaohua then told him that she wanted to go to the Misty School to look for her second brother. When He Tianshu heard this, he smiled and said, "That's easy. You don't have to worry about the small paths in the inner courtyard. It seems that Mingsue Hall's hall master Qin has never walked by himself. I usually go through the front door when I go back. However, I have the Misty School's token. You can go to the guard of Huanxi Manor to get another token. Take that to the side door of Ethereal Manor. It should be able to be used. But I'm not alone. Li Jinfeng and Brother Li want to go with me to see my second brother. The Huanxi Manor's token can only be used by one person. You can't bring anyone. Then what should I do?" Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. Li Jinfeng had come all the way to his house to take the money that he and his brother had saved. He had even sent a letter to him just to see Zhang Xiaohu. His request wasn't too high, right? How could he not satisfy this request of his? He Tianshu asked, "Li Jinfeng? Is he the scholar who came to see you with your second brother last time?" "Yes." Zhang Xiaohua answered honestly. "Well, I happen to want to have a rest. Why don't I take you there? My token can only take one person." After that, He Tianshu stretched and stood up. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed. He Tianshu went out and greeted Li Jinfeng. Then he took the two people to Ethereal Manor. The three people went out of Huanxi Manor and soon came to the avenue facing Ethereal Manor. Looking at the broad avenue, Zhang Xiaohua felt that things had changed. However, he still took firm steps. Under the archway of Ethereal Manor, it was still solemn. Several young people in neat clothes stood there. There was no one else on the avenue. The guards saw them from afar. However, they were not as alert as when Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohu came for the first time. After all, He Tianshu walked in front of the three people. He had walked through the archway many times. When they got close, a guard stopped them as usual and asked with a smile, "Captain He, are you going back to the sect again?" He Tianshu cupped his hands and said, "Brother, this time I'm bringing a friend to visit a brother in the sect." The man nodded and said, "Yes. Captain He, please take out your token and make a registration. I just don't know who this friend is going to see. I've done it before and I know what to do." He Tianshu said with a smile, "My friend is a scholar from the academy in Pingyang City. He wants to visit Zhang Xiaohu. However, I'm not sure which hall this Zhang Xiaohu belongs to." Zhang Xiaohu? Why is this name so familiar? I seem to have heard it somewhere. However, Captain you've put me in a difficult position. How can you not know which hall he belongs to? Could it be that he's a child who just joined the sect? Tianshu explained, brother, you're right. Zhang Xiaohu just joined the sect, so I really don't know where he is. He's actually a famous figure in the Jianghu. I'm really ignorant. The guard blushed a little. At this moment, a young guard who could not stand it quietly came over and whispered into his ear, Captain, you went out for a while and may not know about these things. This Zhang Xiaohu is the person who is being talked about in the sect. He's the one we told you about yesterday. He's almost 20 years old and his martial arts are very sloppy. He didn't rely on his own abilities. He only joined our sect because he knows the manor head of Huanxi Mountain Village and relied on his connections. Oh. The guards suddenly understood and nodded slightly. He then looked at Tianshu with contempt and said, Captain this brother of yours is very powerful. You have to learn from him. To be honest, look at how miserable you are in the pharmacy hall. You were even sent to Huanxi Mountain Village. Look at you, you didn't manage to establish a relationship with the manor head for such a long time. Instead, someone else took advantage of you. Tianshu heard this and was stunned on the spot. He asked in confusion, brother, what do you mean? We're familiar with each other. Can you make it clear? That person smiled and declined, Captain you've already said this. Then do you want to make it clear? Wouldn't it be boring if you said too much? Tianshu of course would not accept it. He pulled that person to the side and said, brother, didn't you just say that you want me to learn? Look, if you don't make it clear, how can I learn? That person saw that he could not refuse and whispered in Tianshu's ear, Captain you've been staying in Huanxi Mountain Village all this time. Maybe you don't know these things. I also just came back from outside. As soon as I came back, I heard a few of my brothers chattering. They said that a few days ago, a lucky bastard came to our sect. He borrowed the glory of Manor Lord O and didn't pass the test. However, he was personally accepted into the sect by the sect master. He even became senior martial brother Wenwenhai's disciple. Think about it, Captain This senior Wenwenhai is the sect leader's direct disciple. He hasn't accepted any disciples yet. Who knows how many disciples are eyeing this position? Say, this Zhang Xiaohu is so old and his martial arts are sloppy. Just based on his relationship with Manor Head O, he got such a big advantage. How can the disciples be convinced? Tianshu cried out in surprise. He turned around and saw that Zhang Xiaohua's face was also full of anger. He said, brother, how can there be such a rumor? I know about the matter of Zhang Xiaohu entering our Misty School. It doesn't seem like what you're saying. It's not like this. That person also felt strange and said, you actually know the specific situation? What is going on? However, even if you know the truth now, it's useless. All kinds of rumors have already spread throughout the Misty School. I don't know which version is true and which is false. Maybe what you heard is also false? What I said is absolutely true. I was there at the time. Tianshu said solemnly. Come on, brother. It's obvious that you're lying. That person was a little disapproving as he waved his hand and said, Zhang Xiaohu's entry into the ethereal sect was personally decided by the sect master in the meeting hall. What qualifications do you have to enter the meeting hall? Tianshu was speechless. That guard's words were really reasonable. If he didn't want to be Zhang Xiaohua's master, how could he have the qualifications to enter the sect leader's office? This kind of thing couldn't be explained clearly to others. Tianshu could only pat that guard's shoulder and said, brother, public opinion can melt gold. Some things aren't as simple as you think. I can't explain the specifics to you. Since you told me the truth just now, I'll give you a piece of advice. Since this matter involves the sect leader, it's naturally better not to talk about it. That guard thoughtfully nodded. Tianshu then brought Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng, who had finished their registration, into the archway and walked towards the entrance of the villa. Just as they passed the archway, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but say to He Tianshu, "Captain He, how can they say such nonsense? My second brother was able to enter the Misty School because sect leader O personally agreed to it. How can they say such nonsense?" He Tianshu smiled bitterly and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, in this place where there are only people, there will be Jianghu and conflicts. Think about it, being sect leader O's direct disciple is a position that any Misty School disciple would covet. Zhang Xiaohu isn't a disciple that was trained from a young age. His sudden appearance naturally makes people jealous. If your second brother can't even deal with this setback, I believe that sect leader will look down on him. Please add it to your collection, thank you." Chapter 157. Zhang Xiaohua fell silent when she heard that. She only wanted her second brother to enter the Misty School so that he could get rid of the bloodthirsty life of the armed escort agency. She also wanted him to practice martial arts at the same time. She didn't have any other extravagant requests. When Wenhai only accepted her as his disciple out of good intentions and because of their previous relationship, it could be considered a coincidence. However, in the eyes of others, all these good things were just firewood for jealousy. They could only make people lose their heads and reject this shallow village boy from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua deeply felt that the human heart was the most unpredictable thing in the world. Even the Misty School, which was regarded as a sacred place in her heart, couldn't be free from vulgarity. She didn't know if it was right or wrong for her to push her second brother into the teeth of the storm. Just a moment ago, she was still lively and happy. Now, she was a little gloomy. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The ancients didn't lie. The attentive Li Jinfeng had long sensed Zhang Xiaohua's abnormal behavior. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiaohua, don't worry too much about it. After all, they don't know the secret behind this, so it's inevitable that they won't speculate. It's not uncommon to see groundless accusations in this world. You must learn to be calm. This is the best touchstone for right and wrong, and it's the best way to hone a person's temperament. Once you've experienced enough, you'll naturally learn to be calm. A trivial matter is better than reading 10,000 books. If you're stuck in a pile of old books, who can grow well?" Zhang Xiaohua forced a smile and said, "I know, Brother Li. I'm just a little uncomfortable. I can't believe that doing something like this for my second brother will cause so many people to gossip. If they say this in front of Captain He, who knows what they'll say behind my back." Li Jinfeng smiled and stopped trying to persuade him. This kind of thing depended on one's own understanding. It was useless to say more. Zhang Xiaohua was only a teenager. It was good that he could have such thoughts. If he could see through people's hearts and remain indifferent, it would be strange. When He Tianshu heard this, he chuckled and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're thinking too much. They're just saying that the grapes are sour because they can't eat them. This kind of matter involves the gang leader, so it's not up to them to criticize. I just want to satisfy my craving. I don't dare to say anything more. Don't worry. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly than the player is confused." Zhang Xiaohua also knows this truth, but she still can't let it go. Behind the decorated archway was a huge square, facing a main door with carved beams and painted pillars. The door was tightly shut. He Tianshu led the two of them to the side door as he explained, "This main door is usually only used by the gang leader or the distinguished guests of the gang. Usually, people in the gang go through the side doors." Li Jinfeng nodded and said, "I've already read about these rules in books. I thought they were outdated. In this era where the times keep up with the times, perhaps you won't see them. It's commendable that your gang still retains such an ancient style." He Tianshu smiled and said, "Brother Li, you're a scholar, so of course you're full of vigor. We martial artists follow the old rules and are content with the ancient customs. This kind of rule is not uncommon in the martial arts world. After a long time, you'll know." Li Jinfeng cupped his hands and said, I've learned. As the two talked, Zhang Xiaohua was absent-minded. The three of them walked for a while and came to a lush place. He Tianshu stopped and said, This is where the gang leader and the disciples of the elders live. As for where Zhang Xiaohu lives, we'll have to ask to find out. While they were talking, a young man with a face as bright as the moon and an arrogant expression walked out from the door of an abode. He Tianshu quickly went up and cupped his hands and said, I'm He Tianshu from the pharmacy hall. I'm here to visit Brother Wen Wenhai's new disciple, Zhang Xiaohu. May I know where he lives? Brother, can you tell me a little? That person already had an unapproachable expression. After hearing He Tianshu's words, he frowned as if he had seen a fly. He reluctantly returned the greeting and impatiently pointed to the left and said, 50 steps forward. The one with the small tree in front of the door is him. Without waiting for He Tianshu to thank him, he flicked his sleeves and walked away. As he walked, he muttered, another group of snobs. Can't they just practice martial arts? They always want to walk the unorthodox path. Looks like I'll have to find someone to put up a sign over there. For no reason, I'd become a guide a few times these past few days. He Tianshu looked at that person's behavior and was also confused. He had asked him for directions in a proper manner and had never been rude. Why was he so cold? The three of them walked forward and saw a small tree in front of a courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked forward and knocked on the door. After a while, Zhang Xiaohu's voice came from inside the door, Zhang Xiaohu isn't here. He went to the training ground to practice martial arts. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She dug her ears and shouted in surprise, Second brother, I'm Xiaohua. I heard your voice. How did you go to the training ground? Immediately, a surprised voice came from inside, Haha, Xiaohua, wait a moment. The door opened with a sound. The person who stuck his head out was Zhang Xiaohu. When he saw the three of them in front of the door, he was very happy. He quickly let them in and then carefully looked outside. After confirming that there was no one, he closed the door of the courtyard. He Tianshu and the other two stood beside Zhang Xiaohu. Looking at his series of strange actions, they were very puzzled. Zhang Xiaohua even asked, Second brother, what are you doing? How much do you owe him? Zhang Xiaohu turned around and smiled bitterly, sit inside. I'll tell you the details later. This was a rather exquisite small courtyard. There was an open space in the corner where martial arts equipment such as weapons and stone locks were placed. The layout of the courtyard was similar to that of the Huanxi mountain villa, with a stone table and stone stools. Now that the weather was mild, the four of them sat in the courtyard. Zhang Xiaohu poured tea for everyone and then began to talk. Zhang Xiaohua was the first to ask impatiently, Second brother, what's going on? Do you really owe him a debt? Zhang Xiaohu glared at him and said, When did you see your second brother owing someone money? Zhang Xiaohua stuck out his tongue and said, Then you were sneaking around just now. It was like the father of Dumbo in our village who owed someone money. Zhang Xiaohu smiled bitterly and said, I was forced to do this. He Tianshu asked, Zhang Xiaohu, since you can be apprenticed to senior brother Wen, you're the direct disciple of Grand Master O. Who can force you? Zhang Xiaohu said helplessly, It's because I'm the direct disciple of Grand Master O that it's like this. Seeing that everyone was surprised, Zhang Xiaohu took a sip of water and explained, That day in the meeting hall, I was accepted as a disciple by Master. After that, I went through the apprenticeship ceremony and was arranged to live in this small courtyard. He Tianshu interrupted and said, TSK, there's really a difference in treatment. When I first entered the sect, I lived in a small room with a few people. When I was promoted and became an adult, I was still in a room with 2 people. You just entered the sect and you're already living alone in a small courtyard. It's really a world of difference. No wonder everyone wants to be a direct disciple. Zhang Xiaohu said, Martial Uncle He, please don't mock me. I'd rather live in a room with a few people. Not long after I moved here, a few people came to visit. I didn't understand what was going on, so I warmly welcomed them. However, they didn't say anything and just talked about this and that. I could only accompany them. However, they didn't sit for long before more people came. My small courtyard was full of people the whole day. When more people came, I realized that they were trying to worm their way into being friends with me. They wanted to build a good relationship with me and see if I could give them some benefits. You tell me, isn't it like a chicken talking to a duck? I was able to enter Master's tutelage because of Xiaohua's blessing. I couldn't tell them this, so they just thought I had some secret method and wanted to inquire about it. Many people gave me some jaw-dropping conditions, so I could only decline. However, the more I declined, the more they thought I was in control and the more they pestered me. He Tianshu listened and couldn't help curling his lips. He was also a representative in this misty school. He thought that as long as he was good at martial arts, everything was good. He neglected the ways of the world and only focused on practicing martial arts. Although he was successful in martial arts now, he had become a person that no one loved. That was why he was sent to Huanxi Mountain Villa. Now that he heard other people's methods of currying favor, other than looking up to them, there was nothing else left in his heart. Zhang Xiaohu continued, so, on the second day, when I saw that the crowd was still there, I pretended to go to Master's place to practice martial arts. Only then did I hide out. When everyone left, I secretly came back. These few days, I closed the door and didn't see anyone. When someone knocked on the door anxiously, I was just a cleaner. In any case, they weren't familiar with me, so they couldn't recognize my voice. He had a cunning look on his face. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved and said, so that's how it is. It seems that I was right not to become a disciple of the Misty School. If I had to face these kinds of people every day, I would be annoyed to death. He Tianshu curled his lips again and said disdainfully, if you enter the Misty School, you will also be under my tutelage. If a ghost comes to find you, I will let you be my master. Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, it can't be, Captain He. Your martial arts are considered to be one of the best in the sect. How can you mix in with this kind of situation? He Tianshu let out a long breath and said, the human heart is unfathomable. How can you understand the ways of the world? He then acted like he was lazy and disheartened. Li Jinfeng comforted him and said, Captain He, you are thinking too much. Where there are people, there will be snobbery and there will be ways of the world. Without these things, wouldn't the mortal world become a paradise? Zhang Xiaohu also laughed and said, young Master Li is right. Seeing me like this, isn't he Shu also troubled by these kinds of trivial matters and can't wait to hide? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, second brother, in my heart, I have always felt that the Misty School is a paradise. The disciples of the Misty School are all experts like Captain He and Master Wen. Their temperament must be noble and pure. But from what you said, there are also many people who are half-hearted and flattering? That's really unexpected. Li Jinfeng understood Zhang Xiaohua's feelings very well. He patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, Xiaohua's feelings are the same as mine when I first arrived at the academy. The first time I saw a teacher of the academy make a deal with someone for power and money, I was also depressed for a few days. Later on, I understood that teachers are also mortals. Mortals have their own selfish desires. It is normal for them to do some shady business. Zhang Xiaohua also copied He Tianshu and let out a long breath and said, I finally understand what it means to be unsullied out of the mud. If there is no mud, how can there be unsullied nobility? Soon after, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to remember something and asked, that's right, second brother. When we were at the memorial archway just now, we heard the guards talking about you. When Zhang Xiaohu heard this, he still smiled bitterly and said, I know. When I go out on a normal day, I also hear people talking about you. They don't know that they are talking about me, so naturally they don't have any misgivings. It seems that the status of a direct disciple of the big gang leader is really not ordinary. Not only are there many people who want to take advantage of the situation, there are also many people who look down on me, a disciple who came out of nowhere. They think that I am only able to have such good fortune because of others. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was a little embarrassed and said, "Second brother, you have to blame me for this. I didn't discuss it with you beforehand, so you are now in a dilemma. It's really my fault." Zhang Xiaohu looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile and said, "It's okay, Xiaohua. I know that you gave me such a good opportunity to practice martial arts for second brother's sake. Wasn't I so happy at that time that I was dumbfounded? How could I think so much? Second brother can't thank you enough, so how could I blame you? People who look up at the starry sky are not just admiring the beauty of the night sky. Perhaps some people are having nosebleeds. It's better to be down to earth. Moreover, I will walk my own path and let others talk about me. I will walk my own path of martial arts. Who cares about what others think? As long as I work hard and achieve results, these rumors will naturally disappear." He Tianshu clapped and said, "Zhang Xiaohu, what you said is very good. You have great potential. No wonder junior brother Wen took a fancy to you. Martial uncle uses tea in place of wine to congratulate you in advance on your success in the Misty School." Thus, the four of them each raised their teacups and drank it in one gulp. After putting down the teacups, Zhang Xiaohu mysteriously said to Zhang Xiaohua, "Xiaohua, wait here. Second brother will bring you something good." After he finished speaking, he walked into the room. Not long after, he came out with a small booklet and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He said, "Here, Xiaohua. This is the Nigong Heart Sutra that I especially asked Master for you." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and immediately stood up from the stone bench. She quickly waved her hands and said, "Second brother, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Didn't I already take a copy of the Carefree Heart Sutra from the library? I can't take anything from your Misty School. Isn't this asking you to misplace it?" Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Master already told me about the Carefree Heart Sutra. Xiaohua, you really are amazing. There are so many Nigong Heart Sutras in the library, so why did you choose that one?" "It's because of this that I asked Master for help. Actually, it's not as you think. There aren't any mistakes to be made. This reckless bull force is just a simple Nigong from another sect. Although you can't find it outside, it's not worth a single cent in the Misty School. Don't worry and just take it." Master gave his approval and I took it from his study. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the thin secret book and asked tentatively, "Second brother, is it really okay to take this reckless bull force?" Zhang Xiaohu raised his hand and threw it into her arms. He laughed and scolded, "If you say it's okay, then it's okay. Look at you. You clearly want to take it, but you're afraid it'll burn your hand." Zhang Xiaohua reached out and caught it. She giggled and said, "I'm just afraid you'll make a mistake. I heard that the rules of the Misty School are very strict. You can't just let anyone practice any Nigong Heart Sutra." He Tianshu also felt a wave of envy. He said, "Direct disciples are really different. Even if I want to see these Heart Sutras, I have to ask the elders. You guys can just casually give them away. It's really unfair." Zhang Xiaohu said, "Martial uncle you're joking. Even if I let you see this Heart Sutra, would you even read it?" He Tianshu didn't say anything and just chuckled. Then, Zhang Xiaohu said to Zhang Xiaohua with concern, "Xiaohua, I heard from Master that this reckless bull force is very easy. Anyone with a bit of understanding can learn it. Also, the Nigong Heart Sutra isn't complicated and the path of cultivation is also very simple. Normally, there won't be any danger of cultivation deviation. I remember that when you were learning fist techniques, you had a photographic memory when you read fist manuals. This thing shouldn't be too difficult for you." "Photographic memory when I read fist manuals?" He Tianshu was puzzled. Was he talking about Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohu continued, "This Nigong Heart Sutra was specially chosen for you by Master, so it shouldn't be wrong. However, you haven't practiced any Nigong Heart Sutras before, so you have to be careful. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask Martial Uncle He." She turned her head and said to He Tianshu, "Please take care of my little brother in the future, martial uncle He." He Tianshu smiled and said, "There are so many people in the sect looking for you to form a group. Why do you need me?" Then, he said, "I've heard of this reckless bull force before. It's very easy to learn. I don't think I've heard of anyone suffering from cultivation deviation. However, Zhang Xiaohua, if you have any questions, you can ask me at any time, but I can't teach you this. After all, I'm not practicing the reckless bull force." Seeing that He Tianshu agreed, Zhang Xiaohu was very happy and thanked him repeatedly. Then, He Tianshu asked curiously, "Zhang Xiaohu, what Nigong Heart Sutra do you want to practice?" Zhang Xiaohu said awkwardly, "Martial uncle He, you also know that I practiced Nigong for a period of time at the Lotus Escort Agency. Master said that the Nigong was too rough and wouldn't be good for the future. He told me to stop a long time ago. Luckily, the time I spent practicing it wasn't long, so it wouldn't affect the practice of new Nigong. He still hasn't decided what Nigong to teach me." He Tianshu was envious again and thought, "Your master just casually gave away Nigong Heart Sutras from other sections. How can the one you practice be fake? Maybe it's the ethereal divine art." However, how could he say this out loud? He only smiled and said, "That's a pity. You probably won't be able to participate in this year's martial arts exhibition." Martial arts exhibition? Zhang Xiaohua, who was immersed in the Nigong Heart Sutra, seemed to have heard something interesting and asked. Zhang Xiaohu smiled and said, "Martial uncle He, you're joking again. I've just joined the sect. I haven't learned any fist techniques, Nigong, or sword techniques. How can I participate in this exhibition? Wouldn't that be embarrassing my master?" Zhang Xiaohua, who had originally wanted to read the Reckless Bull Force manual, immediately became interested. She threw the Nigong Heart Sutra that she couldn't get no matter how hard she tried in the past onto the stone table. She looked at the two people curiously and asked, "Hurry up and tell me, what is this martial arts exhibition?" Chapter 158. Zhang Xiaohu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was worried and smiled at He Tianshu. This disciple has just joined the school and doesn't know much about the sect. Would martial uncle He please explain? He Tianshu thought for a moment and said to Zhang Xiaohua, "This is some common knowledge in the Jianghu. There's no harm in telling you. Our Misty School's normal disciples are divided into two types, commoner disciples and brocade disciples." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but interrupt, "That's not fair, Captain He. Why does the Misty School discriminate? If you have money, you can become a brocade disciple, but if you don't, you can only be a commoner disciple?" He Tianshu glared at him in annoyance and said, "Can you let me finish? Don't you know that it's very impolite to interrupt others?" Li Jinfeng looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. After all, when they were young, with his second brother and He Tianshu, who was like a master, Zhang Xiaohua's youthful habits were fully displayed. Zhang Xiaohua stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to say anything else. He Tianshu continued, "The difference between commoner disciples and brocade disciples isn't whether or not they have money. The disciples of the Misty School are all taken in at the age of 4 or 5. There are specialized people to train them. They don't do business and don't have parents, so where would they get the money? The fundamental difference is in their martial arts cultivation and their contributions to the Misty School. All disciples start off as commoner disciples. Commoner disciples are divided into 10 ranks, and each rank has its own content to cultivate, including fist techniques, sword techniques, palm techniques, and inner force cultivation methods. Commoner disciples are not allowed to skip ranks to cultivate other cultivation methods. Once they have finished cultivating the cultivation methods of their rank, they can proceed to the next rank after being tested by a specialist. In fact, many inner force cultivation methods, palm techniques, and sword techniques are also divided into levels. Commoner disciples also have a corresponding level of cultivation methods for each rank. Only when they advance to the next rank can they have the opportunity to cultivate the lower level of cultivation methods. Zhang Xiaohua found it strange and asked, Captain He, what does this have to do with the martial arts exhibition? Just as he finished asking, he seemed to have understood something and muttered to himself, could it be that this martial arts exhibition is the test you were talking about? He Tianshu's face was filled with joy as he said, Zhang Xiaohua's brain is still very bright. You guessed right, this martial arts exhibition is a test for the disciples' advancement. It's held once a year. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, in that case, does this disciple also advance once a year? He Tianshu smiled and said, you're right. Those who can enter our Misty School are all talented people. Coupled with the fact that the school teaches students according to their aptitude, most of the disciples can advance once a year. Li Jinfeng suddenly understood and laughed loudly, Captain He, this sounds like the students in our school who have to take an exam every year. If they pass the exam, they can go to a higher place to study. He Tianshu was stunned and said, I think it's about the same. After all, the essence of practicing martial arts and studying literature is to improve. If you want to improve, there must be a test standard. Although the standards are different, the essence is the same. At this time, Zhang Xiaohu opened his mouth and asked, Martial Uncle He, you were talking about commoner disciples just now. What about brocade disciples? He Tianshu took a sip of tea and continued, if a commoner disciple learns all 10 levels and passes the test, they can become a brocade disciple. The brocade disciple is divided into 5 levels and is also tested in the martial arts exhibition every year. However, the brocade disciple's cultivation is different from the commoner disciples. Every level of the commoner disciple's cultivation is the same while the brocade disciple's cultivation is taught different cultivation techniques according to their aptitude. For example, if Zhang Xiaohu were to advance to the brocade disciple's level, he would have a unique interest or insight in fist techniques and may cultivate the ethereal sex high-level fist techniques. Li Jinfeng nodded and said, the ancients said that there is no limit to learning, but there is a limit to life. Only those who specialize in what they learn can have impressive achievements. The embroidered gown disciples of your esteemed sect probably specialize in one skill based on their own strengths. He Tianshu smiled and said, it's better to study literature. When you open your mouth, you speak in a literary style and make sense. Perhaps this is the reason why the predecessors of my sect set these rules. However, there are still some differences between the examinations of the brocade disciples and the commoner disciples. Although the commoner disciples are tested through a martial arts competition, the winner will undoubtedly be promoted. However, if the loser has enough power and obtains the approval of the judge, they can also be promoted. Brocade disciples are the opposite. The standards are stricter. Even if they win the martial arts test, if they don't receive the judge's approval, they can't advance. Then, he said with a strange tone, also, there is no limit to the number of times a brocade disciple can take the test. As long as you don't pass the test, you have to keep taking the test until you pass. If you can't pass the test, you can't advance, no matter how many years you cultivate. At this time, He Tianshu felt that Zhang Xiaohua was staring at him. He asked curiously, Zhang Xiaohua, why are you looking at me? Is there something on my face? Zhang Xiaohua giggled and said, I want to know what rank captain he is now. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face, well, Zhang Xiaohua, what I just told you is common knowledge in the Misty School. Many people in the martial arts world know about it, so it's fine to say it. As for what rank I am, it involves the secrets of the Misty School. I can't casually reveal it to you. Don't ask too much about it, it's not good for your reputation. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, her heart skipped a beat. She didn't know much about the Misty School. She quickly said, okay, I understand. Captain He, please continue. He Tianshu said, it's good that you understand. However, there's nothing else to say. Li Jinfeng asked, then, Captain He, can you tell us how to differentiate commoner disciples and brocade disciples? I seem to have heard that the gangs in the martial arts world use the color of their clothes to differentiate their status. They also use things like cuff logos to indicate their rank. When He Tianshu heard this, he snorted and said, this method is extremely crude. I think the Misty School did this a long time ago, but it was abolished later. Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued. She quickly asked, why is that? Isn't this pretty good? He Tianshu said, first of all, think about it. The Misty School is such a big gang. How many disciples do we have, and what are their ranks? If every rank has to be marked with a different color of clothes, wouldn't the entire gang be colorful? What kind of prestigious sect is this? It's more like the Pear Garden. Moreover, if the cuff logos are marked, wouldn't it be special? This is too different from the standardization that the Misty School advocates. Actually, there's another point. He Tianshu pretended to be mysterious and said in a low voice, in my opinion, if every piece of clothing is marked, the cost is too high. Although the gang is rich, many times, the landlord doesn't have any extra money. It's better to spend according to one's income. Martial power and financial resources are the two main factors for a gang's development. We can't waste money on trivial matters, right? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she felt a little sympathetic. She clapped her hands and said, Captain He, I agree with you. Money should be used where it's needed. The other two also understood. However, He Tianshu continued, moreover, if a person's strength can be seen from their clothes, then in the eyes of the Misty School, there will be a clear difference in status. It's not conducive to harmony and unity. It's also very easy to form small groups, which is not conducive to the competition and development of the disciples. The most important thing is, think about it. For the enemies of the Misty School, if they can see your strength from your clothes, then why would they spend so much effort looking for information? If you wear different clothes and have different logos on your clothes, then they can tell what your cultivation level is and how strong you are. They will naturally send people stronger than you to cause trouble for you. Won't you always be under their control, without any privacy? Everyone listened and nodded. He Tianshu said proudly, therefore, the ancestors of the Misty School were very wise to abolish this bad habit of clothing. Ordinary disciples' clothes are more or less the same. Zhang Xiaohua asked again, then, Captain He, when is this year's martial arts exhibition? He Tianshu said, probably a month later. This is a grand occasion for our Misty School. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to ask, Captain He, are you ready? He Tianshu smiled proudly and said, I wasn't confident at first, but I just learned ethereal steps. I have, then, he realized something and said, this is a secret of the Misty School. It's not good to ask too much. Zhang Xiaohua smiled embarrassedly and said, then, when the time comes, can I come and take a look? He Tianshu smiled and said, Huanxi Villa is a branch of the Misty School. Usually, you can enter the Misty School with the villa's token. The security will be tight, but you should be able to enter. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very happy and asked again, then, can I participate in this martial arts exhibition? He Tianshu frowned and said, this martial arts exhibition is specially used to test the disciples of our Misty School. What are you doing? Oh, right, I heard that there were people from Huanxi Villa and Lotus Flower Escort Agency participating. It's been a long time, and I was still young at that time, so I vaguely remember it. However, there are no outsiders participating now. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, why is that? Then how can I participate? He Tianshu smiled and said, how would I know? If you want to participate, you can go back and ask Villa Lord O. Zhang Xiaohua asked with concern, Xiaohua, do you really want to participate? Do you only know that fist technique? You've never practiced internal energy? Zhang Xiaohua looked at her second brother and comforted him with a smile, second brother, I'm just saying. I'm just here to watch the fun. Besides, my fist technique is not bad. Last time, I even taught a group of street ruffians a lesson. Everyone smiled bitterly. The newborn calf was not afraid of the tiger. This Zhang Xiaohua really didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. However, if he didn't have this spirit, could he still be called a young man? Even if he was a young man from the countryside. The three of them chatted with Zhang Xiaohua for a while before they bid farewell and left. Zhang Xiaohua carefully hid the Reckless Bull Force manual in her bosom. Only then did she bid farewell to her second brother, who was still looking at her reluctantly when he walked her to the door. Although she had already started practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra, her talent was limited and she didn't make any progress. Moreover, this Reckless Bull Force manual was something that her second brother had painstakingly asked for from great swordsman Wen. It carried a strong sense of kinship with Zhang Xiaohua. There was no reason for Zhang Xiaohua not to cherish it. He Tianshu brought them to the decorated archway and didn't go out with them. He had some matters to attend to in the sect, so he naturally had to go to the pharmacy. Zhang Xiaohua and Li Jinfeng bid farewell to He Tianshu and went to the Gallop carriage company together. Li Jinfeng was a weak scholar, unlike Zhang Xiaohua who was full of energy and careful with money. Naturally, he took the carriage. By the time Zhang Xiaohua sent Li Jinfeng off and returned to Huanxi Mountain Villa, it was already noon. There wasn't a single person in the medicinal field. The Misty School's martial arts exhibition was just around the corner. This was a matter that concerned the future of the disciples. Even the captain, He Tianshu, was concerned about it, let alone Nie Shao, and the others. It was obvious that they spent less time in the medicinal field. Fortunately, the herbs in the medicinal field were still growing healthily. Other than weeding and other chores, it wasn't troublesome. Zhang Xiaohua didn't mind doing more work. Zhang Xiaohua went down to the medicinal field and cleaned it up in a short time. Then, she sat down on the ridge and carefully took out the Reckless Bull Force manual that Zhang Xiaohu gave her. This manual was called Reckless Bull Force and it was a very thin manual. No matter what, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't a beginner. After looking through it, she had a rough idea of what to do. This Reckless Bull Force was similar to the method that Zhang Xiaohu had told her before. The path of the internal energy in the body was also very simple. Compared to the first layer of the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was much worse. It was indeed the easiest internal energy cultivation method in the world of martial arts. After reading the Reckless Bull Force manual, Zhang Xiaohua silently recited it in her heart and compared it with the manual. When she felt that there were no mistakes, she followed the manual's instructions and sat down cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. She closed her eyes and calmed her heart. Zhang Xiaohua had done this countless times before, so she was very familiar with it now. Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and imagined a warm current flowing into her forehead. Then, she swallowed it with her jade. She repeated this over and over again. Even when Zhang Xiaohua's forehead was covered in sweat and her heart was vexed, she still didn't feel any qi. For no reason, Zhang Xiaohua felt a wave of irritation. She really swallowed and opened her eyes. She looked at the healthy herbs in front of her and then looked at the barren medicinal field without sprouts. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, am I the seed that won't sprout? Do I not have a chance to shine? Zhang Xiaohua smiled wryly and mocked herself. Perhaps I really am stupid. Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and looked at the sky. There was still time before lunch, so she calmed herself down and sat down cross-legged again. She closed her eyes and continued the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. In the beginning, Zhang Xiaohua still hadn't shaken off the failure of the Reckless Bull Force, so he couldn't help but breathe quickly and find it difficult to walk. However, even if Zhang Xiaohua was stupid, he didn't lack tenacity. He had a heart that would only grow braver when faced with setbacks. Not long after, he gradually entered a strange state. His 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing gradually matched the frequency at night. Bit by bit, it moved Zhang Xiaohua's entire body. The pores on his body gradually opened. Naturally, Zhang Xiaohua used the method in the Heart Sutra to sense the yuan qi of the world outside. In the beginning, he didn't feel anything, but Zhang Xiaohua wasn't discouraged. Or it could be said that he didn't feel any joy or sorrow. His mind was calm and he didn't feel discouraged. He only knew that the outside world was endless emptiness. Only by searching endlessly could there be a result. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly sensed a trace of the yuan qi of the world that was similar to what was described in the Heart Sutra. He was delighted and was about to use his Heart Sutra to absorb it, but because his mind was distracted, he couldn't sense it anymore. Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, but there was a smile on his face. Even though he failed to absorb it for the first time, to Zhang Xiaohua who hadn't sensed the yuan qi of the world, it was a huge improvement. A milestone in progress. He, Zhang Xiaohua, finally had a sense of qi. Zhang Xiaohua was about to circulate his energy again, but when he saw the color of the sky, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Oh!" He immediately jumped up from the ground. Noon had already passed, but he didn't know that there was still lunch to eat. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua slowly walked back with a few buns in his hand and a bun in his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua's meal was still the same as before. He didn't have someone to send him off like Elder Yu, so naturally, no one would wait for him. That table of first-class food also turned cold and was taken away under the gazes of Ma Jing and the others. Waiting for Zhang Xiaohua were only a few cold buns. When Zhang Xiaohua found out that Nie Xiao, and the others hadn't gone to eat, he couldn't help but be shocked. If he had gone earlier, wouldn't he have enjoyed an entire table of delicious food by himself? Zhang Xiaohua, who was currently filling his stomach, still hadn't forgotten the feeling he had just experienced. He couldn't resist the urge to try again, so he returned to the medicinal field while eating his buns. Sitting back down on the ridge, Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and calmed his emotions. The experience just now gave him a feeling that to draw qi into one's body, one must have a calm state of mind. It must be as calm as an ancient well to be able to succeed. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua felt that his surroundings were slowly calming down. He knew that it was time. Only then did he sit down in a cross-legged position and circulate the "a 9 shallow and 1 deep" technique. Sure enough, this time, he smoothly entered a tranquil state. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua began to use the Heart Sutra again to sense the yuan qi of heaven and earth in the outside world. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua had a new feeling. He felt that his consciousness was swimming around the outside world like a fish, as if it was looking for delicious food. Zhang Xiaohua liked this feeling very much. It was a kind of searching, a kind of freedom to soar. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua once again felt a trace of yuan qi of heaven and earth. This time, he didn't feel particularly happy, as if this was what he had expected. He followed the instructions of the Heart Sutra and his perception turned into a fish, guiding the yuan qi towards himself. That yuan qi was originally going downwards, but with the guidance of Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness, it immediately changed direction and slowly floated towards Zhang Xiaohua. When it came close, the yuan qi seemed to be attracted by something and quickly rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's body. It was unknown which pores it passed through, but Zhang Xiaohua didn't have such thoughts. He was still waiting for the yuan qi of heaven and earth to circulate in his body so that he could explore the mysteries of his inner force cultivation method. Unfortunately, when the yuan qi entered his body, it wasn't as described in the Heart Sutra. Zhang Xiaohua actually couldn't feel where it went. Chapter 159. After sensing his body for a while, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but want to cry. How could he bully people like this? It was fine if his aptitude was poor, but he could not sense the endless heaven and earth yuan qi in the world like what was mentioned in the Carefree Heart Sutra. He had worked so hard for such a long time and finally managed to draw the yuan qi into his body today. How could this trace of yuan qi suddenly disappear? It was a pity that Zhang Xiaohua did not have another pair of eyes in his body, so he naturally could not search for it. The only thing he could do was try again. With his first success, he could be considered to have accumulated experience. In the future, he would be familiar with sensing the yuan qi. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua found another trace of yuan qi. It also came down, and with a pull from Zhang Xiaohua, it changed sides and fell into the embrace of Zhang Xiaohua. However, this door was as deep as the sea. After entering Zhang Xiaohua's body, it disappeared without a trace. After doing this a few times, Zhang Xiaohua no longer felt resentful. The heaven and earth yuan qi was outside his body and not his. As long as he drew the yuan qi into his body, then it was surnamed Zhang. Who cared where it was? As long as it did not run out, there would be a day when he would discover it. Moreover, the Carefree Heart Sutra did not mention how yuan qi came out. Looking at He Tianshu and the rest's cultivation, he had never heard of inner strength running out on its own. Could it be that it would be released by him? Speaking of which, it was strange. Zhang Xiaohua just sat cross-legged on the ridge of the medicinal field and drew a lot of heaven and earth yuan qi into his body in just one afternoon. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was also a little puzzled. Although he had just started drawing yuan qi into his body, he could still draw yuan qi, right? Why couldn't he sense the yuan qi that filled the world? Why was it all strand by strand? And it all came down from above. It was not as the Carefree Heart Sutra said, that it was scattered between heaven and earth. Could it be that He Tianshu and the others' internal energy was cultivated from the outside like this? With a belly full of questions, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small courtyard. Very naturally, he went to knock on He Tianshu's door. He Tianshu had already returned from the pharmacy and was studying ethereal steps in his room. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua enter the room, he smiled and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, is there a problem with practicing reckless bull force?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "Captain He, you're really a deity. You're really good at divination." He Tianshu waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. Although I was young back then, when I received my first internal energy cultivation method, I was just like you now. I was in a hurry to cultivate and accidentally made a mistake. If it weren't for my senior and junior brothers discovering it early, I would have been crippled. I've heard of your reckless bull force before. It's easy to understand, and the circulation path is simple. It's suitable for people like you who have patience and don't have anyone guiding them." Then, he raised his eyebrows and giggled, "Have you been busy all afternoon? How's your practice of reckless bull force?" Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said in a small voice, "I don't feel anything. I still can't feel the qi." He Tianshu laughed and said, "It's okay. The feeling of qi is related to each person's talent. You can't be discouraged and try more. Maybe you'll be able to feel it soon. Back then, I also used 2 whole days to feel the qi. How long does the fastest method take?" Zhang Xiaohua was curious. "Immediately." He Tianshu answered without hesitation. "Ah." Zhang Xiaohua's mouth opened so wide that a duck egg could be stuffed in. "That's right. Immediately." He Tianshu smiled and replied, "There are countless geniuses in this world. From what I remember back then, very few people can immediately feel the qi. Of course, most people can only feel it after 1 or 2 days." Zhang Xiaohua continued to ask, "Then, Captain He, is there anyone who can't feel the qi?" He Tianshu frowned and said, "I don't remember anyone like that. It's still the same old saying. The people that I picked out from Misty School are all talented and intelligent people. Very few of them can feel the qi after 3 or 4 days." Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank. She then asked, "Then, Captain He, do you feel the qi from the outside world in wisps or lumps?" When He Tianshu heard this, he was stunned. He then laughed and said, Zhang Xiaohua, you really know how to joke. There's no real qi in the outside world. The feeling of qi is just a hypothesis. I believe that the reckless bull force also has the meaning of a hypothesis. Pretend that there's qi flowing into your body from your forehead. That's the embryonic form of internal strength. Internal strength, you have to move the qi yourself to open up the acupuncture points in your body and circulate it in your meridians. Every time it circulates, it will increase a little. This is the essence of increasing internal strength. Of course, there are also some medicine that can increase internal strength. But I've never heard of being able to absorb qi from outside the body. If that's the case, we can just absorb qi from outside the body every day. Why do we have to sit cross-legged and cultivate our internal strength? When he saw Zhang Xiaohua's puzzled face, He Tianshu explained, also, the meridians in the human body are the containers for internal strength. The size of the container determines the amount of internal strength. We cultivate internal strength for two reasons. On one hand, we need to increase our internal strength. On the other hand, we need to expand our meridians. Only when both are increased can it be considered a high-level internal strength cultivation method. Although your reckless bull force is easy to learn, the circulation path is very simple. Every time you circulate it, the increase in your internal strength is limited. Also, this cultivation method has very little effect on expanding your meridians. That's why there are very few people who suffer from qi deviation. But Zhang Xiaohua was a little anxious and said, I can't feel internal strength from outside the body. Then how can I generate internal strength in my body? He Tianshu smiled and said, the appearance is born from the heart. The generation of internal strength is like this. As long as you have a sense of qi, the meridians in your body will naturally generate internal strength. It will be warm, and if you circulate it according to the cultivation method, the internal strength will follow your thoughts and flow in your meridians like a little mouse. If you cultivate for a long time, the mouse will naturally grow. He Tianshu added on as if it was a matter of fact. Warm flow. Flow in my meridians? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. In the past, when she cultivated the Big Dipper fist, there was a warm flow. She guessed that was internal strength. However, as for the meridians, Zhang Xiaohua thought about the cultivation method in the Carefree Heart Sutra. It didn't seem to be the same as the warm flow. So she asked again, Captain He, then is the movement of internal strength in the meridians the same? He Tianshu smiled and said, of course it's not the same. The difference in every cultivation method is in the use of the meridians and the movement of internal strength. If the ethereal divine art is the same as your reckless bull strength, then can it still be called the ethereal divine art? Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. However, she still didn't give up and asked, Captain He, is what you said true? Internal strength can't be absorbed from the outside world? He Tianshu said resolutely and decisively, definitely, definitely, definitely. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. When she cultivated the Carefree Heart Sutra, she really felt the yuan qi of heaven and earth. She also guided it into her body. What was going on? She originally wanted to ask He Tianshu about the disappearance of the yuan qi in her body. Now that she had completely overturned her question about the feeling of qi, she might as well not ask. He Tianshu saw Zhang Xiaohua's discouraged appearance and went forward to pat him on the shoulder, saying, Zhang Xiaohua, failure is the mother of success. You have to be unafraid of hardship, sacrifice, and sweat. If you can't get the feeling of qi in a day, then use 2 days. If 2 days aren't enough, then use 3 days. If you really can't get it after 1 or 2 months, then it's fine. We don't cultivate inner strength cultivation methods and change to outer strength cultivation methods. Look at our Misty School's stone cow, they don't cultivate inner strength cultivation methods, but aren't they still very powerful? Zhang Xiaohua didn't make any excuses and casually looked at He Tianshu's table. He Tianshu looked at his appearance and said awkwardly, the second layer of the ethereal steps is still a bit difficult. I've looked at it, but I still don't understand it. You say, it's clearly a footwork technique, but there are some parts that I don't understand. It's simply inconceivable. I really don't know how Big Sect Leader and the others managed to cultivate it. Don't be anxious. Once I understand it, I'll immediately tell you. You should first learn your reckless bull strength and find the feeling of qi. Zhang Xiaohua also lost interest and said, okay, team leader He. You look at it first. I'll go back and think about it. After saying this, Zhang Xiaohua lowered his head and walked out. He originally thought that he would be able to find a satisfactory answer from He Tianshu, but now, Zhang Xiaohua was even more confused. What was going on? What He Tianshu said was completely different from the Carefree Heart Sutra that he cultivated. Could he have cultivated it wrongly? Behind him, He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua's back that was filled with thoughts and was secretly worried for him. The path of inner force cultivation techniques had always been about aptitude. If one couldn't find the feeling of qi for a long time, then there was no way to produce inner force, much less channel it and forge the meridians. If Zhang Xiaohua could forget his fist technique to that extent, then his inner force wouldn't be able to escape the same fate. Immediately after, He Tianshu recalled Zhang Xiaohua's intelligence when learning ethereal steps. However, ethereal steps Qigong also required inner strength as a foundation. Without inner strength, no matter how good one's technique was, it would be useless without any foundation. Thinking of this, He Tianshu could only let out a long sigh. Rousing his spirits, he began to study the ethereal steps. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the small house, feeling unwilling to give up. He took out the Carefree Heart Sutra again and carefully read through the first level of the cultivation technique. After confirming that there were no mistakes in his memory, he closed the secret manual and pondered in his heart. The Heart Sutra clearly stated that the heaven and earth was filled with endless yuan qi. The amount of yuan qi absorbed into the body depended on the depth of the cultivator's skills. It wasn't like his perception today where the yuan qi of heaven and earth was in threads. If he didn't have the ability to sense yuan qi, then it was fine. Perhaps he couldn't recognize the endless yuan qi when facing it. But now that he could sense it, then naturally he would be able to sense a large amount of yuan qi. It couldn't be that he could sense some and not some, right? Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had just read the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra. It might not be recorded, but it couldn't be that there were no records of the cultivation technique after that. So he hurriedly opened the Carefree Heart Sutra again. But what made Zhang Xiaohua disappointed was that after he carefully read from beginning to end, he still couldn't find any answers from this secret manual. The other 10 levels of the cultivation technique also talked about the path of cultivation and the description of realms. It seemed that only the first level slightly touched on the yuan qi of heaven and earth. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't without any gains. At the end of the Carefree Heart Sutra, it talked about another method of absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth. This method wasn't used to absorb the yuan qi of heaven and earth in a gaseous state, but a solid yuan qi of heaven and earth called a yuan stone. According to the records of the Carefree Heart Sutra, although the yuan qi of heaven and earth permeated the entire world, but the density of the yuan qi in different places was different. In some special places, the yuan qi of heaven and earth was shockingly dense. After a long time, it would condense into a yuan stone. According to the time it took to form the yuan stone also came in different sizes. The small ones were like broad beams, while the large ones were like walnuts. These yuan stones were the crystallization of the yuan qi and naturally contained a lot of yuan qi. It could be absorbed by the cultivator for a long time. After the yuan stone was absorbed, it would slowly shrink until it completely disappeared. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy and immediately committed this method to memory. However, the last sentence of the method poured cold water on his head. This method could only be used after the cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra to the 9th level. Otherwise, large amounts of yuan qi of heaven and earth would surge into the cultivator's body and cause the cultivator's weak meridians to explode, causing the cultivator to explode and die. Zhang Xiaohua pursed his lips and put the Carefree Heart Sutra back into his clothes. He thought to himself that it was indeed useless again. Not to mention what the yuan stone looked like and where he could find it. Just looking at the current situation, he hadn't even entered the first level. Who knew when he would be able to cultivate to the 9th level? Even if he had the yuan stone, he wouldn't dare to absorb it. At night, Zhang Xiaohua went to the forest as usual. First, he practiced his fist techniques, then his sword techniques and his qigong. Needless to say, there was no need to talk about his fist technique and sword technique. His qigong was also becoming more and more proficient. Although he did not have internal energy as a foundation, Zhang Xiaohua's current figure was also very different from before. He used his movement technique to run in the forest, and it actually looked like he was using qigong. However, he could not run high, so it was a waste of his elegant spirit. After doing his homework, Zhang Xiaohua picked a spot under a tree and sat down cross-legged confidently. He circulated the inner strength of the Carefree Heart Sutra and prepared to sense the Yuan Qi in the outside world and draw it into his body. However, after meditating for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua's senses also roamed outside for a long time, but he still couldn't find any Yuan Qi. Even the trace of Yuan Qi that he had felt in the afternoon was nowhere to be found. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua stood up again and patted the dust off his body. What was going on? Could it be that there was no Yuan Qi at night? Zhang Xiaohua was depressed. He was just practicing the Carefree Heart Sutra. Why was there so much trouble? It was either something was wrong here or there. It wasn't easy to find the Yuan Qi, but it disappeared in the afternoon. Where was he going to find it? Actually, he didn't think about it. In this world, learning and cultivation was best if there was someone to guide you. Although the secret manual was the essence of the theory, it recorded other people's experiences. Everyone was different, and there would definitely be differences in cultivation. These differences needed practical experience to make up for. Otherwise, why would it be said that great teachers produce great disciples? Although there were self-taught talents, they were just a drop in the ocean. However, the idea of, where should I find the missing Yuan Qi, reminded Zhang Xiaohua. Didn't he feel the Yuan Qi for the first time in the medicinal field at noon? Since he couldn't find it in the forest at night, he might as well try the medicinal field. Since there was still some time before midnight, he wasn't afraid that he wouldn't be able to make it back. Under the moonlight, the medicinal field was exceptionally quiet. If there wasn't a gentle breeze, the herbs swaying in the wind could be seen clearly under the moonlight. It was a wonderful night, but he did not know how lucky Zhang Xiaohua was. Zhang Xiaohua first sat on the ridge of the field, and didn't immediately practice 9 shallow and 1 deep. This was progress. The secret manual didn't say that one needed to calm down before practicing. Without the guidance of a master, one could only gain this experience through trial and error. When Zhang Xiaohua felt that he was ready, he then used the breathing method of the Carefree Heart Sutra to slowly adjust his breathing frequency and gradually enter the state of emptiness. When Zhang Xiaohua released his perception, he couldn't help but be shocked. He almost lost his mind and lost his state of mind. Why? As soon as Zhang Xiaohua released his fish-like perception, he discovered that there was a lot of Yuan Qi of heaven and earth outside. Wisps of Yuan Qi fell from the sky like rain, more than 5 times more than during the day. Although it was very different from the description in the Carefree Heart Sutra, it was still a lot more than before. Zhang Xiaohua happily used the method of the Heart Sutra to guide the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. Strangely enough, as soon as Zhang Xiaohua guided the first wisp of Yuan Qi into his body, the other Yuan Qi seemed to have heard the bugle horn and all rushed to him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Previously, he thought that the guiding of Yuan Qi was like guiding wisps of Yuan Qi in the daytime. That would take too long to cultivate one's inner strength. Now that he looked at it, under the condition of abundant Yuan Qi, as long as he guided the first wisp of Yuan Qi, the other wisps of Yuan Qi would follow. This was the real trick. It seemed that he didn't take the wrong path. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was extremely happy. The 100,000 pores on his body were like babies with mouths, competing to suck in the limited amount of Yuan Qi of heaven and earth. The Yuan Qi also seemed to be endless. It was just that the amount was very small each time, but the advantage was that it was endless. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua, who was overjoyed, completely forgot about time in this unexpected state. How could he still know what time it was? There seemed to be a faint smile on his face that was devoid of joy or sorrow. Just as that smile appeared, it immediately froze on his face. The pitiful Zhang Xiaohua immediately fell into a dream that a certain senior from the Misty School would be extremely envious of. In his dream, Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting cross-legged. The special breathing method was still the same, and the gurgling stream of yuan qi was still flowing into his body. Only, that flickering in his dream, under the stimulation of the 9 shallow and 1 deep, was once again deeply magnified. An invisible frequency was emitted from Zhang Xiaohua's body, coinciding with the stars in the night sky. Chapter 160. Just as the twinkle in Zhang Xiaohua's dream resonated with the stars in the night sky, the endless starry sky seemed to have received a call and instantly swarmed over, as if passing through time and space. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua's body was surrounded by countless amounts of star power. The 100,000 pores all over his body that were crying for food opened up as if they had seen a delicacy and tasted it to their heart's content. After the star power and yuan qi were absorbed into the body by the pores, they were so small that they could not be sensed. In his dream, Zhang Xiaohua unconsciously circulated the first level of the Carefree Heart Sutra, pushing them to flow in the meridians according to the circulation route. Just like before, the astral energy was slowly refined into pure yuan qi, and the yuan qi absorbed along with it fused with the yuan qi formed by the astral energy and was refined by the twinkle, leaving behind an even purer yuan qi. This pure yuan qi was stored in Zhang Xiaohua's middle dantian. However, even though there was a lot of astral energy and yuan qi entering Zhang Xiaohua's body, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were purified to a shocking degree under the effect of the twinkle. 10 halts were gone, and in the end, only a tiny bit of yuan qi was left. However, the purity of that yuan qi was terrifying. Everything was carried out quietly without Zhang Xiaohua's awareness. However, the pure yuan qi was too little, so little that Zhang Xiaohua was unable to sense it. Until the next morning, when the sun rose, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes and shook off his clothes that were soaked with dew. However, he still did not know what he had gained from his busy night. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and remembered what happened yesterday. He could not help but smile bitterly and stand up to stretch a little. Although he had meditated through the night, his body did not feel any discomfort. In fact, he felt refreshed and not sleepy at all. He was even more energetic than when he was lying on the Kong bed. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but think to himself, why not sleep in the future and sell the Kong bed and the hut for money so that he could meditate every day. It was still early and the sun had just peeked out from the horizon. Zhang Xiaohua swallowed at the rising sun and another warm current entered his body. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something, but he could not figure it out clearly. He tilted his head and thought for a while, but still could not figure it out, so he threw it to the back of his mind. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to practice the fist of the North Star by the herb field, but unfortunately, there were no trees around the herb field. Zhang Xiaohua had always avoided people when practicing his fist, and now that he was suddenly practicing in an open area, he was not used to it was a little uncomfortable. Thus, he decided to return to the forest to practice his fist and sword arts. But just as he walked to the edge of the forest, he thought of another matter. His fist art would have to be seen by others sooner or later. Not to mention that he only knew this fist art, regardless of whether it was in front of others or behind others, his fist art was still the fist of the North Star. Although it was made up of different fist arts, it was still a fist art. In the future, there was no need to avoid people. Besides, he still wanted to participate in the Misty School's martial arts exhibition. If he did not use the fist of the North Star, what else could he use? He might as well practice his fist art openly and not care about what others said. As for Elder Yu's sword art, he was instructed not to let others see it when he was teaching it. Thus, he could only avoid people when he practiced his sword art. Just as he was thinking, Zhang Xiaohua walked into the forest. Suddenly, he heard a pa-da sound. It was the sound of a person falling down. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. It was broad daylight. Could it be that someone was doing something bad in the forest? Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua executed the ethereal steps and quickly walked into the depths of the forest. Who knew that just as Zhang Xiaohua took a few steps, he heard the sound coming from the depths of the forest. A series of curses was heard, XXX, Why is the ethereal step so difficult? This footwork is obviously wrong. That voice was very familiar. It was Zhang Xiaohua's cheat master, He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be delighted. Captain He, why are you up so early? When Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the scene, He Tianshu had just climbed up from the ground and was patting the dust off his body. With an awkward expression, he said, Zhang Xiaohua? Why are you here? Why didn't I hear your footsteps? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I usually practice my fist art in the forest. Just now, I heard a strange sound, so I came over to take a look. Perhaps Captain He was too focused on practicing and didn't hear my footsteps. He Tianshu raised his eyebrows. Strange sound? I also heard it just now. It seems like a little bird kicked the tree branch and broke it. Don't bother about it. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny and said, I think so. But, why is Captain He up so early today? He Tianshu took out a few pieces of paper from his bosom and casually waved it around, saying, Isn't this the Ethereal Steps manual? After you left yesterday, I took a careful look at it, but I still couldn't figure out how to use this footwork. I didn't even sleep well, so I came here to practice before dawn. However, this footwork is just as I thought. There are many places that I can't use. I don't know if these are written wrongly. Not only did Zhang Xiaohua not believe his words, even He Tianshu himself didn't sound very confident. Perhaps he was trying to find an excuse for the little bird that broke the tree branch. Zhang Xiaohua's curiosity was piqued as she asked, Captain He, is it really that magical? Even you can't understand it? You are the god in my heart. You must continue to work hard and don't disappoint me. He Tianshu curled his lips and said, It's true. Don't doubt me. Sigh, if only I was Zhang Xiaohu. Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Why is it my second brother? He Tianshu said enviously, If I were Zhang Xiaohu, I would definitely take this Ethereal Steps manual to his master and he would definitely tell me the secret of this place. You don't understand, Zhang Xiaohua. There's a world of difference between fumbling around and having a master guiding you. As the saying goes, the predecessor plants the tree, the successor enjoys the shade. That's the logic behind it. Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice. What he said was true. If her master was by her side, she wouldn't have to ponder so hard. She could just casually ask and get the answer. Wouldn't that be great? However, if she acknowledged this master, her second brother would still have to live a precarious life in the escort agency. In comparison, Zhang Xiaohua was still satisfied with the current outcome. Fighting with the heavens was endless joy. Fighting with the earth was endless joy. Wouldn't it be equally endless joy if she fought with herself? Although that was the case, it was fine to have restless thoughts. However, the footwork still had to be pondered. He Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, practice your fist technique by the side. Don't disturb me. I'll give it another try. I don't believe that with my talent of sensing qi in 2 days back then, it's impossible for me to not understand this basic footwork. With that said, he waved his hand and gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to go about her own business. He then looked at the few thin pages of paper. Zhang Xiaohua thought about it and knew that she couldn't be of any help again. She prepared to turn and leave. But at that moment, He Tianshu looked at the footwork while walking on the spot. Involuntarily, he attracted Zhang Xiaohua's gaze. He had already learned the first level of ethereal steps. He was only lacking the basic inner strength and was unable to use it. He had never heard of this footwork used in a martial arts competition. When He Tianshu used it, it naturally attracted his attention. He wanted to see the true face of the Misty School's signature technique. He saw He Tianshu looking at the footwork while stepping to the left and right in a narrow space. Sometimes, he would step on the same spot, and sometimes he would take a big step far away. It left Zhang Xiaohua baffled. As she watched, He Tianshu's 2 feet stepped on the same spot. He Tianshu lost his balance and was about to fall. Thankfully, He Tianshu seemed to be prepared. His body swayed and he stepped on the ground beside him, ending the footwork practice. Zhang Xiaohua knew that He Tianshu probably didn't know how to use it in this place, resulting in his fall. Just as she was thinking, He Tianshu persevered and began practicing again. This time, Zhang Xiaohua focused and carefully looked at He Tianshu's footwork. It was very complicated. Even with Zhang Xiaohua's somewhat enlightened mind, she could only remember about 30 to 40% of it. Similarly, when he reached the same spot, He Tianshu made another mistake and nearly fell. Pooey. He Tianshu spat on the ground and carefully kept the paper in his hand. He said fiercely, "I don't believe that I can't teach you a lesson." Only then did he raise his head and see Zhang Xiaohua watching by the side. He couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you practicing your boxing?" Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Captain He, I saw that you were practicing quite well. Why don't I learn a little from you?" He Tianshu said unhappily, "I haven't practiced it yet. How can I teach you? You'd better wait a little longer." Right after he said that, He Tianshu suddenly changed his mind and said, "All right, since you're so eager to learn, I'll teach you some of the footwork I just learned." After saying that, he made a pose and said, "You just follow my footwork behind me and practice step by step." Zhang Xiaohua ran behind He Tianshu happily and said, "All right, Captain He, you can start now." He Tianshu smiled and said, "All right, I'll start now. Follow me." Then, according to his own understanding, he performed the footwork he just performed at a very slow speed again. Zhang Xiaohua followed behind him. Perhaps because she had seen it twice just now, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much difficulty performing it. When He Tianshu saw this, he sped up. When he reached the difficult point, He Tianshu first stepped in the same place, but it was just a pose. Then, he turned around and leaped to the side. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a playful smile. Zhang Xiaohua, who was eager to learn, didn't have any other thoughts. When she reached the difficult point with He Tianshu, she suddenly saw He Tianshu stop and stand to the side. She was shocked, but she didn't know why, but her 2 feet naturally followed He Tianshu's pose and stepped in the same place at the same time. This was the effect He Tianshu wanted. He quietly waited for Zhang Xiaohua to fall. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's body had already tilted to one side, just like He Tianshu. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was staring blankly at He Tianshu, who was standing at the side and watching the show. He did not intentionally control his falling body. However, at this moment, his right foot that was about to step on his other foot naturally took a small step forward and missed him. Immediately, his right leg followed his body to the side and straightened his unbalanced body. Then, he changed his position and moved his body to another place. This very natural change made He Tianshu, who wanted to see Zhang Xiaohua make a fool of herself, drop his eyeballs to the ground. What was going on? He Tianshu walked forward excitedly and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, have you seen this footwork before?" Zhang Xiaohua stood there in a daze. She didn't understand and said, "Captain He, of course I haven't seen it before. I don't understand it." He Tianshu took out a few thin pieces of paper and pointed to a spot on it. He said, "Since you haven't seen it before, how did you execute this footwork so accurately? This last step is actually exactly the same as what was written in the secret manual. I tried this position and angle a few times just now, but I didn't succeed. I was so tired that I even fell to the ground." At this point, He Tianshu didn't care about his face anymore and spilled everything out. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "How would I know? I only executed it according to the footwork you taught me." He Tianshu didn't believe her and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, can you execute it again?" Zhang Xiaohua recalled in her mind and said, "I'll try. I should be able to." After saying that, she followed her memory and combined it with He Tianshu's impression. She executed it step by step. Although Zhang Xiaohua hadn't executed the difficult part just now, He Tianshu had already executed it. He Tianshu was deeply aware of the complexity of the ethereal steps. It was only after a few days of seclusion that he was able to gain a rough understanding of the ethereal steps. Previously, he had only been able to execute it fluently because of the secret manual. It seemed like this was the first time Zhang Xiaohua had seen him execute the ethereal steps. He had only seen it a few times and he had already mastered it so perfectly. This seemed to be very different from his impression of the clumsy Zhang Xiaohua who learned fist techniques. However, the final result was another blow to He Tianshu's self-confidence. Zhang Xiaohua actually executed the difficult part perfectly. She turned around beautifully and stopped in her tracks. She smiled and asked, "Captain He, do you think it should be executed like this?" He Tianshu stuttered and said in disbelief, yes, it's like this." Immediately, he threw Zhang Xiaohua aside and practiced it again in disbelief. Unfortunately, he still stopped at the difficult part and almost fell. He Tianshu was puzzled. Why couldn't he do it well? Why did this Zhang Xiaohua succeed in one try? Hence, He Tianshu walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and rubbed his hands. He asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, how did you do it just now? How did you manage to take that step so easily? I see that you slide quite beautifully. You really have my style. Can you tell me how you control your body when you're about to fall?" Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a while. She said, "Captain He, I don't know exactly how I did it. However, I didn't control my body. I just extended my leg naturally. That sliding step was also done casually. I felt that it was very suitable for my body." He Tianshu was puzzled. He said, "Your body is already crooked. How can you not control it? You just let yourself fall?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Yes, that's it." He Tianshu thought for a while and said, "I know. As long as you let nature take its course, your left foot will definitely let your right foot pass. Do the sliding step." Zhang Xiaohua couldn't explain it, so she said, "I think so. Anyway, I didn't do anything." He Tianshu nodded and began to practice again. However, Captain He was even more miserable this time. His body fell to the ground, hard and fast. He Tianshu jumped up from the ground and shouted in exasperation, "Didn't you say that you didn't do anything? Why can't you fall?" Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "Maybe it's a problem of character. Captain He, when I came back from ethereal heights yesterday, I helped an old woman cross the road. How could He Tianshu believe this? He gestured and said, "First, I put my left foot here, then my right foot here. My body is crooked. Since you said to follow my body, I naturally used my strength to walk here. Then, my body was still crooked. The more I tried to use strength, the more crooked my body was. What's going on?" Seeing He Tianshu muttering like a devil, Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. She asked, "Captain He, why do you need to use your strength to step forward? What strength are you using?" He Tianshu was a little impatient. He said, "Of course it's internal strength. Without internal strength, how can your steps be fast and elegant?" Zhang Xiaohua pouted. "Captain He, when did I have internal strength? I haven't found my sense of qi yet." He Tianshu heard this and his expression changed. He slapped his forehead and seemed to understand. His cheap disciple didn't have any internal strength at all. How could she use her strength to her feet? After finding out the reason, He Tianshu couldn't wait to practice again. Sure enough, this time, he was successful. He Tianshu was not only happy, but also had a strange feeling. This footwork actually rejected internal strength? Sigh. He Tianshu sighed. He didn't know what he was thinking about. Then, he raised his feet and prepared to walk away. Zhang Xiaohua quickly caught up and asked, "Captain He, are we not practicing anymore? It's still early. Breakfast isn't ready yet." He Tianshu said curiously, "I've been studying it for a long time, but this is all I know. How can I continue practicing? Why don't I give you this secret manual and you can practice it first? After saying this, he acted as if he was going to take something out. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she quickly waved her hand. What a joke. She had just looked at it and saw that it was full of small feet. Looking at it gave her a headache. She knew very well how difficult it was to be self-taught. Since someone was willing to teach her, why should she take the unorthodox path? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm just worried about Captain He's body. It's still early for breakfast, so why don't you practice? As the saying goes, work is for the villa, but the body is for the individual. You must take care of your body. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 161. He Tianshu was only joking. If he were to give the secret manual to Zhang Xiaohua, what would he learn? With Zhang Xiaohua's half-baked level, how would he be able to understand the profound, ethereal steps? If he were to give it to Zhang Xiaohua, he would not feel at ease. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was tactful and said, It's not that I don't want to practice, but I have already finished comprehending the contents of the past few days. If I were to continue, there would only be leftovers. I might as well take a look at the back. Moreover, speaking up to this point, he rolled his eyes and grumbled, If I were to practice the footwork in front of you, I'm afraid it would hurt my confidence. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand and tugged at He Tianshu's sleeves, angrily saying, Captain He, how can you say that? I am wholeheartedly trying to learn from you. If you don't explain clearly, I will go to the manor lord and sue you for slander. He Tianshu smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I really cannot see through you. If you are smart, then you can't even learn the basic Arhat fist. You can't even sense the qi in a simple internal cultivation method like the frenzied bull's strength. It can be said that you are not cut out for martial arts. But if I were to say that you are stupid, look at your horse stance and the ethereal steps you learned. I don't even know what to say and can only describe you as a genius. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and said, Captain He thinks too highly of me. The footwork just now did not use any internal energy. Isn't it just a coincidence that I don't have any internal energy? He Tianshu pretended to disagree and said, That's not true, that's not true. The footwork that I was practicing just now was actually something that I had comprehended for many days. The profoundness of the ethereal steps is very great and every step is very particular. It's not something that can be casually memorized and used. I had to carefully ponder over many details before I was able to learn it. How could I be like you? Just by watching me use it a few times and being able to imitate it and learn it with a bit of practice. Just this perception alone is enough to make me envious. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. He had only just seen a shadow of the martial arts palace and had no idea about the structure inside. What right did he have to speak? He Tianshu scratched the short beard under his chin and said thoughtfully, Actually, what that Li Jinfeng young master said makes sense. With your smart brain, you should still study literature. Right now, your hand is not very good, and I don't know when it will recover. The chances of you making a name for yourself in martial arts are not high. Right now, your fist techniques are already able to protect yourself. Switching to writing is also a very good path for you. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattledrum and said, Being literate and well-read, of course I'm willing, I also like it. However, I prefer the carefree feeling of brandishing a stick. As the ancients say, 10 steps kill one person, 1,000 li do not leave a trace. Just thinking about it makes me feel relaxed and happy. This is the realm I'm pursuing. He Tianshu shook his head and said, How can it be as easy as you think? In this world, things are often easy to think about, but difficult to do. The days in the Jianghu are filled with foul winds and bloody rain. You've only just seen a corner of the harmonious world. It's not too much to say that you're looking at a leopard through a tube. Practice is the only way to test the truth. Only when you walk on your own will you know the hardships. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she immediately thought of her second brother's situation. She couldn't help but feel touched and didn't say anything else. The two of them walked out of the forest one after the other. When they reached the small courtyard, He Tianshu said to Zhang Xiaohua, "That's right, Zhang Xiaohua, Nie Xiao'er and the rest have been cooped up in the medicine hall these few days to prepare for the martial arts exhibition. As for me, I also want to comprehend the ethereal steps and work in the medicine fields." He Tianshu's words were a little forced. Yan had already clearly instructed that if Zhang Xiaohua was willing to work in the fields, then she could do so. If she didn't want to, then it was up to her. During this period of time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't slack off and spent a lot of time in the medicine fields. But that was because He Tianshu and the rest of the people from the medicine hall were all there. Now that they had something to do, they pushed all the work to Zhang Xiaohua. This made He Tianshu feel a little ashamed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't think too much about it and said, "It's all right, Captain He. You guys go ahead. I'll take care of all the work in the fields." Just as she finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly thought of the situation of cultivating in the medicine fields at night and immediately added, "How about this, Captain He? I'll just set up a shed in the medicine fields and stay there at night." These were Zhang Xiaohua's heartfelt words, but in He Tianshu's ears, it naturally had a different meaning. He widened his eyes and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, you don't have to exaggerate like that. I'll also go to the medicine fields when I have time. Don't think too much about it. This martial arts exhibition is an important test that every disciple of the Misty School has to face every year. It's very important for their future development. Nie Xiao'er and the others aren't really slacking off, they just can't let go of that side." The current Zhang Xiaohua was already mentally mature. How could she not understand He Tianshu's meaning? She hurriedly said, "Captain He, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. When the crops at our Guizhuang house are ripe, we set up straw huts next to the fields to take care of the crops. This is a custom. I don't have any intention of slacking off at all." He Tianshu had never done farm work before, so he naturally didn't know. However, he also believed that with Zhang Xiaohua's character, she wouldn't do something that would undermine him. He could only wave his hand and say, "Do as you see fit. Anyways, I think that what you're doing is a bit exaggerated." The two of them went their separate ways and returned to their respective houses. That morning, it was a very cloudy day and the sun couldn't be seen. However, this didn't affect Zhang Xiaohua's good mood at all. To be honest, there wasn't much work to be done in the medicinal field. It was just weeding, watering, and getting rid of insects. She didn't know what was going on in the medicinal field. There weren't too many insects, but the weeds were growing like crazy. It was different from the farmland at the Guizhuang house. If it wasn't cleaned up for a day, a lot of weeds would grow. However, these tasks were enough for Zhang Xiaohua to do alone. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but wonder if the pharmaceutical hall put so many people in the medicinal field because there were too many people in the Misty School. The cost was also high, so they put a few people to be raised in the Huanxi manor. Zhang Xiaohua easily finished the work and started to practice his worry-free heart sutra. This medicinal field was a good place. Not only could he easily sense qi and draw it into his body, but this place was also a restricted area in the Huanxi manor. Ordinary guards and servants were not allowed to come close. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaohua, who had been meditating in the medicinal field for the whole night, would have been discovered by the patrolling guards. Zhang Xiaohua was also very relaxed in drawing qi into his body. However, when the qi disappeared into his body, Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. It seemed like he was touched by something. However, when he thought about it again, there was no trace of it. He couldn't help but be puzzled. What was going on these 2 days? He was always startled and felt like he had thought of something, but he didn't know what it was. It was really puzzling. Just as he was feeling puzzled, he suddenly thought of another matter. He had to talk to Manor Head O about the matter of building a shed. If he didn't agree, how could he make the decision on his own? Wouldn't that become an illegal building? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua stopped cultivating. He stood up and quickly walked into the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua was currently the manor head's favorite. This fact was known by everyone in the inner courtyard. This was because Zhang Xiaohua didn't need to report when he entered the inner courtyard. As long as the manor head was in the hall, he could be brought in by someone. However, very few of them knew the inside story. However, this didn't affect their good impression of Zhang Xiaohua. Qiuju brought Zhang Xiaohua into the inner courtyard. As she walked, she was blushing and secretly peeking at Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was also puzzled as he walked. Didn't he secretly wipe his face? He thought to himself, could it be that I didn't wash my face properly just now? This guy had forgotten that it was his first time in the inner courtyard and he had casually done a good deed in the autumn chrysanthemum courtyard. When he entered the hall, O Yan and Elder Yu were sitting inside and discussing something. When O Yan saw Zhang Xiaohua enter, she was very enthusiastic and asked, Xiaohua, why are you looking for me today? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, I'm free today, so I came to see big sister O. O Yan said, who would believe you? Do you think I don't know what's going on in the medicinal field? Right now, Nia Xiao and the others are practicing martial arts in the medicinal field. They don't have any extra energy to spare here. With your personality, you won't let go and must be busy in the medicinal field. Where would you find the time to spare? Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. She didn't seem to realize that her lie had been exposed. She cupped her hands and said, Big Sister O's eyes are indeed as bright as torches. You can even see through my little thoughts. Elder Yu also smiled and said, Zhang Xiaohua, when you first came, you were so simple. It's only been a few days and you've already learned how to be glib. Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and said, Elder Yu, look at what you're saying. I'm showing my maturity. O Yan said, forget it, don't hang out with Ma Jing and the others in the future. They're all unreliable. Oh right, what's the matter? Zhang Xiaohua said seriously, it's like this, Big Sister O. Didn't you just say that there's not enough manpower in the medicinal field? I thought that since I have nothing to do, why don't I set up a shed next to the medicinal field at night and take it as watching over the crops? What do you think? Elder Yu and O Yan looked at each other and felt that it was strange. O Yan asked, Zhang Xiaohua, I know that you're wholeheartedly devoted to the manor. No matter how busy you are in the medicinal field, you don't have to work through the night. You're exaggerating. Elder Yu also shook his head. Zhang Xiaohua explained in a low voice, Big Sister O, it's like this. In our village, during the summer or autumn harvest, we also set up a straw shed in the field. On one hand, it's to watch over the crops. On the other hand, it's also to work nearby. I'm also a little homesick, so I thought of this idea. O Yan's expression softened and said, Zhang Xiaohua, how long have you been out? Zhang Xiaohua said without hesitation, 1 year and 4 months. O Yan said, N, how can a young child like you not be homesick after such a long time? How about this, I'll give you some time off to go home and take a look, okay? Really? Zhang Xiaohua stood up in surprise and asked, then, will you deduct my monthly salary? O Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, no, just take it as a paid annual leave. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, that's great, it'll be best if Big Sister O sends me to Lu Town on official business. O Yan asked curiously, why is that? Zhang Xiaohua smiled slyly and said, isn't there still a subsidy? Elder Yu rubbed his forehead with his only arm, his face full of helplessness. He had entrusted his sword skills to the wrong person. O Yan said, okay, I'll let you go to Lu Town on official business. You don't have to build that straw shed anymore. Zhang Xiaohua tilted her head and thought for a moment, then said, I still can't, Big Sister O. Captain He and the others are busy now, and there's no one in the medicinal field, so I don't feel at ease leaving. Moreover, it's not good for me to go home alone. I have to go with my second brother, but he just entered the Misty School and it's very inappropriate for him to take leave now. Lastly, I still have something to ask Big Sister O. I'm afraid that I won't have time to go back during this period. Oh Yan was stunned and said, "What else do you have to say? Why don't you say it together?" Zhang Xiaohua said, "I'll wait for big sister O to agree to the first thing first, then I'll talk about the rest." Oh Yan giggled as if she was looking at her naughty little brother and said, Okay, building a shed isn't a big deal, so I'll agree. However, the weather is still cold now, so don't catch a cold at night." Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and said, "Thank you, big sister O." Oh Yan smiled and said, "Why aren't you talking about the other thing?" Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly said, "Big sister O, the Misty School is holding a martial arts exhibition right now. I heard from Captain He that when he was young, he seemed to have seen people from Huanxi Mountain Villa participate in it. I want to ask if our Huanxi Mountain Villa can also participate in this martial arts exhibition." Oh Yan was stunned when she heard this and said, "Yes, not only can our Huanxi Mountain Villa participate, even the Lotus Escort Agency can participate. When I was young, I also participated with the representatives of Huanxi Mountain Villa." But when Zhang Xiaohua heard that she could participate, she was overjoyed and said, "It's great that we can participate. Big sister O, I want to participate in this martial arts exhibition. Is it possible?" When she said this, not only was O Yan puzzled, even Elder Yu was also puzzled. Elder Yu asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, this martial arts exhibition is a competition of martial arts. Are your martial arts very good? Even if you have killed the black-clothed man with a high level of martial arts, you can't use that kind of sword technique against the ethereal sex brothers." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Elder Yu, look at what you're saying. How can I not know about this matter? I definitely won't use sword moves in the martial arts exhibition." Elder Yu said, "If you don't use sword moves, what will you use? Do you know anything else?" Zhang Xiaohua said innocently, "Elder Yu, haven't you seen me fight before? I also know a set of fist moves." Elder Yu found it funny, but he didn't have the heart to discourage her and only said, "Hee, I've seen your incomplete set of fist moves pieced together. It looks ordinary." Oh Yan, who was at the side, kindly reminded her, "Zhang Xiaohua, it's not that I don't want you to participate in the martial arts exhibition, but it has been a long time since someone from our villa participated. Moreover, our participation in the martial arts exhibition is different from the disciples from the Misty School. They participate in the martial arts exhibition in order to advance and obtain new martial arts and high-level fist moves to learn. Our villa's representative is purely here to exchange martial arts. If you win, it will be glorious, but there won't be any benefits. If you lose, then your face will be swept to the ground." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she naturally understood and said, "I know, big sister O. I only want to exchange pointers with others for fun, not for any benefits. You also know my aptitude. I can't sense any chi at all when cultivating internal energy. Even if I know a set of fist moves, I don't have the extravagant hope of winning." When O Yan heard this, she still said, "But Zhang Xiaohua, you have to know that if you participate in the martial arts exhibition, because you aren't a disciple from the Misty School, you can only compete with the first disciple." Before O Yan finished speaking, Zhang Xiaohua interrupted, "I know, big sister O. I'm not a beginner, so it's fine if I lose to anyone." When O Yan heard this, she said, "All right then. Since you know and are willing to participate, I'll find someone to ask about the rules. After all, our Huanxi Villa hasn't sent a representative to participate in the martial arts exhibition for a long time, so I don't know the rules. However, Zhang Xiaohua, your spirit of facing difficulties is commendable, so I can't not help you." At this moment, Elder Yu asked softly, "Zhang Xiaohua, you said that you can't sense qi when cultivating internal energy? What kind of internal energy cultivation method are you cultivating? Who taught you?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she took out the reckless bull force and handed it to Elder Yu. She then told him about how Zhang Xiaohua had helped her obtain this internal energy cultivation method. Elder Yu took the reckless bull's force manual and read it carefully before handing it back to Zhang Xiaohua. He gestured for Zhang Xiaohua to keep it properly and said with a chuckle, "I knew it. I heard that you were lucky and obtained this supreme Nigong Heart Sutra. I thought that you really managed to cultivate Nigong Heart Sutra from it." So it turns out that you're cultivating this book. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat, but she didn't say anything. On the other hand, Yan was also a smart person. She immediately thought of something and asked, Zhang Xiaohua, tell me the truth. Did you really set up the shed next to the medicinal field so that you could work for a long time? Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth, but she didn't know what to say. Was she really supposed to say that she was there so that she could absorb qi into her body? At this moment, Elder Yu spoke in a very friendly manner. Zhang Xiaohua, did you not sense qi when cultivating this reckless bull force? Zhang Xiaohua nodded in agreement. Elder Yu asked again, then did you ask He Tianshu for help? He advised you to try it more often, or to try it out in an open area at night? When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was secretly delighted. It seemed that Elder Yu had misunderstood him. However, he couldn't find a reason to push the blame to He Tianshu. After all, He Tianshu was his cheat master. It was better for him to die than for him to die. This was far from death. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua still nodded her head. Elder Yu sighed and said, Zhang Xiaohua, I've been paying attention to you ever since you started practicing martial arts. I know that you're a resilient child who can endure hardships and isn't afraid of hardships. That's why I've been treating you differently. However, the path of martial arts is all about comprehension. Many times, hard work won't be able to make up for your lack of talent. I really admire you for having the thought to set up a shed in the medicinal field so that you can focus on sensing qi in the middle of the night. When I was young, I didn't even put in as much effort as you. However, Zhang Xiaohua, if it's meant to be, then it will be. If it's not meant to be, then don't force it. There are many things that you have to be open-minded about. Elder Yu's consecutive, but made Zhang Xiaohua's expression change. Chapter 162. Seeing the change in Zhang Xiaohua's expression, Elder Yu also felt that his words were a bit harsh, as if he had struck a blow to this diligent country boy's heart. He rephrased his words slightly and continued, I've also seen you practice the fist technique. Your comprehension is extremely poor, so you can't learn the entire set of fist techniques. However, this is also fine. It doesn't affect you much if you don't know how. However, this internal cultivation method is different. It's purely a matter of life and death. If you're not careful and go crazy, you'll be seriously injured and your life will be in danger. This reckless bull force is a good thing. It's easy to understand and is very suitable for you. However, I still have to remind you that if you try many times and still can't sense qi, then don't go down a dead end. It's better to give up and take a step back. You can also try external martial arts. It's also very good. After listening for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood that Elder Yu was still concerned about him and didn't treat him as an outsider. Zhang Xiaohua was very grateful and said to Elder Yu, I understand your good intentions, but there's a hidden meaning behind the straw shed. These few days, Captain He has also told me a lot of things to take note of. I will be careful. Right now, I'm just looking for a sense of qi. I haven't circulated my qi yet, so there won't be any big problems. Elder Yu, don't worry. Don't worry. Then he turned to Yan and said, Sister O, the main purpose of building the straw shed is to look at the medicinal field. Practicing martial arts is also secondary. Yan saw that he was so considerate and didn't blame him. She said, It's okay, Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you want to practice martial arts, Sister is willing to support you. However, it's better to be careful. Don't practice at night without caring about your life just to win the martial arts competition. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, I understand, Sister O. Yan asked again, then how do you build the straw shed? Do you need help from the people in the village? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, No need. I've been building straw sheds since I was young. I don't need anyone's help. I can finish it in an afternoon. Yan smiled and said, Then you can go and get whatever materials you need from the warehouse. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she got the confirmation. She took her leave and rushed to the warehouse to get her things. When Zhang Xiaohua was young, she often built thatched huts in the fields with her father and elder brother. Naturally, she was familiar with them. Moreover, it was just to block the dew. It was not exquisite, so it was even easier. Zhang Xiaohua finished it in an afternoon. Moreover, because he hadn't done any heavy work for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to feel that his strength had increased a lot when he picked up the wood in the afternoon. He could pick up a lot of thick and heavy wood with one hand. Zhang Xiaohua was a little puzzled. Could it be that this strength would continue to increase as she aged? He didn't know how much strength he had now. In addition, when Zhang Xiaohua was laying the straw and tying the rope, she could clearly feel that the fingers on her right hand were more flexible. It seemed that the injury on her bones had already healed. Happy things happened one after another. It was really Zhang Xiaohua's happy life. The straw shed was built next to the medicinal field. It was lonely and looked very out of place. However, other than Zhang Xiaohua, no one else came to see it. Who would have any objections? For the whole day, Zhang Xiaohua didn't see He Tianshu. She guessed that he was pulling his hair in his room to comprehend. Hopefully, he wouldn't be bald early when he came out. Dusk arrived as promised. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in the straw shed. He faced the setting sun in the west. It dyed the clouds in the distance red and was incomparably gorgeous. He looked at it silently and felt very emotional. The setting sun was infinitely beautiful. It was just that dusk was approaching. The beautiful scenery in front of him only attracted Zhang Xiaohua's attention for a moment. Immediately, he closed his eyes and started to circulate the qi according to the Carefree Heart Sutra. The qi of vitality was still the same. There wasn't a lot. It flowed down bit by bit. Zhang Xiaohua was not in a hurry and only guided it slowly. After a while, Zhang Xiaohua's body seemed to have become a magnet, automatically absorbing the qi of vitality. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had more time to appreciate the qi of vitality that was introduced into his body. The qi of vitality in one's pores was so subtle that Zhang Xiaohua still didn't get anything. The Carefree Heart Sutra also didn't talk about how to sense the qi of vitality that entered the body. It only talked about how to move the qi of vitality that entered the body. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua naturally didn't know how to do it. After pondering for a long time without any results, Zhang Xiaohua was a little impatient. His thoughts were a little broken. He thought about the difference between the Spirit of the Bull and the Carefree Heart Sutra. Just as he was thinking, an idea suddenly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. It lit up him like lightning. He remembered that He Tianshu had said that the feeling of qi of internal strength was not really a warm current flowing in from the forehead at the beginning. The warm current in the meridians was generated by the thoughts of the practitioner. Then, although he couldn't sense the qi of vitality in his pores, could he still think about it? At this time, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. He always felt that something important in his mind these days, but he couldn't find a clue. It turned out that it was here. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but clap his hands and praise Zhang Xiaohua. Most of the things in the world were impermanent. Just like the paths on the land, they were originally insignificant. However, after many people walked on them, they naturally became roads. The Heart Sutra didn't talk about how to sense the traceless qi of vitality, but Zhang Xiaohua borrowed the idea of using the idea to promote the cultivation of qi of vitality. He really could be called a genius. However, if this kind of genius fell into the eyes of an internal strength master, he would definitely scoff and shake his head secretly. There was only one comment: the ignorant are fearless. With a plan in mind, Zhang Xiaohua began to experiment. He imagined that his pores were filled with qi of vitality. According to the Heart Sutra, he absorbed them into the meridians in his body. Then, according to the Heart Sutra, he still followed the Heart Sutra in his mind and circulated the invisible qi of vitality along the meridians in his body. After one cycle of circulation, it returned to the middle dantian. Zhang Xiaohua didn't continue to circulate his internal strength. Instead, he first sensed his own body and didn't find anything strange. This meant that although he didn't know if the Heart Sutra was effective, at least there was no harm. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua continued to circulate his internal strength. After 36 cycles, he stopped. When he opened his eyes, it was already night. Thinking that he hadn't practiced his fist technique and sword moves yet, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the straw hut. The sky outside was dark again, and there were no moon or stars. Taking advantage of the night, Zhang Xiaohua practiced his sword moves and Big Dipper fist. When the cold current flowed through his body, Zhang Xiaohua felt incomparably comfortable. After ending the fist technique, Zhang Xiaohua discovered a new problem. In the past, he always thought that the flow of the fist technique was in his meridians, but today, he just thought about the flow of qi of vitality. This was the meridians recorded in the Heart Sutra, so it should be the real meridians. These meridians were different from the meridians involved in the fist technique. Why was that? Moreover, the sword moves that Elder Yu taught him could also cause a warm current to flow through his left hand. This warm current didn't flow through his entire body, only his left arm. Perhaps it was a part of his meridians, but it wasn't recorded in the Heart Sutra, so why was that? In order to find out the reason, Zhang Xiaohua practiced the Big Dipper fist a few more times, carefully feeling the flow of the energy. When Zhang Xiaohua stopped and looked back, he suddenly realized that the flow of the Big Dipper fist didn't seem to flow through the meridians in his body. Or more accurately, the flow actually flowed through all the bones in Zhang Xiaohua's body. The 108 fist techniques, each move would cause the flow of energy to flow through a bone. When the fist technique was finished, it would flow through all 108 bones in his body. Zhang Xiaohua's brain couldn't process it. The fist technique that he pieced together had such an effect. What was this fist technique doing? Could it be that it was tempering his bones? This was a question that had no answer. No one could answer him. Zhang Xiaohua touched his smooth chin and stopped thinking. He knew that there was no one he could ask, so why did he have to make things difficult for himself? Someone once said, why should a woman make things difficult for another woman? Then, why should he make things difficult for himself? Since he didn't want to make things difficult for himself, the warm current caused by the sword move came even more abruptly. It wasn't within the scope of Zhang Xiaohua's consideration. Zhang Xiaohua returned to the straw hut with an indescribable feeling in his heart. Uneasy. How could that be? This was the Big Dipper fist technique that he personally named. He didn't feel any discomfort after practicing it for so long, so what was there to be afraid of? Wild with joy? That was a bit true. He Tianshu and Elder Yu both wanted to persuade him to give up on cultivating inner force skills and change to outer force skills. This bone tempering technique was probably one of the outer force skills, so there was nothing to be proud of or happy about. Secretly happy? That was for sure. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but think of the heroes that were mentioned in some wuxia novels. Those who were able to achieve great things and stand out from the crowd all had their own unique ways. One of them was to cultivate both inner and outer force. Didn't he Tianshu also say that one should cultivate inner force and outer force muscles, bones, and skin? If he used the Big Dipper fist technique to cultivate his muscles, bones, and skin, and used the Carefree Heart Sutra to cultivate inner force, wasn't he walking towards the path of a hero? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more beautiful it became. His little tail slowly began to curl up. However, when he sat on the ground in the straw hut, the coldness of the ground beat his tail back, and also pulled Zhang Xiaohua out of his dream of being a hero. Putting aside whether his understanding was correct, just the feeling of qi that he had just obtained, there was still no trace of inner force. What was the use of thinking so much? 10,000 years was too long. He could only seize every moment. It was better for him to do his part well first before anything else. Zhang Xiaohua lit the oil lamp in the straw hut, picked up a book, and read it with relish. As the saying goes, skills don't weigh down one's body. If he could learn a little more, he would have a little more capital to make a living. If he didn't have great achievements in martial arts, all kinds of medicinal herbs could let him live a comfortable life without worrying about not being able to eat red braised pork. This was Zhang Xiaohua's lofty dream. After reading for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua reluctantly closed the book. Knowledge was the best spiritual food for human beings. Zhang Xiaohua's heart was sad. But his body's intuition clearly told him that the time was not early. It was almost midnight. You should close the book and prepare to rest. Zhang Xiaohua had to pack up his things and blow out the oil lamp. It must be said that this person was strange. Zhang Xiaohua had always been in the Guozhuang house and slept very early. He didn't know that he had to sleep at midnight, so he didn't think much of it. After coming out, after a few times, he knew. His body naturally had a kind of adaptability. When it was almost time, he would have a kind of intuition. Although he didn't watch the night people knock on the clappers and announce the time, he still knew. After packing up everything, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the middle of the straw hut and sat cross-legged. He faced the sky and took in the 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing. Not long after, he entered the realm of emptiness and began his routine of drawing qi into his body. When Zhang Xiaohua woke up in the morning, he didn't immediately get up. Instead, he calmed his heart and moved the yuan qi in his pores. After circulating the yuan qi in his body's meridians for 36 cycles, he stood up and went outside the straw hut to practice his fist and sword techniques. During the day, there was only Zhang Xiaohua in the herb field. He Tianshu still didn't appear. However, Zhang Xiaohua found that the annoying weeds in the herb field seemed to be less than usual. This made Zhang Xiaohua feel very gratified. Heaven rewards the diligent. This heaven also saw that he was taking care of the herb field by himself and specially let the weeds go away to give him more time to practice martial arts. Involuntarily, Zhang Xiaohua had a trace of anticipation for the upcoming martial arts exhibition. Qinggong and footwork should be practiced in the forest. Zhang Xiaohua could only leave the herb field. On the way to the forest, Zhang Xiaohua met Ma Jing and Lu Er. When Ma Jing saw Zhang Xiaohua, he greeted him from afar and ran straight over. He wanted to grab Zhang Xiaohua's hand. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was very agile. He immediately moved aside a little and cupped his hands. "Brother Ma, long time no see. How is everything?" Ma Jing's hand was suspended in the air. There was no embarrassment on his face. He immediately cupped his hands and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, how are you?" Then, he winked at him with a look of understanding. He said in a low voice, "Zhang Xiaohua, you're really something. When I saw you go to Captain He's place, I thought you were just lucky. Now I know that you have real talent. Brother really admires you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he was happy and said, "That's right. Isn't this all thanks to Brother Ma's influence? If it wasn't for your help, how could I have grown so quickly?" Ma Jing smiled until his eyes were squinted. He enjoyed it very much. He glanced at Lu Er from the corner of his eyes and said, "This is also inseparable from your talent. Look, this old brother of mine, Lu Er, has been with me for so long. Why is he still not enlightened? Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, if you have any riches in the future, you must think of us brothers. After all, I lived with you before." When Zhang Xiaohua thought about the past, he couldn't help but have goosebumps. He quickly said, Of course, of course." Ma Jing got a promise and smiled charmingly. "I'll remember this. When you have power, I'll have the capital to show off." Maybe I can also write a book called The Story of Zhang Xiaohua and Me? Zhang Xiaohua was taken aback and quickly advised, "Brother Ma, we've only lived in the same house for such a short period of time. How much can you remember about me? Besides, is there so much content for you to write a book?" Ma Jing waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about that. If I can make money, what can I write?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Ma Jing cupped his hands and said goodbye to him. "Okay, let's not talk about anything else. You should focus on improving. Everything can wait until you have achievements." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded. That's right. Brother Ma is right. Everything depends on real talent to achieve success. I'll definitely work hard. Ma Jing smiled and waved his hand to leave. Lu Er, who was beside him, smiled at Zhang Xiaohua and chased after him. But after just 2 steps, Ma Jing turned back and called, Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua could only stop and turn back to ask, Brother Ma, is there anything else? Ma Jing looked at Zhang Xiaohua with great respect and said, Zhang Xiaohua, your action of building a straw shed in the medicine field was really wonderful. This flattery is really good. It's exactly what our village head wants. Today, the servants who are united around Brother Shi are all talking about you. This big brother is full of admiration. How did you come up with such a wonderful idea? This kind of real talent, this big brother can't even catch up with a horse. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned on the spot. Ma Jing didn't care about Zhang Xiaohua's reaction and turned to leave. As he walked, he muttered, I have to hurry to the warehouse. Don't let Brother Shi and the others take the lead. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Ma Jing's back as he left. He didn't know what to say. Even if he didn't mean it, the listener would understand. Although he didn't say anything, what he did made people misunderstand a lot. Thinking about how this wasn't the ancient people's heart, then thinking about his second brother's experience in the Misty School, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was in turmoil. However, he suddenly burst out laughing. After today, wouldn't there be a lot of straw sheds next to the medicine field that Ma Jing and the others were in charge of? That scene would be spectacular. But what did this have to do with him? The ancients didn't say that, okay? Walk your own path and let others say what they want. A gentleman should be magnanimous. In any case, he had a clear conscience. How others saw him was their business. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to understand Zhang Xiaohua's intentions. There was a distance from the medicine field to the forest, so it was inevitable that he would pass by the small courtyard. In a hurry, many servants came to meet him. They all gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Xiaohua found it funny and didn't say anything. Looking at the direction that those people were heading, they were the same as Ma Jing. It seemed that today's warehouse would be lively. The forest was still so quiet. The moment Zhang Xiaohua stepped in, he immediately felt a sense of peace. He gently pursed his lips and smiled. This was the atmosphere that he liked. In his mind, he recalled the Qinggong skills and ethereal steps that Tianshu had taught him. Zhang Xiaohua took a deep breath and exerted force on his right foot. His body shot forward like an arrow, like a butterfly flying freely in the forest. Please add it to your collection, thank you. Chapter 163. The forest was still the same and there was no one else around. However, Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua of the past. Once he entered the forest, he felt confident. He steadied himself and took a deep breath. Following He Tianshu's instructions, he practiced Qinggong in the gaps of the forest to his heart's content. There were many types of Qinggong in the pugilistic world. The simplest was a light body technique that allowed one's body to be nimble and move at superhuman speeds. The more profound ones were specialized breathing methods and internal energy circulation methods. The ethereal steps imparted a person's potential beyond these. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua was already very familiar with the ethereal steps technique and was very proficient in it. Unfortunately, he had never learned Qinggong before. Not to mention that there was a profound cultivation method that could match it, he had not even glimpsed the simple Qinggong technique. What he was practicing now was the simple Qinggong technique that He Tianshu had taught him last time. He Tianshu's Qinggong technique was a secret of the ethereal sect and naturally could not be taught to him. He Tianshu did not know if Zhang Xiaohua knew other Qinggong techniques. In short, he did not teach Zhang Xiaohua any of them. However, with just a little understanding of Qinggong, Zhang Xiaohua was able to freely shuttle through the forest like a butterfly fluttering among the flowers. His body was incomparably ethereal, giving off an ethereal feeling. It was just that his slightly rough clothes dragged him down to the mundane world. After practicing for a while, Zhang Xiaohua was a little dispirited. What he was practicing was only moving through the gaps of the forest. Although it was swift, it could not leave the ground and could not move about at high altitudes. It was fundamentally different from Qinggong, so how could it pique his interest? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua familiarized himself with the second level of the Misty School's footwork and stopped. Although the footwork was profound, it was only recently comprehended by He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua had just warmed up and had already finished practicing it. There was no further explanation, which made Zhang Xiaohua unable to stop himself. He pondered for a moment before walking out of the forest and towards the small courtyard. As he walked, he wondered how much Captain he had comprehended. He Tianshu's room was half closed. When Zhang Xiaohua poked his head out to take a look, He Tianshu was still in the same position with a piece of paper in his hand, sleeping on the table. The entire room was filled with the smell of oil. Captain, he must have forgotten to eat and sleep again last night. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes darted around. He tiptoed in front of the table and carefully pulled out the few pieces of paper from He Tianshu's hands. But just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to move, he heard He Tianshu's angry roar, "Who is it?" Then, without opening his eyes, He Tianshu turned around and threw a punch at Zhang Xiaohua's face with his left hand. Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to wake He Tianshu up, so he was very careful. That roar scared him, and before he could make a sound, he saw a fist coming from afar. It was getting bigger and bigger, and a strong gust of wind blew towards him. Without thinking, Zhang Xiaohua quickly let go of the pages and stepped back, but the fist was still chasing after him. Zhang Xiaohua had no choice. He moved his feet and dodged He Tianshu's fist. At that moment, Zhang Xiaohua had the chance to shout, "Captain He, it's me." He Tianshu's fist missed. He was about to bend his arm and strike with his elbow when he heard the familiar voice. He quickly stopped and opened his hazy eyes. He said in surprise, "Zhang Xiaohua? Why are you here?" Zhang Xiaohua stood far away and said embarrassedly, "Of course it's me, Captain He." He Tianshu rubbed his eyes and yawned. He said, "When did you come in? Why didn't I hear any footsteps?" Zhang Xiaohua walked up and said with a smile, "You were sleeping soundly, how could you hear me?" He Tianshu frowned and said, "How is that possible? Do you think that all inner force experts are like you, sleeping more deeply than anyone else and not waking up no matter how you call them? When I'm sleeping, I can feel it if someone comes within 3 feet of me." He Tianshu's mouth twitched a few times, and he said embarrassedly, "But I watched for the entire night and didn't stop in the morning. Maybe I'm too tired." Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and asked in surprise, "Oh right, Zhang Xiaohua, you were able to dodge my fist just now. Did you use ethereal steps?" Zhang Xiaohua also seemed to have come to a realization as she said happily, "That's right, Captain He. I think so. When you hit me just now, I was also shocked. I didn't know how I dodged it. Now that I think about it, it must be that ethereal steps." He Tianshu's eyes curved as he said excitedly, "This ethereal steps is indeed worthy of its reputation. With your standard, you were actually able to dodge my fist. No one would dare to believe it. Ha ha ha, I must comprehend this ethereal steps to the end." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was also happy. She asked excitedly, "Captain He, how much have you comprehended? Hurry up and teach me." Hearing this, He Tianshu's smile froze on his face as he said angrily, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you think this is Arhat Fist? This is one of the 3 divine skills of the Misty School. I've already comprehended enough in the past few days. If you want me to completely master it in a few days and teach it to you, that's not very possible. You only know how to eat ready-made food. Why don't you take a look for yourself? How difficult is this footwork? I've been reading it since yesterday and haven't comprehended much." After saying that, he was about to pass the pages in his hand to Zhang Xiaohua. However, halfway through, he retracted it and muttered to himself, "I've only just finished reading half of it. I'm not giving it to you." Then, he pointed to a page on the bed and said, "That one over there, take a look for yourself." How could Zhang Xiaohua want to read it himself? Having someone teach him was a very blissful thing. He didn't want to do it himself. However, seeing that Tianshu was a little angry, he could only walk over and take the page in his hand. He pretended to read it and said, "All right, Captain He, I'll read it too. Let's read it together." Tianshu snorted and muttered, "That's more like it. Look at my hard work too." Zhang Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, "All right, I'll learn from Captain He. I'll pay my respects to Captain He." The page was filled with dense footprints and some inexplicable numbers were written on it. There were also some tiny words beside it. Zhang Xiaohua was confused. How could he understand it? What should he do? Tianshu looked at his embarrassed face and was overjoyed. He said, "First, look at the words beside it. Then, according to the explanation, look at the footprints. Those footprints are where you need to go and those numbers are the order of your steps." Only then did Zhang Xiaohua understand. He slowly read through it. In the beginning, he couldn't quite understand it, but once he combined it with the footprints, he slowly understood that this page was the second level of the ethereal steps cultivation technique. It was what Tianshu had just comprehended. As Zhang Xiaohua read, a small figure appeared in his mind. It was practicing the ethereal steps according to the records on the page and Zhang Xiaohua's understanding. By the time Zhang Xiaohua finished reading the page, the figure had also finished demonstrating. It was basically the same as what Tianshu had taught. There were only a few differences. These differences weren't the footwork but the figure. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know if it was a mistake in his understanding or something else. Hence, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head and asked, "Team leader He." Tianshu narrowed his eyes and frowned. It was a crucial moment in his comprehension. When he heard Zhang Xiaohua calling out to him, his brows couldn't help but knit even tighter. He said impatiently, "What's the matter?" Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to ask, "Why is it that what you taught is different from what I saw?" But when he saw Tianshu's expression, it was obvious that he was impatient. He immediately swallowed his words and stammered, This seems to have just been learned." Tianshu said, "Just take a look at it. Reviewing the old and learning the new is the true way to learn." Saying that, he took the page from Zhang Xiaohua's hands and looked at it carefully. He thought to himself, "I really took the wrong one. This kid can actually understand it." He looked at Zhang Xiaohua with some surprise and took 2 pages from the other end of the table. After looking at it carefully, he handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "This is the 3rd level of the cultivation technique. Take a look." "Oh right, go back to your room and read it. I want to be alone." Zhang Xiaohua took it and was about to turn around and leave. Tianshu said with a bit of a smile, "If you have any insights, don't forget to tell me." Zhang Xiaohua chuckled and didn't say anything. She closed the door and returned to her room. Behind her, Tianshu curled his lips and shook his head. He muttered to himself, "This kid is really impatient. He's not in charge and doesn't know how expensive rice and salt are. This secret manual can be comprehended in a few days. Just take a look and you'll know how difficult it is." After returning to her room, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any time. She sat on the Kong bed and started reading the page in her hand. She saw that it was clearly written on the page. It was a method to improve Qigong. Zhang Xiaohua felt a burst of excitement. Wasn't this the Qigong technique that she had been yearning for day and night? It was really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. Suppressing her excitement, Zhang Xiaohua read it carefully. As she compared the pictures, she studied the words. After reading it carefully, Zhang Xiaohua's enthusiasm was doused with a bucket of cold water. The foundation of this Qigong technique was inner force. It was the way to control inner force. Without inner force, learning this Qigong technique was like trying to get a fish out of a tree. Zhang Xiaohua threw the 2 pages on the table in disappointment. She smacked her lips and thought that the core of martial arts was inner force. Qigong needed it. High-level fist techniques needed it. Even sword techniques needed it. It seemed like she had to practice the Carefree Heart Sutra first. When he stood up and picked up the pages, he recalled that the 3rd level of the Ethereal Steps mental cultivation method had 2 pages. He had yet to look at the 2nd page. However, he didn't harbor any hopes. If he couldn't even master the 1st page, how could he possibly master the 2nd page? The 2nd page was also written very clearly. It was the art of levitation. Levitation? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. What did that mean? Following that, Zhang Xiaohua smacked his forehead and laughed. The previous page talked about Qigong. The 2nd page was obviously about what happened after Qigong. It must be a continuation of the 1st page. However, this Qigong technique didn't allow one to levitate. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know that. Since the footwork technique was written like that, it should be possible. Zhang Xiaohua naturally thought so. However, after Zhang Xiaohua carefully studied it, she realized that her understanding was a little off. This levitation technique wasn't the continuation of Qigong. It was another Qigong technique. It was very different from Qigong. The Qigong technique talked about how to use inner force to circulate through the meridians in the body to achieve the effect of Qigong. Whereas the levitation technique talked about how to release the qi from the meridians. Through the control of releasing the qi, one could achieve the effect of levitation. However, no matter which Qigong technique it was, they all used inner force as the foundation. They were all not related to Zhang Xiaohua. However, no matter how extravagant the explanation in the manual was, no matter how thoroughly Zhang Xiaohua understood it, it was all just an illusion. Zhang Xiaohua then understood what the eldest disciple of the Misty School, Zhang Qingyue, had said when he passed the ethereal steps to her. This ethereal steps didn't have much to do with inner force. The first 2 levels were unrelated and didn't require any inner force. This was the beginning of using inner force for the 3rd level. Presumably, the next few levels of the mental cultivation method would also be driven by inner force. Zhang Xiaohua originally wanted to return these 2 pages to He Tianshu. However, she thought that he must still be racking his brains to understand the densely packed footwork technique. If she were to go now, wouldn't she be offending him? Moreover, she didn't know any inner force mental cultivation method. Perhaps He Tianshu wouldn't impart this Qigong technique to her. Although she didn't know it now, it didn't mean that she wouldn't know it in the future. Once she solved the problem of her yuan qi disappearing in her acupuncture points, wouldn't she be able to use her yuan qi? She should take this opportunity to comprehend these 2 Qigong techniques first. That was the most important thing. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua sat down with peace of mind and concentrated on comprehending. After an entire afternoon, when the sky was about to turn dark, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of his little house. Zhang Xiaohua's face wasn't filled with joy. Instead, it was filled with puzzlement. After an entire afternoon of comprehending, he had basically memorized and comprehended these 2 techniques. If there was inner force in his body, Zhang Xiaohua had a lot of confidence that he would be able to use these 2 Qigong techniques. The reason why Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand was that no matter how he comprehended the first Qigong technique in his mind, he couldn't form a clear figure. Although he was very sure that he had really learned it, the second levitation technique was clearly displayed in his mind. Why was this? Since he comprehended the first technique first, Zhang Xiaohua spent more energy on the levitation technique. He comprehended it 3 times. When he was sure that he had learned it, he began to comprehend the second levitation technique. The comprehension of the levitation technique was far beyond Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Perhaps it was because he had just comprehended the levitation technique. The comprehension of the levitation technique was unusually smooth. Only 2 times, Zhang Xiaohua had finished comprehending it. A clear figure appeared in his mind. Zhang Xiaohua could see how the aura in the meridians was released and how to control it from this figure. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua remembered that the levitation technique hadn't shown the figure yet. So he turned back to look at the levitation technique. But this time, no matter how he comprehended it, the figure of the levitation technique didn't appear. Until the sky was dark, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to give up. Maybe he comprehended it wrongly somewhere, Zhang Xiaohua thought. During dinner, Zhang Xiaohua was still full of thoughts. He didn't notice the expressions of respect on the other tables. Moreover, his appetite wasn't very good. When he had just arrived at the villa, he had just finished practicing the fist technique and would eat a lot. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua was now growing. Every time he ate, he would be the first to arrive and the last to leave. Most of the time, he would be laughed at by the servants. But recently, Zhang Xiaohua obviously didn't eat as much as before. This seemed to be a little abnormal. After all, he was still practicing martial arts very hard. The amount of exercise was also large. He should be able to eat more than before. Perhaps it was haggard because of young Zhang Xiaohua's troubles. Hometown water, nostalgia. The servants at the side whispered and discussed endlessly. They seemed to have found a new topic. Zhang Xiaohua turned a deaf ear to this. He mechanically ate a few mouthfuls of rice and a few chopsticks of food before hurrying out. Only his back was left for others to laugh at. After leaving the small courtyard, Zhang Xiaohua didn't go to the forest. He directly returned to the grass shed in the medicine field. When he passed by the other medicine fields, Zhang Xiaohua paid special attention. It wasn't full of grass sheds as he had imagined. It seemed that the other servants' desire to show off had been cast into the darkness. At night, Zhang Xiaohua was still doing his homework in the grass shed. Just as he was thinking about the circulation of internal energy in his meridians as usual, he suddenly had a new idea. Since he used the method of thinking to learn the Worry-Free Heart Sutra, why not use the method of thinking to practice Qigong? Anyway, he had already learned 2 types of internal energy cultivation methods. Why not think about the circulation of internal energy in his meridians and try Qigong? However, he probably couldn't think about the second type of levitation technique. He didn't have any internal energy. How could he release it and control it? As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua fell into a hazy sleep. His body quickly adjusted to a certain frequency. The power of the stars was immediately attracted to him. At the same time, the qi of heaven and earth was also absorbed into his body more effectively. Everything was so harmonious. The next day was a bright and sunny day. Zhang Xiaohua only practiced his fist and sword techniques by the grass shed. Because he needed to water the medicine field, Zhang Xiaohua didn't have much time to practice his idea of Qigong from last night. Everything in the medicine field was the same. There were fewer weeds, which reduced Zhang Xiaohua's labor. If it continued at this rate, there might not be any weeds growing in the field in a month or 2. Late in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua was watering when he heard someone calling him from the ridge. When he looked up, it was Qiu Tong. Zhang Xiaohua quickly walked over and asked with a smile, "Sister Qiu Tong, why did you suddenly come today? It's so hot today. Don't get tanned." Qiu Tong said, "It's because of you. That's why I came." Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "What's the matter, Sister Qiu Tong?" Qiu Tong looked at him and said with a smile, "Take a guess." "You really don't know?" Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua understood. He probed, "Is it about the Misty School's martial arts competition?" Qiu Tong clapped and praised, "That's right, Zhang Xiaohua. It's about that. Misty asked me to tell you that she's already registered you. She'll send someone to inform you when the day comes. Please add it to your collection. Thank you." Chapter 164. Zhang Xiaohua said gratefully, "Big Sister Qiu Tong, You could have waited until you saw me or had someone send me a message for such a small matter. Why did you have to come here personally? Chiu Tong pursed her lips and smiled. That's what I was thinking. But your straw hut has been quite famous in the villa these days, so I came to take a look. Perhaps I should also build one in the courtyard so that the young miss will notice me. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed and scratched her head. Big sister Chiu Tong, you're making fun of me. I built this straw hut just to practice my internal energy. Who knew that it would cause so much trouble and cause so many misunderstandings? Chiu Tong nodded. I've already asked the young miss about your intentions. Of course she knows, but others don't. You're so unconventional, so of course you'll attract the attention of others. Especially now that you're doing so well in the villa, those who don't know will pay more attention to you. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. No way, big sister Chiu Tong. Building a hut will cause so much trouble. Why don't I just tear it down? Chiu Tong waved her hand. No need. Your straw hut will only be used until the martial arts exhibition starts. It'll only be used for a few days anyway. Why bother? Moreover, the young miss has already told the people in charge of the warehouse to scold the servants. If you tear it down, the young miss will lose face. Chiu Tong looked around the hut and asked with a smile, did you build this hut yourself? Speaking of her straw hut, Zhang Xiaohua immediately perked up. She puffed out her chest and said proudly, yes, big sister Chiu Tong. I built it myself. Chiu Tong praised, it's not bad. I didn't know you had such skills. Zhang Xiaohua was embarrassed when she heard this and said, it's nothing. When I was at the Guozhuang house, I often helped father and brother build it. They're the ones who built it well. Chiu Tong smiled and asked, then how's your internal energy training? Have you found the qi? Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, it's about time. Staying here at night is quite quiet. It's really good for practicing inner strength. I think that when the martial arts exhibition starts, there should be a breakthrough. Chiu Tong nodded and advised him, practicing hard is a good thing. Big sister won't stop you, but you must know when to stop. Don't practice so hard just because you're going to participate in the martial arts exhibition. That's not good. Zhang Xiaohua nodded seriously and said, I know, big sister Chiu Tong. Actually, you know that I can't practice even if I want to. Chiu Tong was stunned for a moment before she understood what he meant. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. The two of them chatted for a while longer before Chiu Tong took her leave and returned to the inner court. Zhang Xiaohua watched Chiu Tong leave and went back to work. However, before she could water the ground, she heard someone shouting from outside, Zhang Xiaohua, where are you? Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. What day was it today? Usually, there weren't many people in the medicine field. Recently, there were even fewer people here. However, in just a short while, 2 people had come looking for him. Who was it this time? When he straightened up and took a closer look, it turned out to be his cheap master, He Tianshu. Zhang Xiaohua felt that it was strange. He Tianshu's voice was very familiar to him, but it was clearly unfamiliar just now. Zhang Xiaohua walked to the edge of the field and said with a smile, Captain He, were you the one who called for me? He Tianshu said in a hoarse voice, of course it was me. Is there anyone else nearby? Zhang Xiaohua asked, what happened to your voice? He Tianshu frowned and said, who knows? It was fine yesterday, but this morning it became like this. Zhang Xiaohua looked at He Tianshu's 2 large dark circles and asked, you didn't sleep last night? He Tianshu scratched his head and said, I did. I fell asleep while looking at it. I don't know when I fell asleep. Zhang Xiaohua didn't ask why He Tianshu was looking for him. He first took out the 2 pages of the secret manual and returned it to He Tianshu and said, Captain He, I'll return this to you first. He Tianshu seemed to have known this result. He reached out and took it and said, what? You want to return it to me in one night? Do you know how difficult it is inside? In the future, don't make any sarcastic remarks. Practicing martial arts requires a down-to-earth style. There's nothing good about it. Zhang Xiaohua opened his mouth and wanted to refute something. However, He Tianshu was right. Of course, it was difficult inside. He didn't have any internal energy, so he couldn't practice it. He wanted to refute, but he didn't know what to say. He might as well be silent. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua's attitude was humble and didn't say anything. He was very happy and said, "You really built a straw shed here. I thought you were joking." "That's right, did you get the qi sense from the fierce bull strength?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He Tianshu's face was filled with sympathy. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. This bull stalking force is the simplest. I believe that you'll gain something if you try to understand it during the night." Then, He Tianshu took out another page from his chest and said, "After I worked so hard yesterday, my voice became hoarse. Only then did I learn some footwork. I went to your house to find you, but I didn't know that you had settled down in the medicine field. It seems like you're determined to participate in the martial arts exhibition. Let's go to the forest. I'll teach you what I just learned. I hope that in a month's time, you'll be able to make some progress." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he cursed in his heart, "You worked so hard to learn footwork and you actually lost your voice. You're the first person in the world to do that." Hearing that He Tianshu wanted to go to the forest, he advised, "Team leader He, let's go to the medicine field. There's still some distance to the forest." When He Tianshu heard this, his face turned serious and he said, "Big sect leader has repeatedly said that only the two of us can practice the ethereal steps. There's also no cover around the medicine field. If someone secretly learns it, we'll be punished by the sect rules. We can't be careless." Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to follow him. In the forest, He Tianshu demonstrated what he had learned the night before and let Zhang Xiaohua learn it. He thought that since Zhang Xiaohua had learned it well last time and learned it without any difficulty, it should be smooth sailing this time as well. But who knew that just as Zhang Xiaohua was halfway through learning, she made a mistake. It was clearly a simple footwork, but Zhang Xiaohua couldn't do it. When she put her feet in place, her body changed and she couldn't continue with the next step. He Tianshu was depressed. It seemed like his good days were coming to an end. Hence, He Tianshu controlled his temper and taught her step by step. However, no matter how He Tianshu explained or pointed out, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't follow his instructions and learn the footwork. He Tianshu was a little anxious as he demonstrated step by step in front of Zhang Xiaohua. He looked into her eyes and asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, do you understand?" Zhang Xiaohua was also helpless as she said, "I understand, team leader He." "Then why can't you put your feet here?" He Tianshu pointed to his feet and asked. "I know it's fine to put it there, but I just can't put it down. There's a kind of inertia pushing me. My feet can't follow my heart to place them at the spot you said." Zhang Xiaohua also had an innocent look on her face. That's right. She clearly knew that she should place her feet at the spot He Tianshu pointed out, but her entire body didn't seem to listen to her commands. It was really strange. He Tianshu wanted to reprimand Zhang Xiaohua again, but he immediately thought of the situation when Zhang Xiaohua learned the fist technique. He couldn't help but sigh. Zhang Xiaohua's aptitude wasn't good. When he learned the fist technique, he could let Nie Xiao err and the rest teach him while he dealt with it himself. But this time, he learned the ethereal steps because of Zhang Xiaohua's glory. No matter what, he couldn't be perfunctory like when he taught the fist technique. He Tianshu thought for a moment and waved his hand, saying, "How about this? You practice what you learned in the past first. I'll go back and rest. When I have enough energy tomorrow, I'll teach you seriously." Towards the end, he seemed to have made up his mind. There was a feeling that he wouldn't give up until he taught Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua responded. He Tianshu turned and left the forest. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Zhang Xiaohua's timid voice asking softly, "Captain He, you should go back and rest. Can you let me see the second level's footwork? He Tianshu stopped and thought for a moment. He took out a few pieces of paper and turned to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Look carefully. I hope you can discover something. Anyway, I don't plan to look at it today. I'm going to rest first. I hope that when I wake up tomorrow, I can see a brand new Zhang Xiaohua." Brand new? Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "My clothes are old and my body is dirty?" He Tianshu laughed loudly and said, "It's a Zhang Xiaohua who is no longer stupid." Finished speaking, he laughed hoarsely and walked out of the forest as if he had encountered something very interesting. Zhang Xiaohua heard his cheat master's laughter and pouted, saying softly, "I didn't say I wasn't stupid." Look at your laughter. It's like a broken gong. What's there to be proud of? When he Tianshu walked out of sight, Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at the secret manual in his hand. These thin pages contained all the second level's footwork, including some that Zhang Xiaohua had already learned. Zhang Xiaohua picked out the part that he had just practiced and carefully looked at it. After he finished reading, he didn't find anything strange. It was all comprehended by He Tianshu without any difference. What was the reason for this? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but scratch his head. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua thought of an idea. He read the page that he had just learned and the page that he had just learned together and linked the footwork together to comprehend it. Looking at the notes and footwork on the secret manual, a figure that was using the ethereal steps slowly appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's mind. That figure was walking step by step according to the ethereal steps secret manual. When it came to Zhang Xiaohua's difficult point today, that figure didn't follow Professor He Tianshu's understanding and walked in another place. When Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, his eyes lit up. Wasn't this the next step after the difficult point? Could it be that there was an extra step here? Filled with doubts, Zhang Xiaohua continued to ponder. When the figure in his mind was executed according to Zhang Xiaohua's understanding, it first neglected this step and directly took another step. And the next step didn't follow the secret manual's records but returned to the place that Zhang Xiaohua was unable to step out of. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. Could it be that the two footwork records were reversed? He hurriedly looked at the small words at the side. Indeed, the records of the two footwork were very simple and didn't go into detail. Even if it was reversed, the notes were still acceptable. Zhang Xiaohua's lips curled into a smile as he executed the footwork in the open space in the forest. The result was exactly as Zhang Xiaohua had guessed. If the two steps were reversed, he would be able to execute it smoothly. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua had reversed the two footwork records in his heart. The reversal of the footwork was easier said than done. If He Tianshu was here, he would definitely not do so. It couldn't be said that Zhang Xiaohua was intelligent, or that He Tianshu's thinking was inflexible and inflexible. It was just that the two of them had received different education. Ever since Zhang Xiaohua started practicing martial arts, he had always pondered and made his own decisions. The only set of Fist of the North Star was also pieced together by him. From the beginning, he had a habit of doubting everything and breaking everything. Whatever moves were suitable for him, he would use them accordingly. He even dared to change the fist techniques that others had practiced for many years, what more this footwork. As for He Tianshu, he had received formal martial arts education in the Misty School since young and was used to the textbook way of thinking. The fame of the Misty School's three great divine techniques had long been branded in his mind as a legend. When he saw this ethereal steps, he could only use a devout heart to learn and imitate it. He had never dared to doubt or question the authority of this footwork. Even if it was wrong, he would only conscientiously follow the wrong path and learn and accept it. This couldn't help but be said to be a tragedy of education. Since he had this discovery, Zhang Xiaohua no longer held back. Earlier on, he had learned a few parts that were different from what He Tianshu had taught him. This time, he changed them all. Moreover, seeing that it was still early, Zhang Xiaohua didn't return to the herb farm. He wanted to comprehend the remaining second level of the ethereal steps in one go in the forest. Of course, he didn't dare to have extravagant hopes that he would be able to comprehend the ethereal steps that Tianshu had been unable to comprehend for many days in just half a day. But the results were out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Because he already had the experience of comprehending many different fist techniques, as well as comprehending some footwork at the beginning of the second level of the ethereal steps, although there were many footwork at the back, but with the help of Zhang Xiaohua's powerful memory and the figure in his mind, he was able to integrate the remaining footwork into his little basket in an entire afternoon. The entire second level of the footwork had a smooth outline in his mind. But after all, there was a gap between theory and practice. Although he had comprehended it and knew how to practice, it was still difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to execute it step by step. With regards to this result, Zhang Xiaohua was already extremely satisfied. What was the ethereal steps? It was one of the Misty School's 3 great divine techniques. Although the first 3 levels were the foundation of the footwork, it was still incomparably profound. Even with He Tianshu's standard, it was still difficult for him to comprehend it. But he was able to comprehend it in just half a day. What else could he say? Now that the footwork was already in his mind, he would be able to slowly master it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua was about to practice again, there was a sudden sound of thunder from afar. A gust of cold wind blew and droplets of rain fell from the sky. Instantly, there were pitter-patter sounds in the forest. It was raining. Zhang Xiaohua extinguished the thought of striking while the iron was hot and quickly ran towards the small courtyard. Halfway there, he thought of the books in the straw hut and had no choice but to run towards the straw hut in the herbal field. By the time he reached the straw hut, the rain was already heavy. Zhang Xiaohua did a quick check and luckily, the quality of his straw hut was still all right. It wasn't a shoddy construction and the rainwater didn't leak in at all. Standing in the straw hut and looking at the pouring rain outside, Zhang Xiaohua gave up on the idea of returning to the hut. He lit up an oil lamp and began to read his book in peace. The raindrops hit the roof of the straw hut and the pitter-patter sounds were incessant. The distant sound of thunder was also incessant and flashes of light could be seen from time to time. With such a night light and the rain hitting the straw hut, Zhang Xiaohua was reading at night. Even if he didn't have a female companion, it still had a unique flavor. At the very least, when the cold wind blew in, it wasn't a chill that an ordinary person could endure. It was getting deeper and deeper, but the rain didn't show any signs of stopping. The sound of the straw hut became denser and there were signs of it getting louder. The distant sound of thunder was also louder and seemed to be getting closer. Zhang Xiaohua closed the book and carefully put it in his arms. He then blew out the oil lamp and sat down cross-legged. It was his daily practice of drawing qi into his body. When Zhang Xiaohua entered a meditative state, he carefully perceived the qi of heaven and earth outside. He was pleased to find that the qi of heaven and earth on this rainy day was actually a bit more than usual and every trace of qi was lively and seemed to have a little more vitality. Zhang Xiaohua had a feeling and a thought emerged in his mind. The qi of heaven and earth was very fresh. But it was this fresh and lively qi of heaven and earth that caused a little difficulty for Zhang Xiaohua to draw qi. The qi of heaven and earth didn't flow from top to bottom like usual. Instead, it flowed around like fish. Zhang Xiaohua's perception couldn't draw them into his body as easily as usual. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua had to increase the strength of his perception and spread it out like a fishing net. It was true that hard work paid off. Zhang Xiaohua patiently guided the qi of heaven and earth for a period of time and successfully drew a new trace of qi into his body. This trace of qi of heaven and earth was indeed a little different from before. Although Zhang Xiaohua couldn't completely perceive its appearance in his body, he could faintly feel its liveliness and knew that it was in that part of his body. Successfully drawing in the first trace of qi of heaven and earth seemed to have built a bridge between Zhang Xiaohua's body and the outside world. More and more fresh qi of heaven and earth rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's body like moths to a flame and was drawn in endlessly. Just as Zhang Xiaohua happily drew the qi of heaven and earth into his body, the liveliness spread throughout his body. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's qi of heaven and earth became even easier. He silently recited the Heart Sutra's cultivation method, and this liveliness flowed along the meridians of his previous chi of heaven and earth. Very quickly, it went through a cycle and more chi of heaven and earth was drawn in and added to this invisible stream. At this time, an accident happened. There was a loud sound. Kacha, a thunderous sound smashed right above Zhang Xiaohua's sturdy straw hut. Chapter 165. The moment the thunder roared, Zhang Xiaohua was enjoying the fruits of his labor, methodically drawing and refining qi. His perception was still outside his body. Although the thunder was high up in the sky, it still smashed into his perception that was drawing qi. Immediately, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if a hammer had smashed into his heart. He was extremely depressed. There was a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood surged up. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but open his mouth and spit out a small mouthful of blood. His breathing rate of 9 shallow and 1 deep was immediately interrupted. At this moment, the lively qi from the outside world was flowing into Zhang Xiaohua's body in an orderly manner. After the thunder, the pure qi of heaven and earth suddenly increased by more than 10 times. These qi also rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua. Although the yuan qi that appeared later was pure, it was different from the yuan qi that Zhang Xiaohua had drawn in previously. The yuan qi from before was lively like a lively child, a little mischievous and playful. However, the yuan qi that suddenly appeared was not only purer than the yuan qi from before, but the most different thing was that this yuan qi was no longer just lively. It was liveliness within liveliness. It could even be said that it was tyrannical. It was like a drunken brute or a young man with nowhere to vent his energy. It disorderly rushed into the yuan qi that had lined up to enter Zhang Xiaohua's body. These disorderly, large amounts of qi immediately caused the qi outside Zhang Xiaohua's body to churn. It was like a gurgling stream just now, but in an instant, it became a monstrous wave, drowning Zhang Xiaohua in it. Countless violent qi swarmed into Zhang Xiaohua's pores. Previously, Zhang Xiaohua was still complaining about not being able to feel the qi in his body, but now, he really felt the taste of the qi rushing into his body. As Zhang Xiaohua's body was still circulating, the huge amount of qi immediately rushed into his meridians. But these qi exceeded Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Caught off guard, he immediately lost control of these qi. The violent qi immediately rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians like a flood. Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain coming from his body. His calm state of mind instantly collapsed. At this moment, the blood that he spat out had just landed on the ground. Zhang Xiaohua was flustered. Could it be that this was qi deviation? Zhang Xiaohua, who had never experienced such a situation, was helpless and did not know what to do. However, the pain in his body continued to spread and would not stop just because of Zhang Xiaohua's ignorance. Moreover, when it rains, it pours. There was another burst of rumbling thunder above his head. An even larger amount of violent qi continued to flow into Zhang Xiaohua's body through the previously established qi channel. Zhang Xiaohua felt like he was drowning. The endless qi of heaven and earth oppressed him, like waves hitting him, making him unable to breathe and unable to lift his head. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua blissfully lost consciousness. Before losing consciousness, Zhang Xiaohua's only thought was, "Why is my luck so bad? I just found the qi, and now I'm possessed." In fact, Zhang Xiaohua's loss of consciousness was not because of qi deviation, but because it was now midnight. Our Zhang Xiaohua had fallen asleep on time. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua fell asleep, he had just stopped his 9 shallow and 1 deep breathing, but immediately began to breathe again. The flickering in his dream guided his body, slowly adjusting to the frequency of the flickering. In an instant, the endless star power in the night sky poured into Zhang Xiaohua's body. Although the star power was thin, but it was orderly. Very quickly, it poured into Zhang Xiaohua's pores, forming a thin layer of star power around him, preventing the qi of the outside world from madly pouring in. At the same time, Zhang Xiaohua's body, under the guidance of the flickering, formed a frequency that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. In addition, the rampaging qi in Zhang Xiaohua's body, under the condition of losing control, had already circulated through the existing meridians, destroying the meridians. At this time, the integration of the star power from the outside world just wrapped around the rampaging qi. The frequency of the star power was the same as the frequency of Zhang Xiaohua's body. Under this frequency, the thin layer of star power on the outer layer of the qi once again circulated along the damaged meridians. This was a wonderful situation occurred. The thin layer of star power seemed to be full of vitality, flowing along the damaged meridians. Traces of star power merged into it, constantly repairing it. Moreover, the meridians had just been damaged by the rampaging qi, and had expanded by a lot. Now that the star power had repaired it, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians had more than doubled in size. The qi wrapped in the star power did not stop rampaging, still trying to break through the shackles of the star power. But under the flickering and the frequency of the star power, the qi was gradually assimilated. The rampaging qi in the qi was gradually extracted and separated, becoming a vital component. In the process of flowing through the meridians, it passed through the shackles of the star power, merged into the meridians, merged into the flesh, merged into the bones, and even merged into Zhang Xiaohua's head. At the same time, the rain outside the straw hut was getting heavier, and the thunder was also incessant. Zhang Xiaohua's body, because of the damaged meridians and the influx of star power, did not cut off the flow of qi into the outside world. On the contrary, under this special frequency, Zhang Xiaohua's pores were like bottomless black holes, attracting endless rampaging qi. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings were surrounded by endless qi of heaven and earth. If Zhang Xiaohua was awake, she would know that the qi of heaven and earth described in the Carefree Heart Sutra was exactly like this, with only a slight difference. The difference was that the qi of heaven and earth was overly active now. Although Zhang Xiaohua was already asleep, his breathing, his frequency, and the mantra he was using were all guiding the qi of heaven and earth into his body. But what was different from before was that the thin layer of star power formed a protective membrane around his body. The rampaging qi passed through this layer of star power and was immediately divided into two parts. One part was the pure qi that Zhang Xiaohua normally drew into his body, and the other part was the mysterious vital energy that the star power had extracted from the qi. The qi was wrapped by the star power and constantly rushed into Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, while the mysterious vital energy attached to the star power also rushed into the meridians. As it merged into the meridians, it also merged into Zhang Xiaohua's body. The meridians repaired by the star power were originally nourishing, but after the vital energy merged into the meridians, it was as if a catalyst had been added. Not only did the speed of repair increase, the meridians were also filled with vital energy. Just like a young person, the meridians became more resilient and elastic. Moreover, this mysterious vital energy also merged into Zhang Xiaohua's bones that had been tempered by the Big Dipper magical fist along with the circulation of the vital energy. Drops of vital energy seeped into the 108 bones evenly. The pure white bones became even whiter as the vital energy merged into them. Gradually, they became like jade. However, more and more of the mysterious vital energy continued to move upward under the flickering call. It gathered in Zhang Xiaohua's brain and entered a mysterious place. Other than the circulation of the mysterious vital energy, the qi wrapped by the star power was the same as before. It flowed in the meridians that were gradually recovering and was slowly being tempered. It was the same for the star power. Not long after, a cycle was completed. The qi of heaven and the star power were much more condensed and flowed into the middle dantian. After that, more rampaging qi of heaven and earth and the star power flowed in again and started a new round of tempering. After an unknown amount of time had passed, the rain was still pouring down, and the sound of thunder, however, had stopped. Zhang Xiaohua was still sitting there cross-legged and tempering the qi of heaven and earth. The boundless qi of heaven and earth was becoming less and less. Some of it was absorbed into Zhang Xiaohua's body, but most of it dissipated between heaven and earth. It was not until dawn that the rain stopped and the chi of heaven and earth returned to its original state. There were only traces of chi of heaven and earth floating above the herb field. In the distance, a ray of light rose and supported the sun. Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. After the rain, the air in the herb field was exceptionally fresh. After the rain, the herbs in the herb field were also abnormally energetic. In the eyes of Zhang Xiaohua, there was only a feeling of vitality. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua had already remembered the danger last night. He quickly stood up and moved his hands and feet. Fortunately, he was not paralyzed and his hands and feet listened to his commands. He was about to sit down cross-legged and use the Heart Sutra to check his meridians when he suddenly felt that his body was sticky and uncomfortable. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that there was a thin layer of black mud on his body and there were traces of blood in it. He brought his arm to his nose and there was a nauseating stench and blood. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what happened after he fell asleep last night. When he looked carefully on the ground, he discovered that the blood he spat out last night had already dried up. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and thought for a moment. He could not remember anything and hurriedly walked out of the straw hut. Before he left, he even used his feet to rub some dirt to cover up the blood. It was useless to think about anything now. It was better to take care of his personal hygiene first. Fortunately, it was still early in the morning due to the heavy rain last night. There was no one in the small courtyard. After Zhang Xiaohua had washed up and returned to his own hut, he heard the sounds of someone else moving around in the small courtyard. The heavy rain had just stopped in the morning and the ground outside was filled with mud. Zhang Xiaohua temporarily stopped his morning exercise and took out the few thin pages of the Ethereal Steps manual. Fortunately, there was no damage. Zhang Xiaohua carefully placed them on the study table before he had the time to sit cross-legged on the Kong bed. Just as he was about to circulate his qi, Zhang Xiaohua raised his head to look out of the window with lingering fear. The day was already clear and the sky was clear. The sun in the distance had already jumped out, slowly spreading its heat. Zhang Xiaohua was relieved. The pain of qi deviation, he was really afraid. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to easily release his perception. Instead, he silently chanted the incantation of the Carefree Heart Sutra, trying to recall the formless inner energy in his body. This time, he almost caused Zhang Xiaohua to lose his realm. Originally, it was just an illusion and he was unable to sense the inner energy in his meridians. But now, with a slight increase in his qi, he immediately felt the thin strand of qi in his meridians. This was the inner energy that he Tianshu and the rest had mentioned. Zhang Xiaohua was once again overjoyed. He was not dreaming, right? If not for the fact that he was concentrating on circulating his qi, Zhang Xiaohua would have tried biting his own finger. However, that wisp of cool gas flowed smoothly through his meridians like mercury, truly carefree. There was also a slight swelling pain, all of which reminded him that this was not a dream, but a reality that truly existed. Zhang Xiaohua faced this situation and did not know what to say. The danger last night was still vivid in his mind. And when he woke up, he felt qi. This was also true. Then, something must have happened last night that he did not know about. But what was it? No one could tell Zhang Xiaohua. However, since it was a good thing and not a bad thing, he could not find someone to get to the bottom of it. He could only be a taciturn gourd and accept the fruits of victory. A good thing was always better than a bad thing. If he woke up early in the morning and found that he could not move his hands and feet, wouldn't that be 10,000 times more tragic than now? At that time, Zhang Xiaohua would be the one who wanted to cry but had no tears. Why should he be distressed now? Moreover, if he closed his eyes, he would never wake up again. Zhang Xiaohua gave up on finding the reason. He circulated his qi and drove the inner energy to circulate through his meridians. This feeling was really different from reality. Zhang Xiaohua found it very refreshing. It was really fun to have this thing in his body. Zhang Xiaohua had a playful attitude and circulated the Carefree Heart Sutra's inner energy through his meridians for 36 circulations. When he finished, he was about to get up when his heart suddenly moved. He circulated his qi and released his perception to guide the inner energy. When he carefully sensed the outside world, he found that the qi of heaven and earth that had swarmed in last night had already disappeared without a trace. All that was left was a blank space. His perception could not guide the slightest bit of qi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but frown. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua's perception seemed to have sensed something as it retreated like the tide. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of Zhang Xiaohua's room. Zhang Xiaohua quickly jumped down from the Kong bed and walked to the door as he asked, "Who is it?" "It's me." It was He Tianshu's voice. Zhang Xiaohua quickly opened the door and asked with a smile, "Captain He, why are you up so early today?" He Tianshu entered the room and said, "It's still early. I woke up a long time ago. I knew you were sleeping like a log, so I didn't come early." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the sky outside. It was still early. He Tianshu did not beat around the bush. He stretched out his hand and said, "Give it to me." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned again. He asked curiously, "What is it?" "I'll give it to you." He Tianshu said in a bad mood, "It's the Ethereal Steps Manual. Hurry up and give it to me. After I gave it to you yesterday, I didn't sleep well. I was afraid that something would happen to you if I left it there. Last night, there was heavy rain and thunder, making me anxious. I was afraid that you would sleep in that straw shed again. If you wet this manual, what would I do?" Zhang Xiaohua finally understood. She quickly walked to the desk and returned the few pages to He Tianshu. He Tianshu hurriedly took them and looked at them carefully. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he carefully kept them. After keeping them, He Tianshu seemed to heave a sigh of relief. He said, "Luckily you didn't sleep in the straw shed last night. Let's not talk about how a straw shed can shelter you from the wind and rain. If you caught a cold or had a fever, it would be a small matter. The main point is that the thunder last night was too strange. It struck right above our heads. You don't know, Zhang Xiaohua." For those of us who practice inner strength, it is taboo to practice inner strength on a rainy day. The sound of thunder is usually very abrupt. It interferes with the flow of inner strength. If we are not careful, our qi will go astray and it will be impossible to make up for it. Furthermore, practicing inner strength requires the harmony of one's qi. Think about it, isn't that thunder the nemesis of meditation? It is very easy to lose one's mind. Furthermore, last night's thunder struck right above our heads. It made my little heart beat wildly last night. However, it's fine that you didn't go to the straw shed last night. With the way you sleep, even if the thunder struck right above your head, you probably wouldn't know. He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua and did not forget to add, "Furthermore, you have yet to sense qi. There is no inner strength in your meridians. I believe that the sudden thunder will not be able to do anything to you." "That's right, have you seen the footwork? Isn't it rare? I think it's better for me to look at it first." "It's pointless for you to look at it." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Why was this He Tianshu giving advice in hindsight? If he had told him this yesterday, he wouldn't have foolishly run to the straw shed to be frozen. Even if he was frozen, he wouldn't have foolishly tried to draw any qi. Now that he thought about it, this kind of action was like the god of longevity eating arsenic. He was simply tired of living. He was just short of this warning. Last night, he almost closed his eyes and passed away just like that. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua was silent and thought that he had received a blow from looking at the ethereal steps yesterday. He patted his shoulder and said, "It's all right, Zhang Xiaohua. I feel that you still have some talent in this footwork. Although you haven't understood the second level of the footwork yet, it's fine. Once I understand it, I will teach you. Don't worry, it won't affect your participation in the martial arts exhibition." After all, I also need, at this point, He Tianshu didn't continue. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, he hurriedly said, "That's not it, Captain He. I've carefully looked at this footwork, I feel that." He Tianshu waved his hand and stopped him from continuing, saying, "I know, I feel that it's quite profound and hard to understand. You should know that this footwork is a secret of our Misty School. If it wasn't difficult, would it be called that? As long as we have the time, we can grind an iron pestle into a needle. I think that as long as we put our efforts into it, we will definitely be able to learn it. Isn't it just the first 3 levels of the basics?" Zhang Xiaohua could only nod. He Tianshu saw that Zhang Xiaohua admitted his mistake and didn't stay any longer. He said, "I won't talk to you anymore. Time is precious. Seeing that the martial arts exhibition is getting closer and closer, I need to seize the time to comprehend the footwork. In a while, if you have nothing to do, go to the medicine field and walk around. I'll leave the matter of the herbs to you. When the martial arts exhibition is over, I'll have Nie Xiao Er and the others properly thank you." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was amused and said, "How about having them teach me martial arts?" When He Tianshu heard this, his face turned bitter, but he immediately thought that it would be better to die than to die. He immediately changed his smile and said, "Okay, I'll promise you on their behalf. When they come back, each of them will teach you a set of fist techniques. How about it?" Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and said, "I can't learn any fist techniques. It's better to teach me some common sword techniques or blade techniques in the Jianghu." He Tianshu smiled craftily and said, "Okay, I'll let them teach you personally." The word "them" was especially clear. Chapter 166. For the entire morning, Zhang Xiaohua spent his time in the herbal field. After the rain, the field was rather muddy and it was very strenuous to work. Furthermore, the weeds in the herbal field were growing crazily. Zhang Xiaohua was so busy that he could not help but wonder why the weeds that he had seen a few days ago had suddenly grown so much today. By the time he finished his work, it was already close to noon. The sun was high up in the sky, but the ground was still wet and slippery. Zhang Xiaohua did not have a suitable place to practice martial arts, so he could only sit in the straw hut and practice the Carefree Heart Sutra. The cool strands of qi flowed through Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, making him feel very comfortable. When dusk fell, Zhang Xiaohua walked out of the straw hut. After a day of exposure to the sun, some parts of the ground were already dry. Zhang Xiaohua could not wait to practice the Big Dipper mystical fist to loosen up his muscles and bones. In fact, people had a habit of doing certain things. If they did not do it for a day, they would feel empty in their hearts and would not be able to adapt. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was like that. It was not bad to say that he was diligent, but practicing martial arts every day had already become a habit. If he did not practice for a day, his bones would probably itch. The clean land beside the straw hut was not too big, but it was enough for Zhang Xiaohua to practice his martial arts. After practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist a few times, Zhang Xiaohua realized that he had advanced. The Big Dipper mystical fist had actually entered the 3rd level. When he practiced it for the 7th time, a cool flow appeared, tempering his bones. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua could clearly feel that the cool flow was not the same as the cool qi in his meridians. However, he could not pinpoint the exact difference. In just a few days, the Big Dipper mystical fist was able to level up. This made Xiaohua very happy, but when he thought about it carefully, he realized that he had no idea how to level it up. Even Xiaohua himself was at a loss. All he could do was blindly practice his fist technique and look forward to the next level up. In the next few days, Zhang Xiaohua's life returned to normal. The weeds in the herbal field slowly decreased. He Tianshu didn't disturb Zhang Xiaohua either. He must be immersed in comprehending the ethereal steps. As for Zhang Xiaohua's footwork, after practicing in the forest for the next few days, she had already converted the theory in her mind into the reality of her feet. She had completely grasped the 2nd level of the ethereal steps. However, when she was comprehending it, there were some discrepancies with what was recorded in the secret manual. And when she practiced, there were even more discrepancies. However, it was still roughly similar to what was recorded in the manual. Other than continuously comprehending the footwork, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't have much to prepare. He had practiced the Big Dipper mystical fist countless times. The moves were all engraved in his mind. Ever since he returned to the Huanxi manor, although he had not sparred with anyone, he was still very confident that he would not be at a disadvantage in terms of fist techniques. As for the sword in old Professor Yu's left hand, he was still practicing. He liked the feeling of the warm flow flowing through his left arm. However, he also knew that no matter how much he practiced this sword move, it would not be able to be used in the martial arts competition. Therefore, he could only use the Big Dipper mystical fist. After learning the footwork of the ethereal steps, Zhang Xiaohua also tried to combine the Big Dipper mystical fist with the ethereal steps. However, after practicing alone for a while, he realized that the ethereal steps was just a type of footwork. One could practice it alone, and even use it in a competition. However, if one practiced the footwork and the fist technique at the same time, it would be very uncoordinated. It was as if one had to twist two different things together. Zhang Xiaohua gave it a try and gave up. Therefore, every day, other than practicing the Big Dipper mystical fist, Zhang Xiaohua put all his energy into the cultivation of the Carefree Heart Sutra. After a few days of cultivation, the inner energy in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians was still as thin as silk. There was no obvious growth. When he drew in the Yuan Qi into his body, the Yuan Qi was still nowhere to be seen. However, Zhang Xiaohua was not worried. He probably knew that the Yuan Qi he was drawing in was too thin. He could not feel it once it entered his body. The inner energy that flowed in his body without any sluggishness was probably because it was constantly drawing in the invisible Yuan Qi. However, the growth of his cultivation was too slow. He really did not know when he would be able to reach the second level of the Heart Sutra. Zhang Xiaohua, who was in the midst of cultivation, would occasionally lose his anchor. He could not help but smack his lips and shake his head helplessly. After more than 10 days, He Tianshu still did not appear. Zhang Xiaohua, who was quietly cultivating, started to feel anxious. Could it be that He Tianshu had not fully comprehended the ethereal steps? However, he immediately thought of a problem. Why was he waiting for He Tianshu? Did he want him to teach him the second level of the ethereal steps? But he had already learned the second level of the ethereal steps. Did he still need him to teach him? When Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, he could not help but cover his forehead with his hand and frown deeply. He was used to relying on others and had fallen into a vicious cycle of thinking. Even if he had already learned a martial art, he still needed to consult others to confirm if he had learned it correctly. To put it bluntly, it was to obtain the affirmation of others and give himself an affirmation in his heart. Seeing others say that he had learned it correctly, he should not doubt himself anymore. This kind of method had a certain degree of accuracy. There was a saying, when 3 people walk together, there is always one who can learn from me. One could learn from others' strong points to make up for one's weak points. But in terms of the ethereal steps, this was also the first time He Tianshu had learned it. He was also in the stage of comprehending it. Furthermore, the things he had comprehended were already different from the records in the secret manual. If He Tianshu's teaching was different from his own comprehension, then where should he go from here? Hence, Zhang Xiaohua had no choice but to stop the cultivation of the Heart Sutra and begin to consider this problem. Fortunately, it did not take long before his frown relaxed. In fact, it was simple. Even if He Tianshu were to teach Zhang Xiaohua the ethereal steps, Zhang Xiaohua himself would not change what he had already comprehended. Just like the Fist of the North Star, many of the moves were already different from the ones circulating in the pugilistic world. He would not change his habits and change what belonged to him just because of imitating. Furthermore, Zhang Xiaohua also knew deeply that there was one thing he was very sure of. The Fist of the North Star had the effect of tempering the bones. Did other fist techniques have the same effect? If he only pursued learning, would he be in such a situation? There was originally no path in the world. When many people walked on it, there would be a path. Perhaps on other people's path, there would be many people walking on it, and there would be no path in front of him. But when he walked forward, there would be a path. Perhaps what he left behind would only be footprints, but in the eyes of others, it would be a sign. When others had walked on it many times, his direction would naturally become a path. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have relaxed a lot. His entire spirit was glowing, as though he had matured a lot. In fact, learning without thinking was a waste. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua only focused on learning. He always felt that his aptitude was inferior to others, and that he had to look up to everyone. Hence, he always buried his head. But during this period of accumulation, it gave him a platform to raise his head. This moment of stagnation, without cultivating, and just thinking, was the starting point of his accumulation. It was a turning point from quantitative change to qualitative change. It would have a profound impact on Zhang Xiaohua's future path. Since he had let go of the mentality of begging others, Zhang Xiaohua immediately considered the third level of ethereal steps. That was the true Qigong. This was the martial art that Zhang Xiaohua yearned for even in his dreams. Just thinking about it made him addicted. A person could freely jump in the forest, no longer having to use his feet to measure the ground step by step. It was as though the entire world belonged to him. At the very least, once he mastered Qigong, if he wanted to return to the Guozhuang house, he would no longer need to take the horse carriage. Wouldn't that save him a lot of money? Thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't wait to rush into the forest to practice Qigong. But just as he got up, his heart trembled and he felt ashamed. Just now, he was thinking deeply about taking a path that no one had taken before. But this path wasn't easy to take. He had to take one step at a time before he could see the end. If he was always so careless and lost his composure, he might end up breaking down the moment he took the first step. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua returned to the straw hut and sat down cross-legged. He calmed his heart and cultivated the Heart Sutra. Only then did he pick up the Qigong technique from his memories. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't have an image of the Qigong technique recorded in the ethereal steps, he still remembered the incantation clearly. He meditated according to the incantation and pondered over it bit by bit until he was sure that he didn't miss anything. Only then did he get up and come to the forest. However, the results of the practice were both beyond his expectations and within his expectations. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even master the first step of the levitation technique. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make the inner energy flow through his meridians like what was mentioned in the ethereal steps, producing the levitation technique. The reason why it was out of his expectations was because he thought that inner energy was the foundation of Qigong. As long as he had inner energy, as long as he followed the instructions of the cultivation technique, he would be able to use Qigong by moving his inner energy. However, reality told him a cruel truth. Any imagination was just an illusion. Only practice was the way to go. The reason why it wasn't out of his expectations was because all the martial arts that he had learned were basically not done in one go. Unless it was a bumpy road, experiencing different twists and turns. If this Qigong was successfully practiced smoothly, then Zhang Xiaohua would really doubt his own noble character. Zhang Xiaohua, who had failed in practicing Qigong, walked out of the forest. He couldn't help but naturally thought of He Tianshu. Although he had already decided on his own path, but looking at how others were walking, he could learn from them. He. Moreover, it had been a long time since he had received guidance from this cheap master of his. Zhang Xiaohua really wanted to hear his opinion. As Zhang Xiaohua convinced himself in his heart, he walked towards the small courtyard. It was a pity that He Tianshu wasn't in the house. Zhang Xiaohua, who had humbly asked for guidance, hit a wall. He could only resentfully return to his straw hut and meditate to practice. When he saw He Tianshu, it was already the afternoon of the second day. Sitting in front of Zhang Xiaohua, He Tianshu's face was glowing. He was very spirited and didn't have the dispirited look of staying up late to comprehend the footwork. Zhang Xiaohua was very surprised. Could it be that this footwork had a great nourishing effect after comprehending it to perfection? After asking in detail, they found out that He Tianshu had yet to fully comprehend the second level of the ethereal steps. However, he had recently returned to the pharmacy hall. Just by relying on the portion of the cultivation method that he had comprehended, he had easily defeated someone that he had never been able to defeat in the past. That scene had shocked everyone in the pharmacy hall. Those who had originally wanted to watch the show immediately changed their allegiance and tried to worm their way into being friends with him, wanting to know the reason behind it. This allowed He Tianshu, who had always been disliked in the pharmacy hall, to let out a huge sigh of relief. It was a pity that he wouldn't dare to tell anyone about ethereal steps even if he was beaten to death. Only when he returned could he share the joy with Zhang Xiaohua. Seeing He Tianshu's smug and satisfied look because of a victory, Zhang Xiaohua felt a little sad. The pugilistic world had always been the theme of the strong preying on the weak. It was the same in the Misty School. If one didn't have strong strength, they would be bullied no matter where they went. After He Tianshu had vividly described what had happened in the pharmacy hall, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and asked about Qinggong. When He Tianshu heard Zhang Xiaohua mention Qinggong, he was very puzzled and asked, "Why did you suddenly think of Qinggong? You have stayed in the straw hut for quite some time. Have you gained a sense of qi?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "I have gained a sense of qi," but, without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish speaking, He Tianshu clapped his hands and praised, "Good, Zhang Xiaohua, you are really not bad. I thought that it would be difficult for you to make any progress in terms of internal strength. Now that you have relied on the reckless bull strength, you have actually gained a sense of qi. This cultivation technique really has its merits." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she wanted to correct him, but when she opened her mouth, she didn't say it out loud. He Tianshu didn't notice Zhang Xiaohua's expression and continued, "However, if you want to practice Qinggong just because you have a sense of qi, it is still too early. I remember that when I was young, I also practiced internal strength for 2 years before I started practicing Qinggong. You have to first consolidate your sense of qi and cultivate your internal strength to a certain level before you can use your internal strength and use Qinggong." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she probed, "Then Captain He, how long have you been practicing Qinggong?" He Tianshu said without hesitation, 1 year. I remember very clearly that it was an entire year. It can be considered average. However, although the Qinggong that we practice is a secret of the Misty School, our Misty School has a lot of Qinggong techniques and that can be considered average. Zhang Xiaohua was dumbfounded and said, "That long?" "Yes, why? How long did you think it would take? 1 day? Half a year?" He Tianshu found it a little funny. He continued, "Qinggong is a technique of using internal strength. It doesn't need the internal strength of a fist technique. The meridians of those fist techniques are fixed. As long as you follow the moves of the fist technique and send your internal strength to the place according to the meridians, it will be fine." Fist techniques have their own meridians? Zhang Xiaohua asked in surprise. "That's right." He Tianshu explained, "Many of the internal fist techniques are also internal force cultivation methods. Every move needs to be complemented by specialized internal force. Of course, there are many fist techniques that aren't. However, the power of these fist techniques is small. Moreover, the latter is something that most people can practice. The former is a secret of many sections." Zhang Xiaohua fell into deep thought. Seeing that her Big Dipper magical fist couldn't use internal strength, it must be because of this. She didn't know if the Big Dipper magical fist could be of help when she reached the 9th level. Following that, He Tianshu asked again, "Why are you asking about Qinggong? Did your second brother find an internal strength cultivation method for you?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and asked, "Captain He, have you seen all 3 levels of ethereal steps?" He Tianshu was puzzled, I just saw the second level. Why? Is there a problem? Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, you should take a good look at the third level. You will know when you see it. When He Tianshu heard that, he carefully took out the movement technique from his chest and picked out the third level cultivation method that he didn't look at. The third level cultivation method only had 2 pages. Just the first page, He Tianshu looked at it for a long time. The more he looked, the more excited he became. His eyes were shining. Zhang Xiaohua was very puzzled. Could it be that this cultivation method was very powerful? She didn't seem to feel it. After a long while, He Tianshu reluctantly moved his gaze away from the first page and looked at the second secret manual. This time, it was different from the first page. When He Tianshu saw the first line, his expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up from his chair and muttered, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" After that, he read 10 lines at a time. The contents of the 2 pages were about the same. He Tianshu took a long time to read the first page, while the second page was finished in a short while. After He Tianshu finished reading, he sat back in his chair and closed his eyes to think. After a long time, he opened his eyes and looked at Zhang Xiaohua tiredly. He asked, "Zhang Xiaohua, have you seen the qin gong recorded on these 2 pages?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Yes, Captain He. The last time I brought it over, I saw it. But when I practiced the first page, I couldn't control my internal energy." He Tianshu smiled and said, "You are biting off more than you can chew. You have just gained the qi sense. Where would you get the internal energy to drive it?" Then, he waved the manual in his hand and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I really have to thank you. I only had the opportunity to learn such a profound qin gong because of you. I owe you a favor." Zhang Xiaohua was shocked when he heard that. He waved his hand and said, "Captain He, please don't say that. You spent so much effort to teach me the fist technique, and I haven't thanked you yet. Besides, you've made a great contribution in saving the Manor Lord, so you should thank Leader O." He Tianshu smiled and said, "I know what to do with my own affairs. Forget it, I won't be so polite with you. I will remember your matter in my heart. Didn't I just say that the qin gong I practiced was the foundation of our Misty School? Almost everyone has to practice it. Do you know the value of this qin gong?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and thought to herself, "It seems like it's nothing." He Tianshu said with a smile, "The pros and cons of different qin gong mainly depend on the efficiency of the usage of internal energy and the development of the qin gong. This ethereal steps qin gong can be said to be the best of our ethereal sex qin gong techniques. It can't be mentioned in the same breath as what I cultivated in the past. With this qin gong, not only can it raise my current qin gong to a higher level, but with the cultivation of my internal energy, this qin gong will have more potential to be unearthed. The quality of this qin gong can be the key to winning or losing a competition. It can even affect one's life." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said, "It's that serious?" Chapter 167. He Tianshu smiled and said, "What do you know? Qin gong is the most basic skill to protect one's life. Many people who roam the pugilistic world, even if their other martial arts aren't that good, they still have to train their qin gong well. Think about it, if you encounter a fight and your martial arts aren't as good as others, then wouldn't you still have to run away? Those with good qin gong will definitely be able to escape faster. What's more, those with good qin gong will be able to gain the upper hand in a fight." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. He didn't have the experience of fighting with his life on the line, nor did he have the experience of roaming the pugilistic world. Naturally, he didn't know the importance of qin gong. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and asked, "Captain He, then these 2 qin gong?" He Tianshu waved his hand to stop Zhang Xiaohua's question and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, although this ethereal steps has 2 qin gong cultivation methods, but to be honest, the first one is a true top-grade Qigong cultivation method while the second one is an extremely precious trash. Zhang Xiaohua opened her mouth wide and said, "Ah. What's going on? Precious trash?" He Tianshu smiled and said, "The first cultivation method is a real martial arts method. I can understand it too. If I concentrate on cultivating it, after a few months or even a year, I think I will definitely be able to grasp it. At that time, I can also teach it to you properly. As for the second one, how should I put it? What it says is simply an unimaginable idea. This kind of Qigong cultivation method actually requires the release of qi to form a circulation outside the body. This is simply impossible." Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand and asked, "What is qi?" He Tianshu explained, "It's the kind of hot gas produced in your meridians when you practice internal strength. We call it true qi." "Oh. So that's how it is." Zhang Xiaohua understood and said, "I thought it was called inner strength." He Tianshu said, "True qi, internal force, and internal force have the same meaning. When true qi reaches the attacking fist, the power released is internal force. This kind of power is different from pure strength. It is also called internal force. In fact, it is usually called a mix. There is not much difference. However, how did this qi name come about? It's quite strange. When we were young, we discussed it in detail." Zhang Xiaohua saw that He Tianshu was going off topic and quickly asked, "Then why can't qi be released?" He Tianshu looked at Zhang Xiaohua who didn't understand and asked, "Do you know what it means to release inner strength?" Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, "I know." "Why would I ask you?" He Tianshu explained, "I don't know the specifics, but I know that once all the inner strength is released outside the body, it will immediately dissipate. It will no longer be controlled by the person who released it. When a high-level inner strength cultivation method is practiced to the end, the inner strength in the body will be incomparably vigorous. Only then can the inner strength in the body be released to a certain range outside the body. If a fist is used, then it will be a fist aura. If a sword is used, then it will be a sword ray." Then, He Tianshu looked around carefully and said in a low voice, "I don't know about the rest of the people in Ethereal Sect, including sect leader O. I only heard some rumors that the second elder of the sect who cultivates the 7 ethereal swords has just mastered the sword gleam. That is a legendary martial art in the Jianghu." Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's shocked expression, He Tianshu said, "Think about it. Such a martial art that consumes inner strength can be used in a sword art to defeat the enemy. But don't you think it's a bit of a waste to use it on Qigong? Moreover, when you cultivate to the point where you can release qi, your martial arts will be superb. Your Qigong will also be profound. Why do you need to practice such a flashy floating technique?" Then, He Tianshu came to a conclusion, "Actually, the most important thing is that I have never heard of anyone in the Misty School or the Jianghu who can use Qigong to float in the air." Zhang Xiaohua still didn't give up and said, "If there isn't, then why is it recorded in this ethereal steps?" He Tianshu scratched his head and said, "Who knows? Maybe it's a kind of idea and not a real martial art. It's also a real martial art, but you can only practice this kind of Qigong when your inner strength is practiced to the extreme. However, these are not things we can care about. I may be qualified to practice the Qigong lifting technique in front, but you don't even have the qualifications to practice this. It's better to practice your spirit of the bull and build a solid foundation for your inner strength." Hearing He Tianshu say this, Zhang Xiaohua could only stop talking. When it came to martial arts, she was indeed a junior. She didn't have any qualifications to speak in front of He Tianshu. Then, He Tianshu said, "The martial arts exhibition is about to begin. Zhang Xiaohua, have you really decided to participate? How are your preparations?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard about the martial arts exhibition, she immediately became spirited and said excitedly, "Of course, I have already asked Manor Lord O to help me sign up. How can I not participate? Actually, I don't have much to prepare. I already know a set of fist techniques. Now, didn't you teach me the ethereal steps? I can use it in the martial arts exhibition. He Tianshu nodded and said, your sword technique is not suitable for the martial arts exhibition. You can only use your fist techniques with your bare hands. Then, He Tianshu seemed to have thought of something funny and said with a smile, but using a fist technique is also quite good. If you really use a weapon, it's not very suitable. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and puzzled. She asked, not using a weapon? Captain He, what do you mean? He Tianshu laughed and said, you will know when the time comes. It's not good to say it too early. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that He Tianshu didn't explain clearly, Zhang Xiaohua didn't ask anymore. She thought to herself, isn't it just a martial arts competition? What's the big deal? At most, I will lose. Then, He Tianshu reminded Zhang Xiaohua to practice the ethereal steps more. Perhaps she would lose some face when the time came. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand what was going on. It was another baffling sentence. There weren't many days left. Although He Tianshu was constantly trying to comprehend the second level of the ethereal steps, in order to not disturb Zhang Xiaohua's preparation, he didn't impart anything to her. And Zhang Xiaohua stayed in the straw hut all day, cultivating the various martial arts she had learned. Early in the morning, Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and silently chanted a mantra. She slowly absorbed the qi in her body into her dantian before slowly opening her eyes. After 10 days of bitter cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua faintly felt that the qi in her meridian seemed to have increased a little. However, she couldn't confirm it. However, diligence could make up for stupidity. She had been drawing qi into her body every day to temper her qi. Although the progress was slow, it was still improvement. Sooner or later, she would have some achievements. After finishing her cultivation, Zhang Xiaohua stood up. Just as she walked to the door of the straw hut, she heard a female voice calling her from outside. Zhang Xiaohua, are you here? It sounded very unfamiliar. It wasn't Xiao Tong's voice. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly ran out and saw a girl standing far away. Upon closer inspection, it was Qiu Ju. Qiu Ju stood far away shyly and called out softly. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua come out, she quickly raised her hand and greeted her. Zhang Xiaohua lightly ran over and looked at Qiu Ju, who was blushing. She asked, elder sister Qiu Ju, is there anything you need from me? Qiu Ju said softly, Miss asked me to inform you that the martial arts exhibition will be held today. She wants you to pack up and go to the inner courtyard. In a while, the Misty School will send someone to pick you up. Zhang Xiaohua was pleasantly surprised. Is that so, elder sister Qiu Ju? The competition is starting today? Alright, please wait a moment. I'll go pack up. After speaking, she turned to go to the straw hut. But after taking a few steps, she awkwardly came back and said, elder sister Qiu Ju, I don't think there's anything to pack. Let's go now. Qiu Ju covered her mouth and smiled. The martial arts exhibition will be held for a few days. Although you don't need to pack anything, you should still put the things in the straw hut into the small house first. There won't be anyone in the medicine field these few days. When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she couldn't help but blush. She chuckled and thanked Qiu Ju for the reminder. She quickly ran back to the straw hut and packed up everything. Only after bringing everything back to the small house did she follow Qiu Ju to the inner courtyard. It was the same small courtyard where they had set off to the south last time. A young man dressed in tight clothes was already impatiently waiting there. He kept pacing back and forth. When he saw Qiu Ju and Zhang Xiaohua walking over, he frowned deeply. Although Zhang Xiaohua was walking behind Qiu Ju, she had long seen the man's displeased expression. Zhang Xiaohua guessed that perhaps he had waited for too long and was feeling impatient. Thus, she hurriedly took a few steps forward and passed Qiu Ju. She cupped her hands and bowed to the man. Senior Marshal Brother, I'm very sorry to have troubled you. The man's brows didn't loosen. He coldly looked up and down at Zhang Xiaohua and replied, "I'm very sorry. You're not from our Misty School. I can't accept this senior martial brother. Please take it back. Are you the candidate for this year's Huanxi Mountain Villa to participate in the martial arts exhibition?" When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she was very embarrassed. Usually, she would call Nie Xiao heir and the others as senior martial brother. Seeing that this person was about the same age as them, she called him senior martial brother. She didn't expect to be rebuffed so quickly. It seemed that this Misty School wasn't all amiable people. Hearing that person's question, Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly replied, "Yes, this one is participating in the martial arts exhibition." The corner of the man's mouth pulled down and he sneered. "I heard that Huanxi Mountain Villa hasn't done such a disappointing thing for many years. It's strange that someone doesn't know what's good for them today. However, looking at your age, there's no harm in it. Hee, just take it as an eye-opener." Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled. He wanted to ask what was going on, but the person in front of him looked like he was unapproachable. He did not want to get close to him, so he did not bother to ask. He would find out in a while anyway, so why bother asking now? Qiuju was at the side. Looking at that person's face, she felt unhappy. Unfortunately, she wasn't Xiu Tong and didn't have Yan's support. Adding on to her weak personality, she didn't know how to criticize that person. She only looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was half a head lower than her, and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, I'll send you here. Go with him. The Misty School will naturally have someone to arrange it for you." Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, "Okay, big sister Qiuju. Thank you. When I win, I'll tell you first when I come back." Qiuju pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, we'll wait for your good news. When you compete, be careful. If you can't win, just admit defeat and don't hurt your body." Zhang Xiaohua said, "I know. Big sister Qiuju, you can go back." The person next to her snorted and sneered, "Win? Just don't get beaten up badly. However, your sister warned you well. Why don't you ask her to embroider a white handkerchief for you with the words 'Hero, spare my life'? When you can't win, just throw the handkerchief away." When Qiuju heard this, her face turned red with anger. Zhang Xiaohua was also angry. She stared at that person and said, "What does it have to do with you when we're talking? Are the people of Huanxi Manor as cowardly as you say? Why don't I report this to my manor head? What do you think?" When that person heard her mention Yan, he couldn't help but feel guilty and said, "This Qiuju was a kind person." She quickly smoothed things over and said, "That's enough. Huanxi Manor and the Misty School are one. It's already late, so let's hurry up and leave." Seeing Qiuju like this, Zhang Xiaohua also smiled and said, "I know, big sister Qiuju." Then she said to that person, "Why aren't you leaving?" "I'm still waiting to be beaten up." That person didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked to the tree. He untied the reins tied to the tree and led 2 horses to Zhang Xiaohua, saying, "Then please get on the horses, great hero." Looking at the handsome horses in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. She hesitated and didn't go forward. That person smiled and said, "Great hero, please get on the horses." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "Forget it. It's only a few steps away. We can just walk. There's no need to ride these horses." That person didn't give up and said, Then what? If we don't ride a horse, won't it show that our Misty School has no etiquette? Please get on the horses." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and muttered, but, I still don't know how to ride a horse." That person narrowed his eyes and said, "It's okay. These horses are the most docile. Just sit on it. There's no need to know how to ride a horse." Zhang Xiaohua didn't believe him and asked, "Really?" That person patted his chest and said, "Really. Let's go quickly. We won't make it if we're late." Only then did Zhang Xiaohua step forward and said, "Okay then. Don't lie to me. That person saw that Zhang Xiaohua didn't even know how to get on a horse. He walked to Zhang Xiaohua's side and handed the reins to Zhang Xiaohua. Then he put his hands under Zhang Xiaohua's armpits and used a bit of strength to lift Zhang Xiaohua onto the horse's back. Then he put his feet in the stirrups and hit the horses but with his hand and said, "No, how could I lie to you?" But in her heart she said, "It would be strange if I didn't lie to you." Then she was surprised, this youth's physique doesn't look thin or weak. How can he be so light? How strange. After the horse was hit by that person, it immediately let out a long neigh and raised its front hooves, almost throwing Zhang Xiaohua to the ground. It scared Zhang Xiaohua so much that she tightly held onto the reins, her small face somewhat pale. The horse's front hooves landed on the ground and it immediately exerted force with its back hooves, shooting out like an arrow. Seeing this, Qiu Ju's expression also changed and said, "How can you do this? Aren't you afraid that Zhang Xiaohua will get hurt?" That person laughed and said, "Zhang Xiaohua, haha, a little girl's name. It's okay, Qiu Ju, right? This horse is very docile. I didn't say anything wrong. It's just that it's a bit fast. Moreover, this old horse knows the way. It won't go anywhere else." After saying this, she also pulled the reins and swung the stirrups to get on the horse. With a tug of the reins and a clamp of her legs, she didn't use any strength. The horse spread its hooves and galloped away. Only Qiu Ju was left looking at the empty small courtyard. She stomped her small feet a few times and turned to enter the inner courtyard. Zhang Xiaohua fell into that person's trap and almost fell off the horse. The guard sneered and thought to himself, "Get out of the way. How can I get out of the way without checking? How can I let you go out?" And the last sentence, "I'm a newbie," made him even more puzzled. What did it mean? But when the horse rushed in front of him and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, he instantly understood that this was what a newbie meant. The horse rushed straight over with a force of 1,000 pounds. Who would dare to stop it directly? Fortunately, the guard's martial arts were excellent. He immediately dodged and fell to the ground, barely dodging the horse. When the horse leaped over him, the guard took a peek. Wasn't the person riding on the horse the youth from the medicine field? What was going on? When the horse galloped past the side door, the guard jumped up from the ground like a carp and patted the dust off his body. Just as he was about to speak, he heard someone say, "Get out of the way, get out of the way, I have an urgent matter." The guard thought to himself, "Get out of the way again, could it be a newbie?" When he raised his head, he saw that the horse behind him had also galloped in front of him and didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. He had no choice but to roll over and fall to the ground. Chapter 168. Ha ha ha. The man from the Misty School saw the guard of the Huanxi Villa fall to the ground, but he did not stop and said, "Brother, sorry, I am in a hurry." With that, he took out a waist token from his arms, which was given to him when he entered the villa just now. He threw it on the ground, then shook the reins and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. When the man drove the horse through the side door, the guard did not immediately get up. He looked up and saw that there were no more galloping horses behind him. Then he stood up like a carp, patted the dust off his body, and walked over to pick up the waist token. He curled his lips and spat on the ground with a "ba" sound. He secretly cursed, "XXX, aren't you just a disciple of the Misty School? What's so great about you? You let me practice carp jumping twice. When I gain power one day, I will let you do push-ups every day." Unfortunately, the disciple of the Misty School had already gone far. How could he hear him? Perhaps, the guard said that because he was far away. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua shouted and walked. He actually rushed out of the side door of the Huanxi Villa. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel proud of his quick wit. Zhang Xiaohua did not know how to control the horse. Fortunately, the horse knew the way and did not need Zhang Xiaohua to worry. Seeing the horse following the road out of the Huanxi villa and running towards the ethereal villa, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was relieved. There were many collisions on the road. Perhaps the horse was a good steed and avoided all of them. Perhaps the words of Zhang Xiaohua, "Get out of the way, I am a novice," played a role and gave others a hint. In short, they all safely avoided. When the horse ran to the straight road in front of the misty mountain villa, Zhang Xiaohua's heart was finally at ease. The shouting along the way made him feel that his throat was dry. However, before Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved, the horse had already run to the front of the archway of the ethereal mountain villa. There were some guards in front of the archway. Seeing that the horse was in front of them, Zhang Xiaohua saw that the horse had no intention of stopping. She had no choice but to raise her voice again and shouted, "Get out of the way, I'm a novice." When the guards saw the horse in front of them, they didn't panic and didn't dodge. Zhang Xiaohua became more anxious and shouted even louder, "Get out of the way, I'm a novice, get out of the way, I'm a novice." When the guards heard this, they had strange expressions on their faces, but they still stood straight. When the horse got close enough, one of them let out a sound that sounded like whoosh. The horse's galloping body immediately stopped and its four hooves steadily stopped in front of the guards. Zhang Xiaohua, who was on the horse's back, was miserable. She thought that her shout had reached the ears of the guards. Presumably, they would dodge and her horse would rush into the archway like before. But who expected that the horse would suddenly stop? She had to admit that the horse was really handsome. Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard. She immediately turned over from the horse's back and flew into the air like a cloud, rushing to the archway in front of her. The guard in front of her was also surprised and said, "She's really a novice." She immediately tapped the tip of her foot and leaped up. Using her qinggong, she flew in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua, preparing to catch Zhang Xiaohua's body from below. But just as she was about to catch Zhang Xiaohua, something strange happened. When Zhang Xiaohua flew off the horse's back, her hand was still firmly holding onto the reins. When her body flew into the air, the reins reached the end and immediately stopped her flying momentum. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua stopped flying forward and landed straight on the ground. In fact, when Zhang Xiaohua flew off from the horse's back, he immediately thought of using the footwork of the ethereal steps, or some other techniques, or a method to stabilize his body and land gracefully. But once she flew off the horse's back, she couldn't control her body. How could she have the time to use any techniques? That guard used his qinggong to wait for her at the place where Zhang Xiaohua flew out. Moreover, the reins of the horse had changed the direction of Zhang Xiaohua. By the time the guards saw her, she had already used up all her strength and couldn't move anymore. She could only watch helplessly as Zhang Xiaohua fell straight on the ground with a pa sound, raising a cloud of dust. That guard couldn't help but grit his teeth. Using his hands to cover his eyes, he secretly said, "How tragic." But it was unknown if he was talking about himself or Zhang Xiaohua. In the history of the Misty School, such a thing had never happened before. It was really unprecedented and would never happen again. Luckily, Zhang Xiaohua's main force had been dissipated by the reins of the horse. He fell from such a high place only because he was dizzy and didn't know how to deal with it. Otherwise, at such a height, even a little boy might not be able to handle it. Therefore, by the time the guard ran over, he had already stood up. That guard saw Zhang Xiaohua standing up and asked, "Are you all right?" Zhang Xiaohua patted the dust on her body and said, "Oh, I'm fine. Just my clothes are dirty." When that guard heard, he smiled and asked again, "Who are you? Why are you riding our Misty School's horse?" Before Zhang Xiaohua could answer, the sound of hurried horse hooves could be heard from behind. Zhang Xiaohua didn't raise her head and said in a bad mood, "Ask that guy behind me." Sure enough, when the person from Misty School came closer and whispered into the guard's ear, that guard also had a strange smile on his face. He patted Zhang Xiaohua's shoulder and praised, Good, you're brave. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand, but looking at the face of that person from Misty School, she said fiercely, "How dare you trick me?" That person spread out his hands and said with an innocent face, "No, I'm just telling the truth. Horses are very gentle." Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and said, "Then why did you hit the horse's butt?" That person shrugged and said, "Brother, your sister Qiuju already said that it was getting late. Didn't I also want you to hurry to our Misty School? I also made a mistake out of kindness." Zhang Xiaohua angrily said, "Is your surname Zhang?" That person was stunned and said, "My surname is Jiang, not Zhang." Zhang Xiaohua said with a straight face, "Since your surname isn't Zhang, then don't call me brother. When your surname is Zhang, then we'll talk about it." After saying this, she turned around and walked past the decorated archway with her head held high. The man from the ethereal sect was stunned. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua's short back, he chuckled in annoyance. He turned around to lead 2 horses and followed after him. Poor Zhang Xiaohua. She hadn't even participated in the martial arts exhibition and had already suffered such a loss. It really wasn't a good omen. Who knew what the future martial arts exhibition would be like? After turning around the decorated archway, they were faced with a large and empty plaza. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but be stunned and stopped in her tracks. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua stop in her tracks, Mr. Jiang was also bewildered. However, he didn't stop walking. He walked past Zhang Xiaohua and continued to lead his horse forward. Just as he walked past one shoulder, he heard Zhang Xiaohua shout, Strange." Mr. Jiang couldn't help but turn his head and ask, "What's wrong? What's strange about it?" Zhang Xiaohua glared at him in a bad mood and said, "Did I talk to you? Why do you like to talk to people so much? Why is this plaza so deserted? It doesn't look like there's going to be a meeting." Mr. Jiang rolled his eyes and said, "What did you think it should look like?" Zhang Xiaohua said in high spirits, "I thought that this plaza would at least have a stage the height of 2 people. There would be countless disciples watching from below, and there would be disciples competing on the stage." Mr. Jiang laughed out loud and said, "You're talking about the stage in your hometown, right? Our Misty School doesn't have one like that." Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He thought to himself, "That's right, I was talking about the stage where I watched the show in Luzhen." She couldn't help but blush as she said timidly, "Then what does the martial arts exhibition look like?" Mr. Jiang sneered and said, "What the martial arts exhibition looks like, you'll naturally know once you enter the Misty School's gates. If we were to set up a stage in the plaza outside our gates like you, our Misty School wouldn't be able to mingle in the Jianghu anymore. We would lose all face." After saying this, he ignored Zhang Xiaohua and walked straight to the side door. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Mr. Jiang's back for a while and could only quickly chase after him. After passing through the side door, Mr. Jiang handed the horse over to a professional before turning around to call for Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua had an unhappy expression as she walked through the side door. But when she walked through the side door, she was immediately stunned by the scene in front of her. In the plaza in front of her, there were actually many small stages standing there. Zhang Xiaohua had a puzzled expression and turned to ask Mr. Jiang, "Didn't you say that there was no stage?" Mr. Jiang had an innocent expression and said, "I only said that our Misty School doesn't have a stage, but I didn't say that there were so many stages. Look, there's more than one in front of you." Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and didn't say anything else. The plaza in front of her was very large. There were many small stages that were the height of 2 people set up in an orderly manner. It was smaller than the stages that they usually watched during the New Year in Lu Town. There was not a single person on the stages. There were quite a lot of people in the plaza, but they didn't gather together to watch the show. Instead, some people hurried away while others gathered together and gestured about something. But the entire plaza didn't look like it was in a mess, and it wasn't noisy either. It looked like everything was in order. However, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the scene in front of her and felt that it was a little awkward. But she couldn't put her finger on it. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua acting like a country bumpkin entering the city, Mr. Jiang was very disdainful. He distanced himself from Zhang Xiaohua and acted as if he didn't know him. But after waiting for a while, he saw that Zhang Xiaohua was still ignoring him. He couldn't help but feel a little angry and went forward to say, "Zhang Xiaohua, why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Let people see you, a wooden chicken." Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and said in surprise, "Isn't the martial arts exhibition right here? Where are we going?" Mr. Jiang sneered and said, "Who told you that the martial arts exhibition is here? Did I say that? Let's go. I'll send you there quickly. I still have my own things to do. I really don't know what you're thinking. You want me to go to the villa to pick you up? You can come by yourself." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly understood. She immediately said, "If you have something to do, then hurry up and do it. I'll go by myself." Mr. Jiang hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Don't get me into trouble. Look at you. You won't give up until you cause trouble." "I'd better send you there personally." Seeing that the other party didn't trust her, there was nothing she could say. Zhang Xiaohua could only obediently follow behind Mr. Jiang and walk into the depths of the Misty Mountain Villa. This was Zhang Xiaohua's third time entering the Misty School. The scene was very different from the previous 2 times. Along the way, as long as there was a large square, there would be many small arenas. Zhang Xiaohua carefully counted. Just the ones that she saw, there were dozens of them. She couldn't help but feel puzzled. What was the use of so many arenas? Were they all used for martial arts competitions? But looking at Mr. Jiang's expression, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to be a curious child. She didn't know how big the Misty Mountain Villa was. Mr. Jiang had already led Zhang Xiaohua for a long time, but they still hadn't reached the place. The more they walked, the more confused Zhang Xiaohua became. Wasn't it just participating in the martial arts exhibition? Why did they have to walk to the innermost part? Weren't there many arenas in the square outside? Oh, that's not right. They were arenas. After passing through several winding corridors and small courtyards, they finally arrived at a large gate with a high wall. The red lacquered gate was tightly shut and was much larger than the gates of the other small courtyards. The wall was also very high and stretched very far, as if it was an independent place. Mr. Jiang walked forward and used all his strength to knock on the door knocker. Immediately, the door creaked open and a head poked out. Seeing that it was Mr. Jiang, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did you arrive so late? The martial arts exhibition is about to begin." Mr. Jiang immediately smiled apologetically and said, "Steward Su, the brat from the Huanxi Mountain Villa took his time. I also hurried over." That person looked at Zhang Xiaohua behind Mr. Jiang and said with dissatisfaction, "You clearly know that Boss O comes here first every year. Why didn't you come earlier? Alright, hurry up and come in." Mr. Jiang turned around and pulled Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve, saying in a low voice, "Alright, this is the place. Zhang Xiaohua, this is our Misty School's young Eagle Hall's Steward Su. Follow him in." After he finished speaking, he cupped his hands towards Steward Su and hurriedly turned around and left, as if he didn't want to stay for even a second longer. Zhang Xiaohua looked strangely at Mr. Jiang's back as he left. She couldn't help but say with envy, "This guy's character is terrible, but his qinggong is still very authentic." Steward Su was already unhappy when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's foolish look. He frowned and said, "Young man, are you going to participate in the martial arts exhibition? Why aren't you coming in?" Only then did Zhang Xiaohua return to her senses. She hurriedly cupped her hands and entered the courtyard through the red lacquered gate. Zhang Xiaohua didn't enter the courtyard, but once she did, she was even more surprised. What was going on here? This was a plaza that was more than 3 times larger than the plaza behind the Misty School's decorated archway. There were also countless small arenas set up in the plaza. However, in the middle of the plaza, there was a square arena that was even larger than Lu Zhen's stage during the New Year. There were already a few people standing on it. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp and she had already noticed that sect leader O Peng was among them. Actually, this wasn't the main reason why Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. What she was surprised about was that the plaza was filled with people. These people all had tender smiles on their faces and their hair had yet to fade. Most of them were even shorter than Zhang Xiaohua and looked to be in their teens. What was going on here? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, she suddenly saw two familiar faces at the back of the crowd. These two people's faces were alternating between green and red, and their expressions were very awkward. Who else could it be but Shangguan Yun and Yu Dai of the Lotus Flower Escort Agency? Although the two people were standing at the back, their height was incompatible with the surrounding youths. They really stood out from the crowd. Moreover, although the youths' expressions were childish, they stood upright and looked like they were well trained. Although everyone was looking forward, there were still some people who would secretly glance back at these two strange outsiders. With so many people looking at them, the two people's hearts grew cold and they felt uncomfortable standing to the left and right. Just as the two people's hearts were filled with regret, they suddenly saw the door open and a familiar person came in. They were overjoyed and wanted to wave and call out, but when they saw Zhang Xiaohua's figure, which was similar to the youth beside her, they raised their hands but didn't call out. Zhang Xiaohua was also overjoyed when she saw a familiar face. When Steward Su saw this, he naturally knew that the three people were familiar with each other. He nodded and pointed to the two people, then hurriedly went to other places. When Zhang Xiaohua saw that the steward had gone far away, she ran to Shangguan Yun and Yu Dai's side and cupped her hands in greeting. She couldn't wait to ask, "Brother Da, what's going on?" Yu Dai opened her mouth and was about to speak when a soft and deep voice sounded from the stage. "Now, I announce the official start of the Misty School's martial arts exhibition. Next, let's invite our sect leader O to speak." Thus, a wave of orderly applause sounded. The eyes of the group of 10-year-old youths in the square shone with reverence as they stared straight at the tall stage. No, it was O Peng who was slowly standing up on the stage. O Peng stood in the middle of the stage and pressed his hands in the air. The applause under the stage immediately stopped, as if it had been rehearsed for a long time. O Peng nodded in satisfaction and then began to speak. O Peng's voice wasn't loud, but even though Zhang Xiaohua was standing far away on the other side of the square, she could still hear him very clearly. She heard O Peng speak, "Disciples of Kitty Hawk Hall, in this season of spring, when winter passes and spring comes, when all living things come back to life, when spring warms and flowers bloom, when the sun is bright and beautiful, we welcome the annual martial arts exhibition. Here, I have a few words to say to all of you. I have to say these words every year, and I have to mention them every year. Don't be annoyed. This is the hope and care that we, the older generation, have for you. You are the rising sun, and this era belongs to you. If you are rich, misty wealth will be misty wealth. If you are strong, misty strength will be misty strength. We, the older generation, have watched you grow up. You are the hope of Misty School. Today, I am standing here to speak to you. A few years later, I will be one of you, standing here to speak to your juniors. Misty is the Misty that is passed down from generation to generation. As long as you can stand out, we are not afraid of dying on the beach." Sect leader O's speech actually lasted for half the time it took to eat a meal, and he didn't stop at all. His earnest words reverberated in the air above the square. The faces of all the disciples were flushed red, and their small fists were tightly clenched. It was as if they had been encouraged to see the beautiful hope that O Peng described. Only Zhang Xiaohua and the others could hear the reverberating sound. They couldn't help but be shocked. This O Peng's internal energy was too profound. Zhang Xiaohua even thought that if there were beams in the square, wouldn't the sound echo for 3 days? You're tuning into the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.